is the
Nice
second
donation.
team
Thank you
name
very
for
much.
this group here. Thank you to that contribution there. Working up on our goal here.
And I mean, obviously, we're seeing some players that everyone knows. We've got Celestial, just such an incredible center path Pokemon there. Lutano looks like they're taking that Lucario in the top path. Going to be a little bit of a departure for Lutano there. Sneaky Seal with Pikachu in that bottom path. Ratsu is Lucario. This is actually such a great matchup right here. And look at that. We got Zugrug against Lutano. Who is going to win? Which member from Game and Gladiators is going to take this first match? This is going to be really cool to see.
Now, something that we'll mention a few other times throughout the course of this tournament, for the sake of a little bit of team comp variety, we have banned Duraludon from this tournament. So you'll note that for center path characters, we've got Greninja for our left side, or for our right side, or our left side team, and we've got Fletchling here evolving up into Talonflame for our right side team.
That's interesting. Did Duraludon end up being a little overpowered?
It was a little bit strong, and not only was Duraludon strong, but it has kind of this little warping effect on the metagame for people that haven't been familiar, where it causes many objectives to kind of just be flipped almost by accident, the way its Unite and Ranged works. So we see this first engage start here in the bottom path between these three characters.
Drama Llama's getting aggressive, going for those Audinos on the other side there. I love to see it. You know, when you do get that first Audino, you can push in. You've got more experience. You're a little more powerful, and we'll see if they can make anything happen here. We've got a bit of a mirror matchup happening here in the bottom and in the top. The big difference, of course, that center area Pokemon, Greninja or Talonflame.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if the extra securing power from the Talonflame that we currently see in the top path is going to be beneficial, as Lucario goes a little bit deep for our orange team, eventually getting KO'd before these bees even come up.
Yeah, you know, interestingly enough, we didn't get to see any Talonflame really yesterday in the March finals, but we did see some exciting Greninja play that actually came out near the end there. But of course, we saw a lot of Duraludon, which is why we're not seeing so much Duraludon here today. Looks like the path in the bottom here. Who got the best of that? I'm not sure, but there goes Wiggly. It goes down. They cannot take Zug, however. Zug stays up.
Yeah, we see that really important engagement up top kind of break in the way of our left side team, the Drama Llamas. The fact that Lucario was KO'd for Faz's Flippers meant that they were unable to even walk up on those bees, losing all of that very important early experience that they would like to be trying to secure.
We've got these Hoopas, these trick Hoopas. Here it comes. There goes Pikachu. I mean, it really had no HP. What was it doing? It needed to get back to its Pokemon Center. It just didn't do it in time. And they're pushing up here, trying to take as much experience as they can in this bottom path. Just trying to bully them and push them out with Wiggly while they secure those Audinos. And another KO for Drama Llamas.
We see that advantage top that we talked about, missing those first bees, kind of snowballing for the Drama Llamas here. Celestial on Greninja, now level 8 to the level 6 on the Talonflame for Faz's Flippers here.
And we're also seeing that from Lucario's as well. You know, a 2-level advantage. Lutano up there out-leveling in that top path as well. So it's just really hard to come back when you have a level disadvantage, especially when it's one-on-one. It makes such a huge difference if you're a few levels up.
Okay, we see Talonflame coming in early for this B engagement, hoping to pick up a knockout or two for their team. Unsuccessful there as they have to pull out themselves before they get KO'd. Big thing to note here, Greninja is in for Celestial, and they are level 9, unlocking that Unite move, while Faz's Flippers center path is still only level 7.
Yeah, this is such a hard situation for Faz's Flippers to be in right now because they know if they walk forward that Greninja's just going to throw a big Unite move at them and KO the whole team. They can hopefully look for a steal here. They do have Talon, but I think for the most part, they're going to need to play really defensively right now.
Yeah, I don't believe we've seen Talon's second upgraded move yet. Unsure if they are playing Fly or Brave Bird just yet, but it doesn't matter because they're currently playing Get Knocked Out and Run Back to Base as Drama Llama chooses to push their lead even more and secure this Dreadnought.
Yeah, and that's the situation, you know, we were talking about there. The level advantage was just too big. The Unite move difference was too huge. As soon as they saw that Greninja at 9, they knew that they had to play safe, and even playing safe, Greninja said, yeah, I'm just going to throw it at you and come and KO you.
Yeah, I really like this play from Retsu. We saw Retsu run into the central area for the Drama Llamas, taking one of their valuable buff Pokemon, acknowledging that, hey, my team's really behind in the bottom path. I'm not going to be able to make a meaningful impact there, and getting some value elsewhere.
Look, Jeff, no one knows how to play from behind like me. It's all I do is figure out, all right, well, I lost the game early. How do I come back from here? And I love seeing teams make those adjustments where they go, we lost bottom. We're not going to win this fight. What can we do? We can take something from our enemy here. Yeah, we're going to head towards their, center area. We're going to take some of their buffs. We're going to take maybe some wild Pokemon that they wouldn't expect us to get. Something so that they can get some sort of advantage.
Yeah, and we see here this engage from the Talonflame might look a little bit odd, but it was important that they stop the scores from happening before that Rotom can end up going in. So that way the Rotom doesn't start walking at their second point, creating even more positional advantage on the map.
Look at that. These two Wigglies here. We do have a Hollowware difference, which, is something to point out, but we also have a level difference. Eggnoob is up level 9 to the level 8 from Zugrug here.
See, Lucario coming in, doing those Lucario things that Lutano is well known for. Extreme speed plus a level advantage allows Lucario to just melt through groups of opposing Pokemon here, as we see.
And we have a kind of a counter extreme speed coming down. Can Retsu get some work done? Another Unite move from this Greninja. Hoopa's throwing down its Unite move. There's just a ton of action happening right here. We have Unites from Wiggly here. Zugrug throwing it down. They're actually pushing this Pikachu out here. Greninja is down. They were able to secure that KO, and that's pretty huge, it being the highest level Pokemon on the map.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if perhaps Drama Llamas bit off a little bit more than they can chew. They had the level advantage, they felt kind of confident, but pushing onto your opponent's goal zone there can be tough. But you know what else is tough? Lucario with extreme speed as you get grouped up and cut across there with a huge engage from Lutano.
3 KOs, almost making it 4 there. I'm going to say it, this Lutano guy should start playing this Pokemon. He's pretty good at it.
The incredible healing from extreme speed on display there. Not only getting a bunch of valuable wild Pokemon knockouts, but also healing basically to full from nothing.
And here we go. Big fight here at Dreadnought. No, nothing happening from Drama Llamas. Really nice move here from Faz's Flippers. So they're trying to get themselves back into this game. While that was happening, we did see the bottom goal being broken here. 250 to 83 right now. Drama Llamas is in a commanding lead score-wise, and they're doing really well experience-wise. Faz's Flippers is going to need to win a big fight.
Yeah, speaking of a fight here, we see an engagement going on in the top path where the Rotom was secured here. Important to note the level differential between some of these teams. Celestial already past 14, while Faz's Flippers Talonflame is only at 12 here so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a big difference. Whoa!
Whoa, speaking of a huge difference.
Go down right there, and that's going to be really nice for Faz's Flippers. Whenever you KO a higher level Pokemon, that is huge. I don't know the ratios, Jeff. In fact, I think no one does. But I swear, you can KO 3 lower level Pokemon. It's not even close to KOing 1 higher level Pokemon.
Yeah, anytime you trade a level 12 for a 14, that's huge for your team. Not only are the knockout timers longer, so the 14 is going to get back onto the map slower, but again, like Spraggles mentioned, the experience differential is huge there, allowing that catch-up as we see some extreme speed going on and then another knockout.
Yeah, and Faz's Flippers fighting really well as a team right now. Big Unite move coming in at 2 minutes, 20 seconds here. That was interesting, I gotta say.
All right, we're going to see that ultimate engagement here around the Zapdos. Team levels are actually not that far off, but notably, Wigglytuff is down for a few seconds after Zapdos spawns. There's a Hoopa present for Faz's Flippers, though, to portal that into the central area. And it looks like we're going for back caps on the Drama Llama side.
I mean, Drama Llamas is way ahead right now. So I guess they're deciding that they don't need this Zapdos, but if Faz's Flippers could score here, this is a lot of points for them. I can't wait to see what they're able to make happen with that Zapdos that they really took without any fight at all.
Yeah, I'm really surprised. Like, they had a level 15 here, and okay, I mean, it looks like they're going to need another push from the Flippers, securing that bird with the flip. Faz's knows they're behind. We see them immediately go to start farming more wild Pokemon to try and get more points in here, knowing that they're still down. That 1 minute mark's going to tick over here in a second, and they're going to know that they need to go, go, go.
Well, and I mean, this is why these are some of the best players out there, because when I'm looking at it, I think, boy, I really don't want to give up that Zapdos, but Drama Llama's new. No, we're going to be able to secure quite enough points right here. We're going to be way ahead, and they certainly are.
There's that huge lead notification for the Drama Llamas that lets them know they're up by over 100 points at this point. So they know that they could even give this outside goal if they needed to and still be in the lead. Not that they want to give any room if they can afford to.
Yeah, this is a tough moment for Faz's Flippers right here. They have to pick up a lot of Eos energy, and then they need to win a big fight against a team that's really, really strong right now. Let's see. We do have Hoopa going down here from Drama Llamas. However, we might have the talent. No, a double KO here for Drama Llamas.
Celestial trying to bail out. Skull did really low, and I think that knockout probably seals the fate for Faz's Flippers in our first match here of the day.
Drama Llamas. Save the drama for your llama. They didn't even want to deal with that final Zapdos. They didn't need to. Scoring all the while. Faz's Flippers was taking it. They said, we're not going to let him flip. There's nothing to flip. Let him have the Zap. We're going to beat him anyway.
Yeah, and one of the really interesting parts about the end game strategy there was that it allowed Celestial as the Greninja to have their Unite move on defense for that final push. It's hard enough to push 5-5 on a second base like that. It's impossible when the opposing team has a bunch of Unite moves to pop as well, it feels like.
Jeez, look at that. Celestial, 338 points scored. My goodness. 10 KOs.
What an incredibly low damage game overall for everyone except Lutano. We talked about Lutano popping off at a few points during that match, and boy golly do his damage numbers reflect that.
Wow, I mean, this guy needs to start playing this Pokemon. I'll say it right now. If Lutano commits to really trying this Lucario, I'm throwing another $50 at this charity right now. If I can get Lutano to somehow say that he will try to play this Pokemon competitively, then that is what I will do. Because I honestly think he's really good at it, Jeff.
Yeah, definitely seems like it's perhaps his forte. And remember, if you at home want to see Lutano do something different, you can use that donate link with Drama Llamas in the comments. And depending on how many donations they rack up here, you're going to force these excellent players to play a variety of different things a little bit outside their comfort zones.
Score comp, that would be fun to see. Eldegoss Jungle, that's already the meta, so I think that one's not super fair. Protect the President, I hope the President is Trevenant. And of course, a Surf comp where we're going to see some awesome Pokemon. We're going to see Blastoise, we're going to see Greninja, we're going to see Gengar, who classically has Surf.
Yeah, we only have 4 Surf characters in the game currently, right? So I wonder who their dealer's choice fifth is in that situation for that top goal.
I'll tell you, Jeff, one of the early videos I made for Unite, I was going on zero sleep and I was trying to talk about Greninja, but I kept saying Gengar the whole time, and I did say that Gengar had Surf. So I hope they fulfill that promise and it makes it into the Surf comp.
It's a spiritual Surf in the Spraggles lore for Pokemon.
In the lore for me, for my huge mistake, I hope that makes it into the Surf comp.
Fantastic. We're getting our players back on into the lobby for our second match here. The first game going over to the Drama Llamas in our first match here. Thanks everybody for hanging out today. If you're just joining us, welcome to our Unite for Ukraine broadcast. We have 48 competitors and 8 team captains that drafted this fantastic player pool into our tournament for today. If you'd like to contribute to the humanitarian efforts that we are raising money for, with the first $10,000 being matched today, you can use that ix.team/donate link that popped up in your chat. Vapor Rion, thanks for the donation there. And thanks to everybody. There's been a bunch of follows, and I've had a couple resubs to my personal channel today. I'm not going to be calling out those specific things to my channel today because, while I do appreciate them, today is about the Unite for Ukraine charity that we are trying to focus on here today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's great to see these teams. They are competing for a prize pool, but at the same time, everyone here is here for a good cause, right? So it's just great to watch some of the best players out there play, have a good time, and support something pretty awesome.
Great. It looks like our players are down in there. We're just waiting for them to queue up the lobby. We'll dive on in to see what the draft picks are. Spraggles, what do you think you would change up if you are on either of the sides of the scene? Would you try and run it back with that mirror path in the bottom? Do you think the differential was the Talonflame versus the Greninja? What do you think happened there?
Well, part of me would run Trevenant using Pain Split. I'd probably have Dive Cramorant in there somewhere. Mime maybe with Psychic. Zeraora using anything at all. And then, dealer's choice on the last one. But what I actually might do, Talon, I don't know if the Talonflame was really the Pokemon for them. It seemed like maybe they could use something else in that central area. I mean, it's crazy. As soon as we banned Duraludon, all of a sudden people are like, I guess we forgot that Cinderace is the best central area Pokemon in the game. So maybe I would love to see something like that. And then in that bottom path, Ninetales has just been so brutal lately.
Yeah, I was actually a little surprised to see double Pikachu there. Ninetales looked fantastic in the Championship Series finals that we watched yesterday. It's felt very strong in all of my personal matches that I've been played with and against it on the ladder. One thing that might be worth noting here too is I wouldn't be too surprised if we don't see a ton of team comp changes, because one thing that did happen in that first game, if you recall, was that knockout for Faz's Flippers on that Lucario before those Bees that just prevented them from being able to walk up, put them so far behind in that top path and for their carry.
Yeah, I wonder if we switch things up in the top path. I mean, a Pokemon that was really getting a lot of play and then seems to have fallen off pretty hard is Machamp. I wonder if Machamp's going to start making a comeback at all. It was kind of the, counter pick a little bit to that Lucario. Can we get another Pokemon here? Because while it's maybe not as strong early, it has a different play style, a different kind of secure, and it has an amazing end game. So I wonder if we see some switch ups in that top path as well. And of course, Greedent, because Greedent's just Greedent, and I love it. That's also a great top lane Pokemon. Top path. Top path.
Top path.
Sometimes, Jeff.
Lane is legal here, Spraggles, but we should stay on our toes.
That's true. Lane is legal here.
All right. Let's pull up the Drama Llama Challenge here while we're waiting for the llamas to settle their drama and begin into the match. If you're just joining us, one of our teams here that we're watching play, I lied. We're into the game screen. Let's do it.
Let's see what we've got. Come on now. Come on, Trevenant with Pain Split. Let's do it. We've got Lutano. Looks like our sides have swapped.
I would say it looks like they pulled a sneaky on me.
Side. They're sneaky. They're very sneaky. Oh, they've got that Eldegoss. That's Eldegoss going into that central area. That's that Eldegoss jungle from Celestial. So they must have hit their number. And I see Zagrug. Zagrug, yes. He's got the Trevenant. That's got to be a Pain Split Trevenant. If that is a Pain Split Trevenant, boom. That's a bounty right there, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Zagrug on Trev. I cannot believe it. And as long as we get Lutano into this chat, committing to actually give this Lucario a try, that's another $50 towards this charity.
All right, a few changes here as well. Not just Zagrug for what I can assume is Spraggle's Bunny. We've also got a Dragonite in the central area. We've got Retsu playing Blastoise, and I assume Celestial is doing this central area Eldegoss for their donation goal.
Wow, this is great. This is, Jeff, you have no idea. This is exactly what I wanted to see today. Everyone coming together to have some fun with Pokemon Unite, and more importantly, playing Trevenant.
Let's follow the Trevenant down into the bottom here as we see how these teams are going to split. In fact, not only seeing a Trevenant, but seeing a 2-1-2 split from Faz's Flippers here with Trevenant plus Hoopa on the bottom, and we've got Squirtle plus Blissey up top.
I almost wanted to say that I needed to see a Rapid Spin Blastoise, and I think we might be seeing, it would make me so happy if that was a Rapid Spin Blastoise.
We're going to see here kind of the disadvantage of being that 2-3 in the bottom, as this path's going to be a little bit behind for the Flippers.
Yeah, this is going to be tough, obviously. This 2-1-2 is going to be tough. Trevenant's an interesting Pokemon because while it has some really cool utility, boy, it struggles when it's a little Phantom, Jeff. It just has such a hard time early. I think it's one of the biggest reasons we don't see it competitively. Not only does it evolve at level 5, which also is really tough for it, but when it's this little Phantom, it does not do that much compared to some of its other counterparts, that slapping Wiggly or that water gun using Slowbro. It's just really tough to get online.
Interesting decision here from both teams, choosing to push their advantage where they have it and kind of give up their opposite path where they know they're behind. Up top, where we were 2-1, we are now 3-1, and the bottom path where we were 3-2, we are now 4-2, with that center path damage dealing Eldegoss coming in and pushing people back.
Look, I mean, Eldegoss with a red buff is actually really scary. It's so difficult to deal with. It can chase you down super well. And now it's over leveled. It's going to throw those leaf tornadoes at you. Actually, I'm not sure. Did we see if it was leaf? Yes, it is leaf tornado. Okay.
This is what we like to refer to as the Elder Glock. It is going to be blasting through here today, Spraggles. It's got no healing in this kit outside of its Unite with that huge attack and knock up there. Quite fantastic to see.
And I do think Elder Glock is the official term. If you are ever on a Pokemon Unite broadcast, I assume they would like you to use that.
I might have been asked not to use that one yesterday, but I'm allowed to say it today, okay?
They said, look, if there's an Eldegoss in the center area, don't say Elderglock, Jeff. And Jeff, I remember you fought him pretty hard on this.
All right, up top, I actually really kind of like the rotation that we saw here. So the Blissey came up top with Retsu to kind of get it past that level 5 hump, so it can be a little bit more competitive against Lucario, although still getting pushed off there. And then Blissey rotated bottom to support that bottom path so they don't get pushed in nearly as much.
Beautiful work from Lutano. Like I said, another $50 if we can get him into this stream and say that he's really going to consider playing this Pokemon competitively. I'm loving this. Oh, look at this.
Give him the hammer, the bink bonk on the Trevenant. It brings joy to my heart, Spraggles.
It's so beautiful to see. I think Trevenant is really on the cusp of being a C-tier Pokemon. Right now, of course, it's all the way at the bottom, but just a little buff and all of a sudden, it's in the C-tier, my man.
We have an almost entire team wipe from the bottom here. Just Trevenant surviving, and let's be honest, that's what he does best to survive. Can Blastoise come in and make some moves here, or will the Eldegoss from the central area secure here? And it does.
That's what happens when you put that Eldegoss in that center area, is you get those Dreadnoughts. Nothing secures like Eldegoss. Who cares about Duraludon? Hyper Beam, Dragonite, whom Eldegoss is going to secure?
See Eldegoss coming in with that little bit of healing in its kit there still in its Unite move, but also dealing damage and shoving people around on the opposing team as it comes down.
Wow, I mean, it's actually, it's performing extremely well. And I don't know if that's just because, you know, we have such a fun comp on the other side that it maybe can't deal with it that well, but man, it's actually working out really great for them.
I mean, it could also just be a testament to the fact of how cracked Lutano is on this Lucario as he kind of cuts through much of the opposing team here. Venusaur also doing a lot of heavy lifting as well here. Notable that it is level 11 already.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at this right here, obviously, you know, Faz's Flippers, they have their work cut out for them right now. It's an Outrage Dragonite.
I missed that it was an Outrage Dragonite.
These are the best games of Pokemon Unite I have ever seen. Somehow, I wish that these were the games on the world stage where people didn't care as much about the meta, and they were like, what if we had Pain Split Trevenant right now? Pain Split Trevenant going up against this Lucario right here. Is there any way that it could take it down? No, this Lucario is a way higher level, and it's Lucario.
Eldegoss is coming in here, putting pressure on that Pain Split Trevenant. Lucario cutting across with lots of extreme speeds, just deleting Faz's Flippers off of the map.
Now, Jeff, tell me a little bit about this. The other day, you and I were messaging. You actually said you have been liking Pain Split Trevenant lately. What have you been using on it that makes it feel like, oh, this is actually pretty great?
I think while Pain Split itself isn't necessarily broken by any means, the increased stun time that we got on Trevenant's Hammer set in the most recent balance patch really makes it feel like it can be impactful in some of these engagements when it's not being deleted instantaneously.
Yeah, I mean, that is what you need, right? You need it to not be deleted right away. Drama Llamas, I mean, they're really putting the hurt on them right now. 405 to 71. We are here just at about the 5-minute mark, and they are way ahead right now.
Honestly, we might see another game like we saw in the first one where the Llamas just don't even show up to Zapdos, and they just run center and deposit all of their Eos energy.
I mean, at this point, I hope they show up because they've got a pretty good team fight and a very solid, strong jungle Eldegoss happening here. And we have them popping through that hyperspace hole. Here they come down for this big fight. Outraged Dragonite getting taken down. Pain Split Trevenant trying to fight with this level 13. If they're able to take on this Venusaur, that's big. That's big.
That is a big bonk there. Can they win an engagement here and get some points on the scoreboard? Remember, for Faz's Flipper side, they need to get some Aeos energy into these goals so that way they can win Zapdos and actually get to a point total that's meaningful.
3:30 here, about a minute and a half, and we are going to see what happens at this Zapdos. Like you said, Drama Llama's way ahead. So the question is, do they have a similar strategy? Do they just run for this center goal and start putting points in? Obviously they can. There's nothing stopping them, and they know that Faz's Flippers is probably going to be on that Zapdos.
After a couple of key knockouts, the level differential between these teams is actually not that large. This Dragonite, already at 12.5, could likely get to 13. We could see a pretty reasonable engagement from both sides here at the end.
I love Outraged Dragonite. It's like Jack in the Box late at night. I know it's bad for me, but boy, it sure is fun.
There's something very satisfying about getting a boosted auto every single time you smash with a character like Outraged Dragonite.
I was going to talk about the tiny tacos, but you're right. The Dragonite, it's also very, very exciting. That Outrage is so fun. I wish it didn't stun you so much because I even think, Jeff, if it didn't stun, it would still be a really great, it would still be a decent move. It wouldn't become overpowered at all, but obviously Hyper Beam, the move to go with because it secures so well.
Ooh, Unite move from Zugrug at the 2:15 mark here and still going down. That one's going to feel a little bit rough here. This end game engagement is probably going to happen while a Rotom walks at their central area here.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough. Well,
the steal from the Hoopa. Wow. That was incredible from the Flippers. They flip because they're good at it, Spriggles.
And here we go. We've got that Chains Unbound. Everyone's heading in to that Zapdos except for Zug trying to defend this goal against all 5 members of the Drama Llamas. And it looks like the Drama Llamas are going to take this one again. I mean, that's a lot of points for them to try to make up here.
Yeah, and again, just like look at the pockets on the side of Faz's Flippers. Even if all of this Aeos energy finds its ways into the goals, they're still going to be down by 300 or 400 points here.
I mean, say what you will about some of the decisions made in this match. This was one of the funnest matches of Pokemon Unite to watch, for sure.
Let's remember, the ultimate winner at the end of all this is the fact that Spriggles got to see that Trevenant here from Faz's Flippers, meaning he's in for another $50 for the cause.
That's right. I thought you were going to say the ultimate winner is, of course, the cause that we're all here for, but I agree. The ultimate winner is me because I got to see what I wanted. That is what you can do with money, Jeff. You could throw it around and say, ah, ha, 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 I want to see Trevenant now.
We see the Drama Llamas just dunking a little bit more Aeos energy in the bin, just adding a few more points to the scoreboard as the final clock runs down here.
Such a fun match. And of course, I mean, even with, that center area Eldegoss, we still saw an incredible performance from the Drama Llamas. You have to give it up to Faz's Flippers here for playing just such an exciting team. And look at this Trevenant actually popping off at this defense moment here. Why couldn't it defend against all 5 earlier?
Honestly, if Trevenant had its Unite move for the end there, it might have been able to survive a good little bit at the end. Unfortunate timing to have to pop it to try and survive.
That is a beautiful bonk there by Trev. You love to see it. I'm so happy that they did that. And yes, that is another $50 heading to the cause. Thank you so much for getting one of my bounty Pokemon into this tournament.
All right, as we see here, final score is 430 to 827. The central area Eldegoss coming out from Celestial. How much damage do you think the Eldegoss did this game?
I guess that Eldegoss did 65,000.
65,000, survey says. 76,000. Holy gosh. The damage numbers on this team. What is this Venusaur?
What on earth? What on earth? It must have all been on Zug.
Look at Zug. Look at Zug.
133,000 damage. Oh,
listen,
my goodness.
It's not that Trevenant wasn't surviving because he wasn't trying. look, that pain split kept him alive the best that it could. And honestly, it kind of dealt an impressive amount of damage too. Really high metrics in this match all around.
This was such a great match. I mean, huge shout outs to both of these teams playing their hearts out. You know, again, it's for a great cause. A big thank you to Zug for seeing that Trevenant. I mean, I love that we got to see that Eldegoss in the central area. It's just so cool, Jeff. It's really nice to see.
All right, so this first match is decided and in the books here. I'm going to see if we can get a game 3 if they are occurring from any of our other matches here. Let's communicate with some of our GMs and see where we are at.
And I want to say I will not be here for this next one. We have Goof coming in, and he is looking very sharp. I think for some reason he was under the impression that we were wearing jackets, as if we told him we were, but I think both of us said, no, Goof, we're not wearing jackets. We're wearing our Unite for Ukraine shirts.
All right, let's take a peekaboo here. I'm going to keep you in for one more game for this round, Sprinkles, and we'll rotate Goof in when we go to round 2.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Happy to be here. Happy to be here. While I'm here, I mean, I need to get this donation in here right now. I got to do it. People need to see that I put my mouth where my money is. I think that's the wrong way to say that, but I believe that's how I'm going to continue to say it. Donating as we speak. And actually, yeah, is it just exclamation point donate in the chat and can pop right up? Perfect.
Get that ix.game. Oh. ix.team/donate there.
Perfect. Donate. And let's see. Oh, yeah, of course. I didn't realize I'm like, as I'm doing this, I'm on this broadcast with you. I'm like, hey, now I need to get my credit card out. Give me 1 second. Then I'll put all this in. But I will be putting this in. Thank you very much to Zugrug for that incredible bounty there on Trevenant. I love to see it. Goof formal style. That's true. Goof, it has the official formal style Goof hollowware on today, Jeff.
Formal style hollowware. I love me some formal Goof.
Right now we have our charity style hollowware on currently. Goof with his formal style, and I think it's going to be nice. It's going to bring a level of professionalism to the broadcast today that I think is very important.
All right, it looks like we have a second match that just started, so we won't be able to jump in on the admin real time, but we'll be able to jump in on that 2-minute delay here momentarily once they pop up on my screen here. Thanks everybody for hanging out this morning. It's great to see this afternoon. I guess it's morning in some parts of the world still. Wherever you're at, drop it in for some Pokemon Unite for a great cause here. There are a ton of people that have been displaced due to the awful conflict that's going on in Ukraine, and we're happy to be able to give back a little bit to what we can and encourage all of you to do the same. The first $10,000 in donations today via that link are going to be matched by IX David. So if you can contribute something, contribute there. There's details on that donate page about where those donations will be broken up between if you're curious about that as well.
And yeah, I got to say big shout out to David, and then just big shout out to everyone who, you know, rallied to support this. Immediately once this idea was brought up, the entire Unite community from all over, I just saw everyone excited to say, let's do it. Like, let's get in there and do something positive. So you love to see it. I mention it a lot, but I really do think the Pokemon Unite community is one of the best communities in gaming. Everyone is so supportive and nice. It's really great, Jeff.
Yeah, really good to see a bunch of people come together. And shout out to Dave for organizing. You know, I've been in the Discord server watching him run around a whole bunch the last week and a half or two. He's been on the ball coordinating with lots of people. Chat, if you've never tried to coordinate double digits worth, almost triple digits worth of gamers together, let me tell you, it's no mean feat.
Yeah, it seems very tough, and all I was doing was kind of watching it happen. So, yeah, it seemed very tough. What two teams are we going to be seeing, Jeff?
It's
okay if you don't answer.
I'm actually going to add a bracket command here in chat as well.
Oh, great. So, for those of you keeping along at home, we have seen Trevenant using Pain Split. So we still have 4 more Pokemon on my bounty sheet. Zeraora, any build is fine. I mean, I think Wild Charge would kind of be pretty fun, but any build is fine. Mime, it's got to be using Psychic. Psychic guard swap would be really cool, but Psychic, I got to see it. Aegis Slash, get it in there with Shadow Claw. And of course, Cramorant. I'll take any Cramorant, but I'd love me a Dive Cramorant.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and dive on in to our Spectate client, so we won't have that pre-picking moment here, but we've got, we've got some spice here. So for our right side team, we've got Yeet Fan, one of the players from Nemesis that we saw in the grand finals yesterday, playing that Decidueye here in this one here as well.
Yeah, and if you saw those grand finals, I mean, Yeet Fan was such a heroic Decidueye player. It was so nice to see. Basically, Yeet Fan forced Blossom, the team they were going up against, to completely change their comp because Decidueye countered this Duraludon meta. Now, I wonder what's going to happen seeing Decidueye in a match where there's no Duraludon to counter.
Yeah,
it's still an amazing Pokemon.
We see our players engaging in the bottom path here. A lot of differences between these teams. We saw a mirror match in the bottom path for the start of our last one here. Still Hoopas on both sides, but Slowbros and Blastoise and Decidueye as a differential here.
Yeah, some really cool team setups here, and it looks like that Ninetales is in the central area here for our orange team. So, I mean, just some surprising moves all around. I did see a team, I think in OCE, running Ninetales in that center area. I'm not sure if I saw that correctly or if maybe it's Greedent who was playing. No, it is Jungle Book on that center area Ninetales. How fun.
Yeah, not only Ninetales in the center path here, but Greedent top path as well. We're going to be a little bit weak to this Lucario with the extreme speed to start here and seeing why Lucario is the dominator in that top path there as Sanji completely pops off with that KO streak.
Wow. I mean, you know, they say Lucario is good, but you never really get to see it competitively. So there it is, doing some incredible Lucario things in that top path. I mean, you just see a reason when you do see people make a lot of fun choices in Pokemon Unite, you do see a reason why certain Pokemon are, you know, very, very popular in their role. Here we have just a little bit of experience being picked up here in this bottom path. They've got to get this Decidueye to level 7. Decidueye, as it's Dartrix and Rowlet, it's essentially useless. I mean, that's maybe not the best, the kindest thing to say about it, but it really doesn't do too much. Oh my gosh, this goal is just completely open. Gonna stack that attack weight and almost gets at that level 7 too. It's almost Decidueye. It's just about to throw some massive damage towards the enemy. And here's another stack on that attack weight. Can it get it? Yes, it does.
And not only an attack weight stack, but also a little bit of valuable experience here. Really big push overall. This Decidueye is now a Decidueye, and Spirit Shackle is ready to go as we head into the first big engagement of the match of that Dreadnought number 1.
And it's also got a few stacks on that attack weight. I mean, the nicest thing about an attack weight stack on Decidueye, I think this move scales better than any other move in the game. It's over 400% at a full charge Spirit Shackle. So basically that just means any little bit of attack that you give this Pokemon, it helps their damage tremendously.
Ooh, see that? Ooh, did the Spirit Shackle? Okay, the Greedent was able to secure there for our right side team on that first objective. A little bit behind in experience, but catching back up thanks to that Dreadnought Steel.
Yeah, I mean, and we can see that obviously our Talonflame here has one big job, and it is go after that owl. You know, it just needs to jump to the back line there and take that owl down. Big KO there from Decidueye. I mean, we're just going to see a lot of incredible KOs here. Yes, a double KO from Decidueye. Can it get a third? Oh,
Spirit Shackle is the real deal here as Yeet Fan pauses for a moment to allow their teammate to get some extra Eos energy in there as well.
Wow. I mean, and look at this. Look at how much damage it's able to do, and it doesn't need to be anywhere even near the fight there. Oh, and are we seeing, did I see that correctly? Is this a Talonflame that is partnered up with a Phantom Force Trick Hoopa? Is that what I just saw?
It is exactly what is going on here, giving it a little bit of extra mobility. Oh, wait, no, I think that was Shadow Ball. It's definitely
Oh, it was
Trick.
Shadow Ball.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought I saw that Talon was using that Phantom Force to port back there. In fact, I think it did. Maybe I'm wrong here. We might have Shadow Ball on our orange team, but Phantom Force on our... Yeah, I think so. Right? Am I crazy? Jeff, tell me I'm not crazy.
I'm gonna have to catch it again here. There's a lot of rings involved in all of Hoopa's attacks, and they can be easy.
That's true.
There's a Phantom Force on the left side for sure.
Yes. Okay, great. So what they're doing is they can use that Trick Phantom Force, put that on Talon. Talon can make these incredible dives, and then they can kind of port it back if things don't go well.
Converging on the second Dreadnought of the match here. A little bit of a positional advantage for our orange team at the moment since they have this forward goal soon. We're going to see a myriad of Unite moves here pop off at this most important engagement. Whoa!
Ooh.
It just disappeared, Spriggles!
Do you think that was an arrow from nowhere? I mean, this Pokemon, it's so crazy, Jeff, that, you know, well, I was about to say a little, but let's face it, Decidueye, I think, has had, I don't know, 3 or 4 buffs in a row. But a little change can all of a sudden turn a Pokemon into a monster.
Yeah, for those of you at home, the attack scaling on a charged Spirit Shackle arrow is 446% by default. At level 11, it starts dealing 15% extra damage to Pokemon under half. And then it also, Decidueye does 20% extra damage to characters that are far away from you, which is frequently the case for Spirit Shackle.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of multipliers there, and I'll never be able to figure out the math, but the thing is, it's a lot. That's a lot of damage. Jeff just threw a lot of numbers at you there, and my analysis is that's a lot.
The napkin math, Spriggles, says you can do upwards of 3,000 damage with a single arrow if you are fully attack weight stacked and your opponent is under half health.
Jeez, and look at this. I just love seeing it. You love seeing it. We do have a rapid spin Blastoise. How beautiful is that? And that is Indy right there. Indy is the Hoopa on our purple team, who's got that Phantom Force trick right now, which is really cool to see. I like seeing it paired up with that Talon. I hope we can see some more plays with it. Lucario, another Pokemon that could really take advantage of it.
You see an engagement happening in the top path here over Rotom, perhaps Toonslin just like waiting for that moment to move in with the water spouts, and Decidueye securing that objective with that arrow yet again. Yeet Fan really flexing their staple character here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how it scales compared to, say, something like a Hyper Beam that takes out, you know, wild Pokemon like crazy, right? But the distance, you know, how far you can be away from an objective and still have the pressure to secure it, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, the difference there is Hyper Beam, while it probably hits for a touch more, you're not surprised when the Hyper Beam's there, right? Like the Dragonite is present and it's building up its stacks and you know it's coming, whereas the Spirit Shackle literally comes from off your screen some of the time and catches you off guard.
We've got a Unite move from Hoopa. Which Hoopa was that? I'm not sure I saw it. I'm guessing it was our orange side, but I just didn't see it. I didn't see it all unbound.
We see Slowbro pushing up to the left, keeping the opposing team out so they can secure that Dreadnought. Decidueye now at level 14. Pretty big level differential for our right side team here. And they're getting the positional advantage inside the Zap Pit as well.
Yeah, here we go. Zapdos spawning in just a couple seconds right here. Like you said, our orange team in such a better position for this fight. And they're just zoning them out with these insanely powerful arrows here. What is going to be the plan for our purple team? How are they going to engage here?
I'm gonna follow the Decidueye through this engagement. I'm curious to see what its positioning looks like. I think this is one of the hardest parts about playing this character is figuring out where you're supposed to be in these endgame fights so you don't get picked out for being too far up.
Ooh, Slowbro goes down to a massive Spirit Shackle. However, Lucario scoring top. We had Talon scoring in the bottom pass. So this game is a lot closer than it was before. But 2 members of our purple team are down. And it looks like this fight is on Zapdos. No, they're turning it around and fighting the Pokemon.
We see a Talon Flame. Oh, Lucario doing their best to try and steal that. Point total incredibly close, but defense is now down on the goals for our left side team. How much Aeos energy can get in? It's one dunk. It's a second dunk. Can the Hoopa and friend make it into the center? It looks like they are.
Hoopa and Friends, yes, it is a show Jeff and I are writing. I don't know if he was supposed to reveal that yet, but there are a lot of points going in right now. 644, 330 right here. Our purple team's going to need a lot to come back right now. I don't even know if they have enough Eos energy on them yet to be able to.
Big consideration here, not only do you need the points in pocket to be able to score with the Eos energy, but with a differential like this, you can't just get in and buddy barrier your cap 100 with one of your teammates. They need to start and engage on point and win it decisively in the next 24 seconds. I don't think they have enough time, Spriggles.
Yeah, we do have one Pokemon down for our orange team. They are gathering here. It looks like Indy's making a little sneaky move. Yeah, he is going to throw the Unite move there. They're going to try to run towards the main goal right now. I love this play. Let's see if they can make it happen. Here they go. We have the Rapid Spin Blastoise. We have... Are they able to score anything right here? It doesn't look like it, but a valiant effort from our purple team.
Really just impressive Decidueye stuff that game. Like, the fact that once it hit that Spirit Shackle and it had some of those attack weight stacks, Spriggles, it was just popping off in every single one of those engagements.
Ooh, do we want to guess damage? Do we want to take a guess?
I'm gonna say 90k on the Decidueye.
90k! Oh my
gosh! I think it chunked. It felt like it was chunking. It KO'd a Blastoise from half at one point.
I'm gonna say 91k.
71,000. We're awful at this, Spriggles. We're awful.
Dang it. I got the one. I really did get the one, though, Jeff. You got to admit.
That's true. You could argue who was closer, but the fact that you added the one, I feel like we have to give it over to you for the tiebreaker.
I do think so. While it was clear that you were closer, and I was trying to sneakily sort of just bump your number up a little bit so that I could win there, just having the one, I feel like somehow means that I got it. I don't know if that's true.
While Spriggles has been an excellent co-host, we are going to go ahead and sunset him here for our second match. Don't worry, he'll be coming back for the third as we continue to bring you fantastic action all day here in our Unite for Ukraine tournament. We're bringing in the ever lovely Goof. Thank you for joining us, Spriggles, and we'll catch you in a bit.
I love you.
All right, I'm going to update this here so it says Goof GG underneath it. How's it going, Goof? Goof, you are muted, sir.
I went for the double mute, and then I only did the single unmute, a classic mistake. Those games were insane, man. The Venusaur 200, I've never seen that before. 188k on Venusaur. That's the first time.
Actually just an incredible amount. I was impressed with the Eldegoss, and then I looked up and I was like, oh.
Yeah, that's nuts, man. I actually have never seen that before.
Right.
I thought the drops were pretty interesting. I'm glad everyone's having a little bit of fun with it. That's
yes,
me,
the team comps have been a true delight so far. So it looks like we're going to be diving into our second match here. We're getting ready to get it queued up as our players get involved. We're going to be watching Excellence versus Zen's team here. Let me get the actual team names so I can get those up on the screen for folks.
And who are we looking out for in this series? What do you think is going to be the big, the 200k damage Venusaur of the set?
It's so tough to make predictions about this because not only are players having a great time with just the Pokemon that they're choosing, but they're also like really unique combinations, right? You know, like when we watch like the Gladiators play, for example, we know who to watch in what spots, but we even saw like Toon Slim in that last match playing Blastoise in the bottom path, not in that central area where we're used to seeing him.
Yeah, I'd like to see Toon typically like off rolls when he subs for people. It's actually pretty funny. He started the Pikachu thing as well in bottom lane, even before it was buffed. But I think I'm really looking forward to seeing like Cramorant or something. Like I want to see a Cramorant game, maybe some Sylveon or something I've played in the past. But I don't know, Sylveon. People don't tend to play Sylveon too much. Maybe a jungle Sylveon game would be cool though. I don't know if she's with her Aldon banned. Maybe it's okay.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Goof. I don't know if you've seen my personal stats, but Sylveon with Mystic Fire might be my most played character in this game, so I would be very happy to see a little bit of that at some point.
Yeah, so what Sylveon really needs is an ult Unite move cooldown reduction. Like Pikachu got, something like that would be really fun on Sylveon.
Yeah, and actually, yeah, like not only is Sylveon's Unite move, it's actually longer than most of the other characters in the game, right? Like even if you're clearing things a little bit longer than some of the others.
Yeah, and Sylve's not great, the best farmer, especially in Mystic Fire. Like, a lot of Pokemon get their Unite moves, not to make the broadcast too technical, but a lot of Pokemon get their Unite moves back by clearing bees, and Sylveon's bees are just awful with Mystic Fire. Like, you're not doing bees on Mystic Fire Sylveon, so...
Being technical is perfectly fine, Goof. You're the expert here today on our broadcast. We brought you in to be technical for us.
Okay, so if you have a 200k damage Venusaur, you usually win. That's like my first comment on what I've seen so far. The Rapids and Blastoise look fun though. I've actually been thinking it could be decent, especially against Dura because he doesn't move. But I don't know where to put it.
That's part of the problem with Blastoise. I think it doesn't really fill that typical defender role bottom, and putting it into the top path is just such a challenge against Lucario's dominance.
Yeah, as it is with many things in Unite, it's like stuff can be good in the late game, and that's why you see like score comps have various Pokemon because they don't have to play the traditional early game. You'll see like different unique picks, kind of. And when you have the traditional metagame, the challenge is always where do you slot the stuff into lane without putting yourself at a major disadvantage for first dread.
Yeah, exactly. That first dread, that experience buff is so important in that early game that being behind there sets you up to be behind for the rest of the match a lot of the time.
I think what we saw in yesterday's qualifier, though, the way Yeetfan played in Sidra is pretty interesting. Like, his team would be losing Dread, and he would just, like, run behind and cap on the ADC and try to get an attack weight stack, and they'd like, always make the big push bottom afterwards with their Unite moves. I like the way they played. The Greedent's kind of good at forcing the other teams. This is just, like, commentary on yesterday's NA.
No, yeah.
But the Greedent's kind of good at forcing the Unite move out of the other team for the Dread secure. And if the other team uses their Unite move to secure Dread, and their Wiggly uses their Unite move as well, or their Wiggly's not 8 yet, you can immediately push across when your jungler hits 9 and take the bot T1. And so, like, that's something they were doing really effectively with Nemesis yesterday in the tournament. I thought Nemesis was the most impressive team yesterday.
Yeah, I think they were definitely the most innovative team from the group. They really felt like they had a beat on things and push in a way that was interesting. And we even saw that in the last match we just watched today. Yeetfan was playing that Decidueye in the bottom path. Something that always stands out to me in my mind from the games yesterday that they also had happened here today with the drafted group was they funneled experience into that Decidueye really well. It's difficult to get your bottom path attacker to 7 consistently before that first Dreadnought, and they were very good at accomplishing that.
Yeah, that basically doesn't happen anymore in competitive. Like a level 7, without the jungler rotating bot and getting kills, and a cap happening, you typically don't get 7 on anybody in the bot lane. Like, that's part of the reason why Venusaur's fallen out. Nobody's really getting 7 in lane. There's too much fighting, too much pressure, and the way you used to get Venusaur 7 was kind of by distributing the experience in a favorable way for you. Like, your teammates would stand away and the Venusaur would solo your back stuff, but bot lane is too contested now. Junglers come down there too much, so it makes chaos. Whenever you're ripping stuff, you're like instantly killing.
All right, our players are heading into the draft screen here for Revolution versus Organized Chaos. I need to double check and make sure I've got those names on the right side. Do I have either of their GMs in chat? The bracket is has different names than the team names on it, so it's throwing me a little bit. And the GMs aren't actually playing in the matches. Ooh, that's a Cram locking in from Overlord TTV with Razor Claw. So I have to imagine this is going to be that dive Cram that we saw Spraggles put up a bounty for.
Yeah, with the Razor Claw kind of ensures that they'll be dive, and we have Destiny won the Sylvie. We got our wish. Maybe they were listening.
All right, so we've got remember, Duraludon is banned in this tournament, so it looks like we're probably going to have a little Charizard central area versus Cinderace in the central area. Eldegoss mostly falling out of format with a lot of teams. See Hoopa on both sides in that supporting role.
Yeah, it looks like maybe Greedent's gonna jungle invade here. Is that right? Looks like it could be possible.
We could see, actually, I was going to say, who are our top path characters? I feel Overlord is normally a top lane player. And look at the composition. I think we might see solo Cram top here.
Yeah, it could be a Greedent top as well here, actually. I was thinking it was going to be something weird, like EV jungle, like Greedent invade, like all kinds of crazy stuff. But it's just more Greedent's going in the top path. Yeah, but we do have a dual lane, though. Oh, no, it did look, it is,
Oh,
Eevee and
do we see
Charmander splitting
the
jungle.
center buff split? Random Gaming did this in one of the the February finals tournament. We saw a little bit of each one taking one buff, because this lets Sylveon hit that key level 4 and then come down into the bottom path, kind of completing that tri-lane with that power level increase.
Yeah, this is something we looked at when Sylveon was released, even before it was nerfed. The idea that as soon as you have like the hyper voice, you're kind of dominant in lane, and your weakness is trying to evolve. We have a fight now. Gale, focus popped. It doesn't look like he's getting out of here. Oh, he gets out with the flash, looking good.
Hey, there's one knockout. Oh, but it's a trade. Can Hoopa clean anybody else up here? Does not look like they're going to be able to convert a second.
And this is the chaos we were talking about in the pre-game in the bot lane. Like, there's no relaxing and farming who you want in the bot lane anymore for the most part. It's like, even these guys are like half HP, they're still contesting the minions because they're just so valuable.
Yep, we see Jigglypuff. Looks like it's going to end up going down. Second knockout there. Sylveon getting a head start on these bees with the distraction that was generated, though.
That's total warfare down here in the bot lane.
I feel like I would be doing a disservice if we didn't follow the Cramorant here a little bit. Looking like it is doing all right, hitting level 5 here just after the first bees with the dunk.
This is, I don't know anything about like the Cramorant versus Greedent matchup, but it
No,
seems
you're
like
our
he's doing a good
technical
job.
expert, Goof. I need you to break down the dive Cramorant for us.
I feel like I'm letting the team down by not being able to break down the Dive Cram versus Greedent matchup, but I have no idea what's going on here. It looks like he's having fun though.
Let's be honest, I'm not sure our players are even aware exactly how the dive Cram versus Greedent matchup goes. As we see Greedent invading a little bit here. Can dive Cram chase it down? And it can. Huge KO there.
Who knew Cramorant was the Greedent counter? I didn't.
But, free testing for you here today for the future, Goof.
Nice. This again, just constant fighting in the bot lane. This is how a lot of competitive games look now as well. This isn't entirely because it's like a fun draft tournament, this style of fighting. You're seeing this a lot in competitive, and like I said, the jungler rotation coming in now. Cinderace onto the Wiggly. The Wiggly probably falls here. No, has the flash again. I'm the worst commentator ever.
Hey, as we see this push here in the bottom path with the central area Cinderace coming in, allowing them to get some dunks in here. That hyperspace portal from Hoopa, perhaps letting some backup come down, but Charizard looks like they're content clearing these bees top uncontested, which is pretty valuable experience.
Yeah, for the Charizard, you have to get 9, right? Whatever your goal is, whether it's a third jungle rotation, which you'll see a lot of Charizards do, or it's like staying top an extended period of time and being kind of supported by the hyperspace portal, you'll always see the Charizard go for 9, one way or another.
I'm fully expecting Team Revolution here to just move in and start ripping this objective, acknowledging that the Charizard's not there and it's trying to get 9 before it gets here.
As they should. They're looking good here too. The Cinder will secure 9 with one more kill and one more knockout, and the Dread will be pretty secure.
All right, here's Charizard though, and the Dreadnought is only half. That Charizard ripping its really powerful Unite move. Gonna clean up here, getting to attack through. Oh, there's an objective secure with that Unite move, like Goof pointed out.
That was close though. Closer than I expected.
Yeah, Charizard too little too late. Looks like it might have gotten in there, but that Unite move from Cinderace is so good at locking up secure, reminding us why this was one of the best central area characters before Duraludon started dominating the format.
Cinder looking to give Greedent almost 2 full levels by falling level 9 to level 6 here in the bot lane. That's the incredible comeback XP you guys were talking about in match 1 of the day, where you knock someone out that's 2 levels higher than you, and suddenly you're back in the game.
And we can see here from just the positioning on the map how little importance this first Rotom has. Both teams just completely brawling it out here in the bottom path, trying to gain that positional advantage for the second Dreadnought, and more importantly, secure all the wild Pokemon that are here to increase their levels even further.
Yeah, the wild Aldinos in the bottom lane are extremely high value, and there's another thing where you basically have to match the amount of Pokemon your opponent commits to the bottom area, because if you don't, you risk getting your bottom point broken, your bottom goal. And what can happen is, especially with Hoopa now, you'll be incredibly unfavored at the second Dreadnought if you don't have your bottom point.
Yeah, and we even saw that from our right side team here, choosing to, they could have broken that bottom goal from the purple team with Ninetales, instead choosing to leave it up so they can continue collecting that very valuable experience to push their level advantage further.
Yeah, typically you'll run down there with like a score shielder at the last minute, like Mamoswine. You'll see him on the map right now, he's going for the break. And this is what you want to do. Break the latest you possibly can right before Dread. Actually didn't have enough money.
Yep, and we see all 5 people from our left side team converging on this top goal, dunking in that AOS energy. But this is going to give that Ninetales that window to break this forward goal, meaning that our right side team, while they're a little bit behind in points now, they're going to have a positional advantage for this Dreadnought.
Yeah, this top push is absolute chaos, though. It's looking good. They got 40 points in on tier 2 gold. It's pretty...
This is a lot of knockouts, and a lot of Unite moves, more importantly, got used here. Typically, that second Dreadnought fight is the first one we see all those Unite moves pop at, but saw a lot of them in that tier 2 push there. So this fight might be a little bit more tame than we're used to at this point in the game.
I'm not positive if Charizard used his. I imagine that Charizard must have, but if he did, then the Dread is pretty much secured for the red team.
Yeah, this is a point where I've even heard a lot of people say you just probably shouldn't walk up to even try and contest this if you don't have a bunch of Unite moves in your pocket to do so.
Yeah, like a 2 Unite move advantage is pretty much a sealed deal, and blue team's Hoopa is not even level 9 yet, so it's pretty clear they couldn't contest there. There's also a bit of a dynamic at play that Charizard without its Unite move is a bit weaker than most other junglers in the same situation. Like a no Unite Cinder is much more impactful in a fight than a no Unite move Charizard, in my opinion.
Yeah, you look at the scoreboard here, and you'll see our left side team, Organized Chaos, is up a little bit, but the more important scoreboard as we head in towards that Zapdos is the level scoreboard. And there is just such an incredible level advantage for our orange team as we head on into the final 3 minutes of this match.
This Rotom is a big tempo kind of shift, and you see Charizard ult now to secure it. It's looking good. He's gonna get a lot of XP here as well for his team.
Yep, Charizard having one of those faster Unite move recharges as far as attacking characters go in the game, allowing it to rip that at close to the 3-minute mark and likely still have it back safely for that ultimate fight with the Zapdos.
Typically the way Rotom is used is in competitive organized Pokemon Unite is you get the Rotom and then you use it to accomplish something elsewhere on the map. Sometimes you go with the Rotom, but for the most part it's, you get the Rotom and you push bottom or something. So we're looking to see something like that from the blue team here. As they're assembling in mid, Sylveon's walking down the bot lane. Can they get value bottom with the Cinderace being forced to clear out that Rotom top?
Yep. You see 3 of the players for the purple team here converging on that bottom path, kind of splitting their focus here though. Some going for Bs and some taking an engage here, getting caught out 2 to 3 because Sylveon was working behind. Incredible timing on the hyperspace hole there.
Yeah, perhaps some miscommunication. The red team was definitely ready. Orange team was definitely ready. But one thing the blue team had that to their disadvantage there is though Charizard Unite move charges quickly, he was forced to recharge it in the central area by Formula Wild Pokemon. So.
Okay, our teams are a little bit out of position, but thankfully Hoopa's hyperspace hole means that you are never out of position unless you want to be. All of the Unite moves popping off here for this end game engagement.
Charizard looks like he does not have his yet, or he can't find a target. That's what he's looking for right now.
Yeah, one of the important things to remember about Charizard's Unite move is that if you try and grab someone who's unstoppable with it, it's going to get canceled. And just incredible domination by Team Revolution here, knocking out 4 of the purple Pokemon without losing a single member of their own.
Yeah, perhaps Charizard did Unite move on someone unstoppable. I may have missed that, but it might have been the Hoopa as he transformed. That can do that for sure.
And that narrow point lead that purple team had is going to quickly evaporate as their goals are made defenseless. And what a goal is sounded across our screen again and again and again.
Yeah, blue team needs to seriously get some knockouts here before the orange team scores, or it's going to be hard to come back here. They need to keep within like 300 points, I would say, to come back.
Yeah, and this is beyond that 300-point differential. So one thing that is worth noting here is that there is an outside point available. So the first 100 points in this catch-up is almost free in a way with how difficult it is to defend that outside goal. But this Mamoswine being incredibly smart here, picking up all this loose Eos energy in the center, because purple team not only needs to dunk a bunch, they're going to need to farm some of that energy back.
Yeah, you do need... How much Eos energy you have when you cross the map is definitely extremely important. In this situation, the blue team would basically need a full team wipe, so it looks like they...
Yep. Looks like we had a surrender there, and I think that's pretty reasonable. It's always tough to call something before the timer dings, but pretty insurmountable there, with most importantly to note 2 members of the purple team being knocked out with only 30 seconds remaining.
You're exactly right, though, about the end game scenarios with the tier 1 goal still up, like the first goal. It's basically 300 points. Most teams won't even defend it unless their lead is extremely small, because it's just, at that point in the game, it's not a big enough defensive advantage. And you've seen the strategy post Zapdos in close games kind of shifting from everyone running to different goals and scoring to trying to leave their opponent's tier 1 goal up and trying to score as much as possible in home when it is possible, so that you have those options in the late game sieges and
that's definitely something we saw multiple times yesterday. It was noteworthy. Exactly that. They all ran center if it was safe to run center, so you can get that basically free 100 points later. Honestly, pretty impressive damage numbers here across that board. That top path Cramorant putting up 69,000 damage. Nice.
My goodness. 70k damage. 5 Cramorant. What a game.
All right, we're going to get our players into the correct spot so we can get our second match of the day going, our second match of this round going here.
What do you think? Less Mimi, or do you think they're going to just have a good time again?
I'm not sure. So one thing I'll be interested to see is Spraggle's bounty was just to see a dive cram. So will they rock it again because they successfully rocked it that match, or will they fall back to the more powerful / comfortable Lucario pick in the top now that they've captured that $50 donation for playing the cram?
I wouldn't be surprised to see Overlord play Machamp. I know he loves Machamp. That could be definitely something that we see.
Yeah, and something's notable too, they were paired explicitly into a Greedent in the top path, so if you're not playing into an opposing Lucario, you have a little bit more flexibility with what you can play up there and still feel reasonable.
I think at this point, most of the Lucario players are tired of playing Lucario, so it's entirely possible that we see them just playing fun stuff top the whole tournament. That's something I'm in for. I enjoy the idea of that.
Yeah, and Machamp, it's important to note too that like switching off to some of these other picks, especially like Machamp, isn't just a strictly worse than Lucario situation. While the dive cram there was definitely more for the fun side, something like Machamp, its Unite move brings a really powerful engage in that mid and especially late game team fight that Lucario just doesn't with what its Unite move does.
All things being even, like if the early game has gone 100% even for all teams, you're better off having a Machamp than a Lucario in the late game for sure. Machamp has just like a slight weakness on Bs and stuff. I think Machamp might be slightly more Unite move reliant as well than Lucario. That's another to consider. But with the Unite moves up, Machamp is definitely more powerful than Lucario in the late game.
Yeah, for sure. The biggest advantage to those Lucarios that we see is hitting that level 5 breakpoint, especially if you're going to be on the extreme speed configuration, basically means you get to delete the bees quickly for free and for your team in that top path.
Yeah. Even stepping, it's much like Greninja Surf was in Season 2 or, like early in the game, where if you step into the bees with an extreme speeding Lucario, you're kind of risking your life immediately. If he gets the good resets and you're, a little Machop or something in there hanging out and Lucario's flying all over the place, you're in grave danger, so.
For sure. For those of you just joining us, welcome to the broadcast today. This is the Unite for Ukraine community tournament being put on by Excise David. Shout out to him for organizing it. If you'd like to donate to the cause to support the incredible or the awful refugee crisis that's going on there are details there at ix.team/donate. The first $10,000 in donations are being matched by David. Details on what charities the donations will be made to can be found there at the link.
It feels really nice to get the Unite community, like a community I feel, a big part of, and to see everyone kind of come together, put aside their like gamer beef and whatnot, and just play in a charity event for a good cause. It's so fun to watch everyone do it, and it just shows, there's bigger things than are you mad at someone about who won a tournament in a video game or something like that. I know I'm mad at everybody who beat me yesterday, so. But I'm still happy to be here. So it's great to do something for a good cause, and I appreciate all the support from the community.
Yeah, I think Spraggle's kind of hit it on the head, right? Like, if you're someone that spectates competitive Unite stuff, you kind of have favorite players or people you like to follow on different teams, and getting to see some of those players mix and match with the draft portion of this tournament is a really sweet, very different aspect on top of some of the neat off-meta picks that we've seen, like Overlord playing the Cramorant top path in the last match.
Yeah, it's like the NBA All-Star game or something, except that Braun is Cramorant, and it's simple,
Yep.
So it's a good time.
All right, looks like we're waiting for one more player to file on in to the lobby here so we can get our second match underway. Team Revolution up a a game to start here in our best of 3. For those of you that are following the format today, we are playing a double elimination bracket with these players. The top bracket is all best of 3. The lower bracket has 2 rounds of best of 1s for the sake of expediting the tournament, but then the losers semifinals, losers finals, and will be best of 3 yet again, and we'll be making sure that we cover here on stream the semifinals, finals, and then grand finals here, obviously, today. This is round 2 of the upper bracket that we are watching now.
Yeah, if you weren't on the draft show with me, but do you have a favorite to win the tournament? Like, which team do you think is, which like manager or which team name do you think is the favorites?
I don't know about favorites, but I think the group that Lutano is in, the Drama Llamas, with their donation challenge, I mean, they have to be a fan favorite and my own for doing things like Eldegoss Center Path and Surf Comp based on their donation goals that they're trying to raise.
Seems like the fun comps give you power in these tournaments. It's because the vibes are good, you know? I think if you lock in all serious stuff and you get your butt kicked by Jungle Eldegoss or something, that's going to be like a morale killer, so I think it's important you go in there with at least some fun stuff.
Yeah, you gotta bring the energy that you bring into the room is important, right? And the whole team feels charged up doing something sweet, I think, too. And there's a lot to be said for how well, even just in purely competitive stuff, how well people play based on how positive or negative they're feeling going into an engagement.
We need to see a Gengar today, a Dream Eater Shadow Ball Gengar. It's all I want. You a Gengar fan yourself, Jeff? No?
I absolutely love Gengar. In fact, Goof, one of the reasons why I started watching a lot of your content when we first started is my oldest son is obsessed with Gengar as a Pokemon, and whenever you would be on, I'd be like, Jacob, this is the best Gengar player in the world, and you'd be just smurfing on people in solo queues, and it was lovely.
There's this, I have like an unspoken rivalry with Chris here. He keeps tweeting his Gengar scoreboards, and he's not playing competitive, so he doesn't have to scrim, and he's just like out there having fun playing Gengar. And it's like that thing where the kid's looking out the window watching the other kids play. Like every day he tweets his Gengar screenshots, and I get so mad.
Listen, Goof, just play your Hoopa, okay?
Yeah, just you get a different kind of shadow balls, buddy.
Yeah.
I had a game the other day. I had 350 points, 130k damage, and 20 kills. And I wanted to tweet it at Chris Hero so bad, but I held back.
I think what is your opinion on the current iteration of Gengar and the direction that they've pushed the balance on that character? Are you happy with where it's ended up at? Do you think there's still more to change? Because it's a character that they've gone through a few different iterations on at this point. I
like the extreme polarization when it comes to like Pokemon design, like where you see like these really different things. I come from like a Dota background. I'm sure I'm allowed to say that here. So
correct. Yep.
And things are the hero design in Dota. It's like everything is just so overpowered and different. Everything's so overpowered and different. I like that. Like the Decidueye, Gengar being extreme and different from one another. Like that stuff is fun for me. I like the idea of that.
All right, so, we see, so no longer Dive Cram top, but still a fun top path pick from Overlord here with Greninja getting locked in very quickly. And I assume this is their solo top because it looks like we've got Cinderace here in the central area.
Could be Greninja attacker. Some teams experimented with that.
We'll see
but
what.
I wouldn't be surprised if you're
okay.
Correct.
Kyrios here on the top. I'm sure I'm pronouncing that wrong. It's cycled through a couple different things. We'll see if they settle on something that could be a solo top.
Oh, no, you're right. It's solo top Greninja. You were right.
Okay. I'm really interested to see how this lines up. And this is basically a stock Lucario from BMT Unite here with that Muscle Band, Attack Weight, and Razor Claw.
Yeah, this composition's looking pretty comparatively sweaty from the orange team, but there's still some fun stuff in there like the Talonflame. It's Curios, by the way, but sometimes he likes to be called Cheerios. I don't know if
Cheerios like Cheerios. Perfect. My brain can remember that, I think.
We had some unusual items, I think, but my brain got wiped and I forgot what they were. I think there was like a cookie or something.
Great. As we head on in here, it looks like we're going to see that double support plus Alola Ninetales bottom. I'm going to follow along this Froakie and watch what its early pathing looks like and how successful or not it can be against, excuse me, a top path Bulbasaur as Lucario is moving towards the bottom?
Okay, maybe it's not that sweaty. There's something interesting happening.
All right, and Bulbasaur has to know what it's playing into right now. I'm surprised to see it not step up, knowing that there's no Lucario on the opposing team.
Yeah, you have to watch out for that level 4 jungler gank. He scouted for it, but and here the Gatlu gets it on the other side.
Yep, really, really good engage. Just something that we've been seeing more and more inside of competitive, where the center path character comes out after just doing its buffs, getting that early push, because these top path characters are often overstepped to try and get those attack weight scores in.
Yeah, the attack weight is extremely relevant. It's one of the things we overlook at the start of the game, like how powerful these attack weight stacks are. It's more than worth it to, put yourself in a little bit of danger to reliably stack. And
yeah, it's like what, like plus 16 stat, I believe, which if you compare that to like a level 30 muscle band, that's only giving you plus 15 attack, which depending on your character and how much it scales, that's an incredible increase.
Yeah, you have certain abilities in Pokemon Unite scale different amounts with your attack, just like other similar MOBA games. You have this dynamic where on Lucario, attack, like his power-up punch scales 500% or nearly 500% with each point of attack. So that means for every point of attack, he gets 5 more damage.
Yeah, and that's one of those things we saw with Decidueye, with Yeetfan, that we saw in the previous game, where they're playing attack weight on a character where you normally wouldn't consider it playable, but it just scales so powerfully with that Spirit Shackle, it's worthwhile.
Yeah, it's a 400% scaling on the arrow itself. It's so much damage, especially from a poke for like a poking ability.
It's really interesting to see. The fact that Lucario went bottom path here feels a little bit strange to me, that it's still on that kind of attack weight, more damage-centric build. I would think if you want to be kind of a lane bully with this character, you might want to lean into some of the other items that give you more sustain.
A good point. I just think the attack weight's too powerful. Like in the mid game, he'll just like sneak away and
get some dunks. Yeah, that
alone
makes
time
sense.
with the goal.
Definitely seeing kind of the weakness of that build pushing in path here, and kind of why it's found its spot in competitive, largely in this top path where you get to play uncontested for most of the early game.
Yeah, here the key to bottom lane, at least when there's not enough damage to instantly kind of knock out the we have a fight here. Unite move comes out from Talonflame. That's a pretty low impact Unite move at Dreadnought. That's not what you want to see.
We saw the Blissey there pull the trigger on its move, making itself and a teammate unstoppable, preventing that push from the Unite move there. Pretty successful engagement here. This Blissey's going to go down, and this Dreadnought is almost uncontested here.
Yeah, we have almost a level 9 Ninetales, and Cinderace, I believe, still has his Unite move. So
yep, there it goes.
Onto the armored Venusaur from the Giga Drain, but it's still not enough to keep him alive.
Very easy secure there. Level 5 Hoopa, not really a danger securing. And we see the Talonflame dive in and immediately go down again from the incredible amount of damage here. This Greninja from the top path scaled really nicely, already level 10 here, and they are putting in a ton of damage with Ninetales, Cinderace, and Greninja.
So the situation here is they still have 2 Unite moves to siege this. The Ninetales Unite move, the Blissey, well, 3 actually. The Blissey Unite move and the Greninja Unite move, I believe. So this is a absolute disaster for the orange team.
Yeah, we can see here, this is that pretty pivotal. It's important to note that you don't get that jump pad that prevents them from really diving in on your point like that until that 5-minute mark. So very safe to push in there for the purple team, especially with their Unite move advantage that they had.
Hopefully they get, well, not hopefully, but if they get out alive here, they're going to be in a huge XP lead. But they're going to make some kills to kind of equalize the game.
Well, it's not too bad. They lost their 2 supports there, so at least it wasn't any of their damage carries that were higher level going down there. Remember, the lower level the character is, the less benefit they give. Like, knocking out their level 8 is nice, but it really doesn't give you as much experience if you were to take down their level 10 or 11.
And likewise, the important thing at this part in the game for they're fighting again now. Ninetales gets taken out. 2 cores go down.
These are huge engagements, so that Talonflame is now caught back up even over in experience, taking 2 level 11 knockouts there.
I believe the Talonflame is looking to make a play with its Unite move now on the top lane.
Yeah, that would explain why it's going in while it's this slow. Double caps here before the Rotom goes in allows this to provide an incredible amount of map pressure for the orange team as they immediately start backing to start getting advantage in other positions.
Yeah, they've stacked the Rotom with the Dreadnought spawn here, and they're looking to secure that. What you're looking for after you lose the first Dreadnought is getting your Unite moves unlocked. So while it's important take out the enemy course, you know, the high level Pokemon on the enemy team, it's also important to get the kills on your low level Pokemon. Like, you know, if your Hoopa gets a knockout, it's a really big deal. Fight now onto the Dreadnought. Both Hoopa Unites popped. Everyone teleporting in. Venusaur Unite goes down on Cinderace. And the
was that a secure for... Nice. Yeah, and that was impressive, too. The timing on that was exceptionally difficult. We saw Talonflame's screen was blacked out from the Greninja slow smoke screen there.
Yep. It was just like a daredevil maneuver.
All right, there's a big Unite move. This is that 4-minute mark in the match. This means it's like the last window for most of these characters to use their Unite move and still successfully have it back for that fight at the Zapdos. So you'll rip it for pretty minimal amounts of value here if you can get even a single knockout a lot of the time.
Yeah. You have to be careful doing it when you're going to do it. But basically, it scales with... Oh my gosh, another knockout from this Talonflame onto Ninetales. And there's no way these two supports can take out the Talonflame here.
Especially with the Hoopa to back it up. Cinderace might change that dynamic. All right, there's another one, and it goes down. Cinderace almost level 14 at this point, and only at the 330 mark in the game. This could be a level 15 Cinder for Zapdos.
Yeah, this is looking like a level 15 game for the Cinderace. You're always happy, though, to see these trades as a team that was significantly behind at any point in the game. When you're starting to take these trades, it just evens out the game in a way, just because of the way that, like you mentioned earlier, you get more XP for knocking out higher level Pokemon. So naturally, trading from one side, the high experience side to the low experience side, brings things closer to a balance.
Getting ready to spawn here in the top path is definitely the single most impactful Rotom of the game. This is a Rotom that will create pressure as we head into that 2-minute mark. And we see teams fighting over this. The Talonflame pushing it into the opposing team. Maybe not the positioning they wanted there, but trying to convert it into a team fight here and ignoring the Rotom walking towards the actual goal.
Yeah, the push angle was a bit unusual there, but one advantage of Talonflame and other short Unite move cooldown Pokemon is that they're able to use it. This 3-minute Rotom fight. Not too many Pokemon can safely Unite move and still have it for Zapdos at the 3-minute Rotom. There's often a 3-minute Rotom as well, and just that advantage by itself is huge. That's why we saw so much Pikachu and why Talonflame was popular for a while. It's just a big macro advantage to have on your team.
Great. We see our team Revolution going in to rip this this Dreadnought. They definitely have a touch of an advantage here going into this in-game engagement. Not only are they up over 80 points, but they're going to have this spot in the pit, and they're slightly over-leveled on the opposing team.
I'd be concerned if I was the orange team, but you always have a good chance here. Greninja's still getting those levels on the wild Pokemon in the top left.
Yep, remember they do have their Hoopa to pull them into the center should the engage need it. I would not be surprised to see Hoopa Unite happen here momentarily.
There's a level 14 Venusaur for the orange team, though. Maybe it's enough.
Okay, we see all of the bright flashing colors of the knockouts start happening, and 2 go down for Team Revolution. We might be heading to a game 3 here.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
What a dominating team fight. I can't help but think that Unite move from the Hoopa was a little bit late there in terms of getting the Greninja into the fight.
Yeah, everyone kind of teleported directly into the pedal dance as well. I can't see the levels, you know, I'm not used to the spectator client. I did think the blue team had a bigger lead going into late game, but when I saw the level 14 Venusaur, I didn't want to spoil it, but I kind of knew they were in trouble. Level 14 Venusaur with Blissey support into this left side comp is, you know, it's really not great for left side's composition.
And what is it about Venusaur at level 14 that specifically makes it such a danger?
It's just when you have like a health bar that kind of goes both directions, it matters a lot the total size of it. You know, like how hard it is to actually burst through those healing windows. And with Venusaur's health bar, it like ping pongs up and down, right? And the more total HP you have, and the more you're healing each time, the less likely you are to get kind of killed and knocked out in like from spike damage, you know? So
okay. We see a push coming here. They're going to need 200 plus points, which means they can't just score shield a little bit. They are going to need to win and engage on the base for Organized Chaos here. And as 2 go down, I don't think this is going to be a possibility here. I think we are heading to a third match.
The orange team took an absolutely chaotic fight they didn't need to take, but that Talonflame Unite move already being back kind of sealed the deal for them, and they're going to game 3 here.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, and I think Goof hit the nail on the head. That Venusaur engage at the end there, in combination with the fact that the Greninja just wasn't in that fight to start, allowed them to kind of take that 4 to 5 to begin with and get very quick early knockouts on Cinderace, especially being impactful.
Yeah, I think like a well-supported Venusaur at level 14, 15 is the scariest thing in the game still. I've also always had this feeling that Ninetales is not very good against Venusaur, especially an overleveled Venusaur. Maybe a small Venusaur, Ninetales can be strong against, but if you get the Ninetales basically has to stay in the Aurora Veil, and you cannot stay in Petal with more than one person, especially.
Diatlu putting up an incredible 118,000 damage on the Talonflame. Overlord making that top path Greninja look pretty reasonable there, clocking in at a very similar metric to their Cinderace from their central area.
Yeah, absolutely nuts. You don't see this kind of damage too often from, the kind of melee range speedster style junglers. 120k damage is nuts.
Great, let's go ahead and get our players set up for their third game here in this match. While we're waiting for that, I'd just like to thank everybody for stopping in today for our Unite for Ukraine charity tournament. Happy to be here. Shout outs to IX David for organizing this. If you at home are wondering how you can help, we have a donate link in chat. The first $10,000 in donations through that link will be being matched by David. We are over halfway to that goal. We started the day at $3,600 thereabouts. We're up to $5,300 already, clearing quick maths. That's what, 1,700 in donations since we begin. So shout outs to everybody that's contributed to that. We haven't been able to call out all of them individually, but we appreciate everybody that's contributed to this cause.
Yeah, it's so great. We have a young community here in Unite. The game just released less than a year ago. It's probably like 6 months or something actually for the mobile release, and to see what we've built before even the circuit was announced, the grassroots scene, what the tournament organizers, what our community did to support our game, and now to support a good cause like this, it's heartwarming. It was really a pleasure to be part of something like that. I've seen so many games kind of flounder in the grassroots era, and Pokemon Unite, man, there was more tournaments than you could play. So just a shout out to the tournament organizers and our community that got us this far and able to host stuff like this. It's an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, it's been really fun to get involved in this community and watch it kind of grow up. I think there's a lot of potential, not only just because the game itself is excellent, but it's really accessible. Like, this is my first MOBA for those of you that are new to my content, and I'd always been interested in the genre, but the other ones are honestly, they're just so intimidating with the level of complexity that they have. And while Pokemon Unite definitely has a lot of depth to it, it makes it very easy to get into to start.
Yeah, and there's just something special about watching Charizard kind of slam Pikachu into the ground, right? And everybody understands what's happening when they see that. And,
yeah, the IP is near and dear to many hearts, as many people grew up with this IP. And this game's kind of unique in a way too, where the games we grew up with, you weren't the actual Pokemon, you were just the trainer commanding them.
I think we're still the trainer on Eos Island, but it feels like you're the Pokemon for sure in this game. You definitely get that the feel of I'm Pikachu and I'm popping off right now, I'm about to electrocute everybody. And that's in the turn-based games for sure, though they're dear to my heart. It's not the same as eject button dodging a spell on Pikachu, feeling like you're using agility and then using your combo, and it's so exciting to be actually kind of directly feel like you're controlling the Pokemon for once.
Yeah, it makes it feel more like, the battles in, the Game Boy games, to date myself. They're turn-based, right? Even on the current generations on the Switch. And the Pokemon Unite engagements, they feel more like when you watch the TV show and the anime, right? Like, they're telling their characters to dodge and bob and weave and put attacks up in quick succession. The Pokemon get tired with their cooldowns. It's a lot more tactile engagement with the IP.
And it's definitely present in the opening video of Unite too. I don't know if how many times you've watched that. But it's exciting to watch. It's hyped up.
All right, we have our players rotating sides here again. So we have Revolution playing orange on the right side. Looks like Overlord is locking in that Lucario. It is 1-1. They are getting down to business, super serious. We see it was Cheerios, like Cheerios, locking in Venusaur there. Maybe impressed by the pull that character had for Organized Chaos in that last match, looking to match that.
This is your guy on the left, right?
I was just saying. They switched. I didn't want to. You jinxed it, Goof. I didn't want to say anything until the check mark came up. Aegis Slash is my boy.
What do we got going on? Anything interesting in the item department? Nothing too crazy.
It actually looks like we're going to settle into an almost entirely mirror here. We've got Blissey, Venu, Hoopa bottom, and we've got just the delta of Cinder Ace versus Talonflame for these two teams. We head on into the third game of this set.
This is looking extremely standard. These teams want to win. You can tell. I wonder if the Blissey is just present because of the Eldegoss nerfs, or this is Blissey.
Yeah, it's interesting. So,
right?
so Blissey kind of, it felt like became the meta pick for that support role in the bottom, in part because it could purge those Dragon Pulse stacks that people were putting up to fight the Duraludon. And we saw in the finals yesterday for NA, they stuck with Blissey despite Duraludon not being present.
I don't think that that's the correct choice, personally, but I wonder if you'll see the tank players be Hoopa and the support players go to Blissey eventually, or what will happen. It's pretty interesting.
We have that first Dino there going over to the right side team. That first Dino, very pivotal in this engagement. It means your character hits 3 first in this bottom path, giving you the ability to pressure more here, as we see a level 2 here for Organized Chaos versus 3 level 3s for Evolution.
Yeah, that first wild Dino in the bottom lane determines so much. In this game, it actually didn't, though. The team that lost it is running them over, right?
Oh, maybe. Oh, yep. Oh, huge knockout there. The positioning into that Razor Leaf, a little bit rough, and then Blissey hitting their level 4 and getting that little bit of a power spike for that support.
Again, bot lane Chaos is definitely here to stay in Pokemon Unite. I think in competitive, the Blissey has a lot of damage on the bees, though. So you'll see more coin flippy bees, meaning like everyone just throws their damage on them and prays, but like, see, everyone's just gonna hit these bees.
Yep, there's no engagement here like when you see like Wigglytuffs in the bottom path running into the opposing team to sleep them. Just everybody kind of reminds me of the Mr. Mime metagame we had for a little bit, where just walls went up, confusions happened, and the bees were deleted.
Are we thanking donators? Sneaky Seal with a funny donation message there. Gatlu is looking strong here on this Talonflame too. He's gonna be 7 before he does his buffs. He'll probably have 9 for Dread this game.
All right, first one to Ivysaur in this bottom path. While there's still not even a Blissey for Revolution, this bottom path is snowballing very quickly, and we see an early presence from the center path character looking to get them caught back up here and successfully getting 2 knockouts there, perhaps a third, and then some dunks.
Yeah, this is going to be huge. This is also going to get the Cinderace's 9, I believe, after this jump rotation.
Woo!
Nope,
huge engage from Gatlu. Speaking of, Gatlu looking good here. Over level 8. Bees haven't even happened yet. Gatlu's definitely going to be level 9 for this Dreadnought.
Gatlu's just flying around the screen, knocking everybody out. It's been fun to watch.
Yeah, really impressive Talonflame engagements. Like you mentioned in that last game we just watched, 118,000 damage from these melee speedsters are not what you're used to seeing even when they're in the central area. Just impressive play overall.
I think Talonflame can be a lot more successful. Maybe not with Duraludon, but in a metagame where there's no Eldegoss, Talonflame can be a lot stronger as well.
Okay, because there's just a little bit less sustain.
Yeah, Hoopa doesn't have the same power to keep his teammates alive as Eldegoss does.
Yep, because even when that Trick hits the healing at that level 10 for Trick Plus, you're still only giving it to one other teammate.
Yeah, and often in pivotal fights, you're the big Hoopa, and you don't have any type of support abilities.
That's a good call out as well. So if Hoopa is your only support, you basically go to no support when you pull that Unite move.
Yeah, but we've seen the Blissey adaptation as well that kind of accounts for that. It's interesting stuff for sure. Talonflame Unite comes out. You typically don't lose the Dread when you have first Unite move, but it looks like, oh my goodness, Gatlu.
What an incredible engage, showing us exactly how you get that 100k plus damage with Talonflame.
Then he knocks out the Dread as well, secures the last shot.
Really, that should be like a KO streak of 6 or KO streak of 5 because the Dreadnought should count. See a 36-point overcap here as they continue to push their advantage. Wonder if we'll see a tier 2 siege here again.
It's likely. We have a Lucario Unite move and a Blissey Unite move, so I believe. It's so hard without the dots.
We see Venusaur rotating through the center path, getting big off of these buffs. I kind of like this. Let the Talonflame roam the map. It's already pretty large, small of its knockouts, and get your other carry caught up and ahead of the opposing team.
And this is the advantage of having an active central area Pokemon when they can, oh my goodness, when they can be active on Overlord.
Yeah.
Just look at these. That was incredible by Overlord, but It's just in the frame of reference that it happened in, it didn't look too impressive, but that was nuts.
It was, and they survived a lot longer than the average Lucario would have survived. They're unfortunately just so far behind with the levels at this point. You know, I gotta wonder, Goof. It felt like they were a little bit more ahead with both the Greninja and the Cramorant top. Maybe this Lucario character is just not good enough in this role.
Maybe, or maybe this Gatlu Talonflame is just unfair in a fun tournament, man. he's going crazy on everybody.
Whoa! Oh, the Cinder is so low. Get him! Woo! The Bone Club juke there for the incredible knockout there on this Lucario.
Does he live?
Does he get out? Oh, he can't keep
goodness.
getting away with it, Goof!
That's Lucario. He heard the Lucario himself heard you talking and decided to do that.
Lucario's not good enough? No, my Lucario is good enough, Jeff.
I think this Dread is just too favored for Blue Team. I think Talonflame has its Unite move back as well. Going the bottom Bloodline, level 8 on the Hoopa, does not have the Hoopa Unbound.
Yeah, and
huge combo.
And honestly, just like, look, there are 3 level 11 plus characters on the blue side of the board. They just ran in and fed them their entire team along with the Dreadnought here.
Yeah, this is a dominant fight as we expected. Yep. But Overlord, he's sneaky. He can kill BMT right now. Oh, but the random trick comes out.
How do you feel about engagements like that? If you're that far behind in a match, Goof, do you show up and try and get what knockouts you can, or you just try and put your presence somewhere else on the map to get more value?
If I was Overlord there, I probably would have done that, yeah. So the situation with top left, if you want to get like into really in-depth kind of thinking about the game, there's going to be 2 rotations of top right Dinos, no matter what. The top right Wild Dinos, it's going to be these, and then they're going to respawn at 250. So farming them any sooner is not going to change that. So you have like 30 seconds there of free time on the map. You understand the concept that I'm kind of presenting?
Yeah, you're saying regardless of if you get to your wild Pokemon sooner, you're not going to get an extra rotation of them. So you might as well throw yourself in to try and get what knockouts you can, because you giving experience when you're behind isn't nearly as valuable as getting even a single knockout there.
Yeah, especially because it's just extra stuff, right? I don't know if that particular play from Overlord was good, but there was definitely no rush to get top because it was always going to be 2 rotations of top there because of the 1 minute respawn time around those guys.
So a little bit of an aggressive Unite there. Gonna have to really farm on Overlord's or on that Lucario's part. This is Overlord, right? To get back to their Unite move for the Zapdos. This 3-minute Rotom, we've talked about this before, puts a lot of pressure on the map. Gatlu looking to be 15 easily for this endgame engagement.
I'm actually a huge fan of this composition. The support Hoopa and the safeguard Blissey onto the Venusaur, the safeguard tank Blissey, this might be, if they're outlawing it's heavily adjusted, it might be what we see. The Venusaur difference, Kyrios needs level 13. It extends the range of your Petal Dance, and that means you get more Giga Drains. It's just, you're exponentially stronger as a level 13
because,
Venusaur.
and for folks at home, the Petal Dance gives you more Giga Drains because Petal Dance hitting reduces your cooldowns on Giga Drain, correct?
Yeah, and so naturally the radius increasing of the Petal Dance is extremely powerful because you just have more people in it at any given time, and it's easier to keep people in it.
Goof talked about that level 14 Venusaur in the last game. We are headed into this endgame engagement. We have 14 Venusaur, we have 15 Talonflame, we have 2 level 13s out of the Team Revolution, and they are flipping this bird.
Why not? I think, oh my gosh. It's anybody's app at this point. Yep, and they lost it.
All right, I think this is going to end up being okay for the left side team. Looks like they're going to get, if not a full team wipe, close to it. They're going to get 3 of them, and they get to go dunk themselves.
Yeah, it looks good, looks good. They should be okay.
Yep, their 2 got in, and they are still ahead. And with the knockout timers on the opposing team, I have to imagine they're going to get at least 1 more dunk, if not 2.
If Cinder makes it bottom, it's okay. It's still
he scores shields here. Okay.
It's gonna be pretty hard now. They need 2 caps. They can actually do it on 1 goal though, right? So the game is still live. Cinder actually still had its Unite move, but it was used just there. But the pickoffs are coming now. The knockouts are coming for the red team.
Blissey is getting knocked out. Hoopa is still down for 14 seconds. Can Venusaur get back out? They do. So it's gonna be Venusaur and Gatlu for this entire siege, where all 5 of Revolution's teammates are up.
And they actually only need like a 20-point person and a 50-point person to cap here. But Gatlu, again, the Unite move just shutting down the siege in the late game by having it first.
Yeah, and Venusaur really showing how good Petal Dance is at playing defense. Normally, when you have a bunch of people on point and some of them have Buddy Bear, you can't hit all of them simultaneously. Petal Dance has no problem hitting everyone simultaneously.
That siege was definitely like a live play. The game wasn't over, but it just got basically shot down instantly by the Talonflame.
Yeah, while most of Team Organized Chaos was down for that engagement, their two most powerful characters were alive, and seeing them come in and crunch them out successfully while they waited for the rest of their teammates to come up. See, more points going in for good measure while Hoopa hangs out at home, playing a little defense. More knockouts and damage on the scoreboard. This might be a 100k Venusaur game, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised to see 6 digits from the Talonflame as well again.
I'd be shocked if the Venusaur didn't do 100k damage, but maybe it's possible he didn't, just because the Talonflame and its damage was just killing people too quickly or knocking them out too quickly.
21 knockouts for Gatlu in that. That is an incredible number of KOs. We talked about 118k Goof. How about 121?
Looks like a solo queue game, but like even better. I don't know.
Yeah.
Does he have some of his teammates on his team? Do you know? He must, right? He has some of his actual teammates on his team. I think that's probably what's going on.
I am not certain on that one. I'm not sure exactly how the mix of folks went, but the Venusaur cracking almost 90k as well here. Impressive performance regardless.
Oh, it's kind of worth noting that 3 members of the Tendons on the red team as well. What on earth?
Oh, were there? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, folks. It looks like we are going to be heading on in to the winners finals here. We've got Zen's team versus IX. I am going to be ducking out for a moment for this round, and Goof and Spraggles are going to be, you're going to be left in their capable hands. We're going to BRB for just a quick second there so we can get things swapped out on the back end, but we'll be back momentarily with Goof and Spraggles. Don't go anywhere. Thanks for hanging out for the Unite for Ukraine tournament today.
everybody? We are back with some more hot Pokemon Unite action. I am opposite the incredible Goof. Hey, Goof, how you doing, dude?
I'm doing well. Lucky enough to be joined by Spraggles. Now I'm still Goof. They haven't switched me yet, so I'm feeling good about that.
Yeah, we had a lot of conversations behind the scenes whether or not we switch Goof. There was some heated debates, but we have not switched him yet. But we did say he can't stay unless he puts on that jacket.
Dude,
Goof.
already did it, man. It's all wrinkled behind me now. It's squishing a accordion style back here.
We're heading into our winners finals here. I mean, these teams are playing extremely well. I mean, I know that they're kind of just thrown together, but these are some of the best players in the game, obviously. What do you think you're going to be looking out for in this winners finals match?
I want to see everyone have fun. You know, I want Gengar, man. Somebody got to give me the Gengar. Somebody's got to give me the Gengar. Hopefully they're watching the stream. Somebody's got to give me the Gengar.
Goof wants Gengar very bad. I actually have some bounties still out there. We've seen Trevenant using Pain Split. We've seen Dive Cram, and I want to say huge thank you to the players who are playing some of these, we'll call them off-meta Pokemon in this tournament. It's really great to see everyone, like you said, Goof, having some fun with this. I still want to see Mr. Mime using Psychic. I still want to see Aegislash with Shadow Claw. And of course, I still want to see Zeraora in this tournament. Those bounties are still up. If I get to see him, that's another $50 to the cause, which, by the way, this is the Unite for Ukraine stream here. You can donate. There's the exclamation point donate, and just you could also do ix.team/donate. Every dollar raised up to 10,000 will be matched, which is pretty amazing.
Spriggles, you can't make someone play Psychic Mime, man. That's not right.
What do you think? I need to make it $75 for Psychic
That's cruel and unusual. Yeah, I don't know. There's absolutely, I would not play Psychic Mime if you paid me, literally.
But I'm not. It's for a good cause, Goof. What do you think? $76? Is that what it's going to take to see Psychic Mime in this tournament?
Maybe $69 for
$69. Goof said it. There it is, $69 to the cause if we see Psychic Mime. And by the way, huge thank you to all the donations coming in. Sometimes we're mid-game, so we're not able to call them all out while they are happening. But huge thank you to everyone who is donating. It's so amazing to see everyone coming together, whether you're a competitive player or you're the worst solo queue player like me. We all get together to do something really positive, and I think that's amazing. As you were mentioning earlier, Goof, the community around this game is really powerful.
And we always have the advantage in the Pokemon IP of, you know, the different Pokemon communities kind of coming together. It's something that we have a bit in this tournament. Hopefully in future events we can include even more people from the various you know, Pokemon games and communities, but it just feels great to have everybody. You know, when stuff like this happens, you'll see people from VGC and TCG and whatnot come in and show support, and it's nice. It's nice that we get to be in a game that's in a larger ecosystem as well.
Yeah, that's a great point. When Pokemon Unite came out, there were obviously Pokemon fans that were interested, there were MOBA fans, there were people who were a bit of both. So we do get a lot of that here in Unite. And as soon as our teams are readied up and good to go, we will head into this first match. Obviously, watching those games from before, boy, that Gatlu's a little cracked on that Talonflame.
Yeah, he was just bouncing around. To be honest with you, I get a little confused when Talonflame starts jumping around. I got like a little bit of old man brain, but Gatlu looked pretty good out there. Especially like when I'm in the game, I can tell what's happening more, but for some reason from the casting perspective, I was like, okay, Gatlu's just knocking everybody out.
Yeah, something that happens when you're casting, I've noticed, is a big fight's happening that you understand more when you're playing. You're like, oh, okay, yeah, Ninetales just threw its Unite, like we're backing up, you're doing all this. But when you're casting for all, you're just like, Unite's coming down. We see Ninetales through Unite, looks like Hoopa, rings unbound, everyone's coming into this fight. Chaos, Greninja goes down. Like all you can really keep track of is that there are a lot of sparkling lights, and then Pokemon start getting KO'd.
Jeff noticed something in the other game that I definitely would have. It's practice casting, because Jeff noticed something in the other game I would notice in a game, and he said it, and I was like, "Oh God, you know, I'm the worst caster ever."
What was it? What did he know?
I don't even remember what it was. It was like some like interaction. I think you saw the Charizard also. It was two things actually. I think you saw the Charizard ult summon Unstoppable, and he let me know in like a gentle way after I said the Charizard's looking for a Unite move target. And then I don't know. There's something else as well that I just didn't see because I'm not in the game.
So let me tell you, I will not be listening to We will sorely be missing Jeff, but
I'll do my
I
best.
will
I'll do
be
my
having
best.
a great time with you here. And it looks like we are heading in to this game. We've got our purple team, Casual Players Unite, and our orange team, Organized Chaos, right here. We've got that Decidueye coming out for both teams, possibly, which is pretty cool to see. I don't think we have any of my bounty Pokemon, which it truly is pretty tragic, Goof.
My Gengar would go nuts on this game for sure. Put me in. Put me in.
We got to get you in there with Gengar. I've been hearing a lot about your Gengar build. Someone was coming into my stream the other day telling me I have to play your Gengar build.
It's 3 glasses. I don't know if it's Chris does it too though.
Oh, it's 3 glasses? What?
Yeah, it's 3
What were they
glasses.
talking about? They were coming into my stream telling me I didn't know how to play Gengar, and I was saying, I don't know. I said triple glasses. Seems pretty good for Gengar. Here we go. Heading into this game here, we've got that Talon from Gatlu once again, Cinderace from Jungle Book, so we're going to see that in the center area as well. Decidueye heading into the bottom path. Yeet Fan, kind of one of the biggest stars from the finals yesterday, was just seeing this incredible Decidueye gameplay here. And looking at these two team comps, I mean, what do you like more here, Goof?
I think Gatlu has like a moral responsibility to get off the Talonflame after his performance last series. Like, it's not fair to continue playing it. So I like Gatlu's comp better because I think it's more if you're talking competitively, I like Gatlu's better. Of course, I like the left side better for fun.
Yeah, the left side has a little more fun to it. But I mean, these are a lot of very solid Pokemon as well. To be fair, I do think your right side team looks more like something you would see in a competitive setting. But, you know, Decidueye is making its way into the competitive world. We'll see if that continues after Duraludon sort of leaves. But here we have this first fight.
Yeah, usually when you win the first Audino, the Wild Audino, you get control of the bot lane. You saw the Hoopa actually miss a thingy.
Hoopa did miss a thingy right there, and that is important to notice. But you're right; it does look like our purple team here. They won that first little engagement. Yeet Fan able to secure that, so they are able to push them a little bit there. They need to get this Rowlet to Decidueye as quickly as possible here, and we have that early invade, that early gank from Talon, not getting all of its experience running straight to the top path there, and that really worked out.
Oh, knockout in the bot lane as well. I was going to say the consequences weren't too bad for the red team. They did secure their safe Wild Audino, but they actually end up pushing to the other team's side and getting knocked out. This does happen a bit bottom. Caps go in as well. Scores go in for the blue team. It's going to be a pretty big advantage for them.
They need those attack weight stacks on Decidueye. Look, it's still going to do a ton of damage otherwise, but if you can get that Decidueye stacked up really early, oh my goodness, it's going to be powerful.
I think both teams here have like kind of core setups from other competitive rosters, like the Nemesis roster, and in the case of the red team, I mean the orange team, I believe it's the random gaming players, but I'm sometimes awful with the EU team lineups. But yeah, it's like 2 competitive cores here, so these guys are probably taking it pretty seriously.
It looks like it, yeah. It looks like both teams are taking this game seriously here. I mean, we see everyone playing a Pokemon that they are very, very good with. You know, we've got our Trio on that green. We've got Jungle Book on that Cinderace. So these are very common picks for these players. And here comes that Talonflame. Once again, is it able to... No, it gets away. Cinderace leaves with just 1 HP.
Yeah, it's Jungle Book barely sneaking out there. It's nice to see the return of Jungle Book as well. He's playing for one of the top competitive rosters before the official circuit started, and he decided to step away from the game for IRL commitments, but I guess kind of knowing he was one of the more popular players and recognizable faces, he came back and decided to play in this event. I think that's pretty kind of him.
Yeah, I think it's very awesome. It's great to see so many people get together to play for this here. And we've got Dreadnought coming up in about 20 seconds here. They really want this level 7 for their Decidueye. Are they able to get it? Wow, big fight breaking out right here. Talonflame getting that KO. How many did he get to pick up? That's 2 KOs for the Lucario there as he dives into that back flux zone.
This looks like a pretty secure Dreadnought for the orange team.
Yeah.
I think in like really competitive play, probably the answer would be like to not even contest it here as a red team.
You think
As a blue team,
don't
sorry.
even send in, Greedent for a possible little steal?
They got it. They got
there
it.
you
Yeah,
go.
no, they should go steal the Dread. Jungle Book had 9. I didn't know he had 9.
There you go. As Goof was just about to say,
Yeah.
you probably give up this Dread, except you never would, because Cinder is going to get it. It
Yeah,
had
just-
its level 9, it had its Unite move, and there you go. However, Organized Chaos here, able to push this goal and win another fight here. So I don't know how worth it that Dread was, but they were able to get a lot of value from the team fight after.
If you get it, it's definitely worth. But the fear is that you don't get it and you take that same team wipe and then you're extremely behind. But I mean, they also use the chaos to stack Fan. So in that way, I probably didn't understand what they were doing. So good on them. They're just making chaos bottom, getting some scores in under his joy. He's uncontestable up here. This is one strong thing about this Pokemon. There's absolutely nothing you can do to contest the arrow on last hits, besides for coordinating massive bursts on the wild Pokemon, multiple other Pokemon. Look at this dive. This is looking good.
Yeah, I mean, that's an easy... Ooh, and here comes Talonflame saying,
I
no,
think
no,
Cooper
no,
should
I'm
Unite.
going to get you out here. Big Unite move. They are going down. So they were going to get some great value out of that fight in the bottom, but Talonflame pushed them all back here. And could Talonflame get a little more? Let's see. We've got a Unite move coming out from Greedon here.
Oh my goodness. Art doing work, but the point still goes down there. I wish... Oh, they do have levels on the side. That's very helpful. Slowbro needs his Unite move. He's the last one for the blue team to still have to unlock its Unite move. But I think Slowbro will get level 9 right now from the bot left to Othernos, and they'll probably contest Red.
Oh, yeah. If you're looking at the spectated collide, you can see just down by all the Pokemon's photos in the bottom right, you can see all their levels, which is often, you know, a big tale of what's happening in the match. It's not only score. Score is obviously very important, especially if they're playing a score comp team or something like that. But the level difference can usually be an indicator of who is going to win.
What we see from the orange team here is kind of a subversion of the normal tactic, right? Normally you're saying like 4 top right now, and your Hoopa's at Dreadnought, and so you're able to do whatever you want on the map and still be 5 at Dread. But the orange team took advantage of that, knowing Hoopa was bottom, setting up the portal play, and just took the 5-on-4 top. I think that's pretty, kind of knowing Hoopa's down there automatically is kind of a macro advantage, I guess, that they were able to take it, like, you know, use to its fullest with that
Yeah,
push.
so they knew that they were going to port down for that Dreadnought, and because of that, they were able to take a great fight and score a ton in that top path. And right now, you know, they're almost 200 points ahead, which is really great heading into those, you know, final moments. They know that they don't need to be the ones to force a fight.
You are never safe from this gradient late game, though. Like, the gradient almost guarantees an extra 100 points. And so, like, a zap flip, even with a big lead, is dangerous.
Almost had that talent. It was just trying to get Decidueye there. Not able to. Is it able to take it down? It does. It has a job. And that job is to take down that Decidueye. Dive all the way into the back line and get it. And if it can shut down that Decidueye, I think they're going to be in a great position here.
Man, experience actually looking favored for the blue team at this point. It's not good to be down experience to this comp for sure. They're looking. What they need on the orange team is an absolutely massive Venusaur now at this point, and they'll look to farm it up for sure on their side of the map, try to get that wild Pokemon experience.
Yeah, without question, this Venusaur needs to be running into that Zapdos fight at 13 for that big Petal Dance upgrade. And I think, you know, with a minute left, it's definitely going to be there. The question is, I mean, we might be seeing a level 15 Cinderace heading into that fight. And interestingly enough, as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, it's kind of like everyone forgot about Cinderace, very similar to Dre. As soon as Duraludon comes out, all of a sudden we don't see Cinderace at all anymore. But now with that Pokemon banned, it's the return of the overpowered bunny.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the Cinderace meta, to be honest. We saw Rotom into Dread, like we discussed in the previous games. It's really important to use the Rotom to secure something else on the map if you're not able to push in with it. And kind of we saw the 2 uses of Rotom in this game displayed. Though you get the Rotom and you push with it, or you get the Rotom and you do something somewhere else on the map. So red team push with the Rotom, and blue team kind of use the Rotom to secure the Dreadnought in the bottom lane. The XP lead is definitely in favor of the blue team at this point.
Yeah, it absolutely is. We're heading into the 2-minute mark. Everyone on our purple team right here, they're ready for this fight. Our orange team also trying to figure this out here. They have Hoopa, so people can get into this fight even if they are not there right away. We see, it looks like we have a score possibly coming out from Venusaur right here, and Organized Chaos knows they're ahead. If they can put some points on the board, maybe they don't even really want to deal with Zapdos. Casual players take Zapdos right now, so they're going to be running to score while we have some counter score attempts here from Organized Chaos right now. 186, 502, Cinderace able to score. Can they bring this game back? 430, 502,
I think this favors
and more
blue team,
points
the
going in.
situation.
Say that again, sorry.
This favors the blue team, the situation, certainly. Or maybe not, actually.
Wow, 626, 630. This game could not be closer unless they were 3 points closer. But this game is so incredibly close. 648, 630. We're going to find out in a minute here where these teams are. I can't remember. Does this say it's a close match?
This is close battle.
It's close battle right now, so neither team knows who is ahead. I've got to assume both teams are thinking, maybe it's us.
The
Maybe
only thing
it's
the Hoopa
not.
can do here is stall for a time while his teammates rejoin the battle. The problem for red team typically in this situation be that Greedent is almost guaranteed a cap after respawning, like, a goal. But Greedent, because of the number of knockouts on the blue team, Greedent may have to play defense. So
Let's
I
see what happens.
don't remember if Talonflame is score shield. So the situation is tense for sure for both of them. They're just
Both
marking the
teams.
Greedent. Greedent's not able to run across and score.
And
In
it's
game,
such
I
a
would know
small
if they
amount of
knew.
points here, Goof, that, I mean, just a little bit going in right now changes this match.
Yeah,
they
a
don't
5,
even know how
6.
close it is. Literally, if someone were to be able to put 11 points
gosh,
in the
blue
goal,
team
and it
touches it
doesn't
up.
look like they're going to do it.
I'm surprised that Art didn't run across on the Greedent to score, but it doesn't end up being relevant. So, when you're in game, a lot of time circles you track the overcaps. So you know how much points are in each goal, and you only need to know how much they scored over each goal to know the exact score as a player in game. So it's possible if they're paying attention, they knew, but still very, very close. I wouldn't feel comfortable in a tournament game for sure having the game end like that.
Wow. I mean, what a match right there. 648 to 638. You love to see it. Taking a look at the damage here. Gotlu, he said 121's a lot. I could try to do 130 for this next one. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we could just put a challenge out there. Let's see if we can do 135. But what an incredible match here. And you've got to assume both teams heading into that final moment. But I don't know. I don't know who just won that one.
I think this is ridiculous. Some players just show up when there's no pressure and you're able to kind of have fun. And I think Gatlu's seen that thing. 3 100k plus Talonflame games in a row. That's pretty impressive stuff.
Yeah, it's really incredible to see. I mean, Brave Bird Talon is really amazing. It does an insane amount of damage. After they kind of nerfed Fly, we didn't get to see Talon as much here, but I think with everyone having more fun, with the team comps being a little more varied, and with someone who is obviously cracked on the sticks, as they say, we're just seeing this Talon absolutely dominate these games. I am sad that we're not seeing any more of the bounty Pokemon, but it looks like these teams are getting pretty serious right now as we are getting close to one of these teams heading to the grand finals.
Oh yeah, they want to win. You can tell. The games are getting. You can even see by the tense end game there that the teams are getting pretty serious about winning. I think Gatlu's overperforming, probably doing really strong, just having a really strong performance today. And after yesterday, the Nemesis players definitely want to, continue to kind of draw attention to themselves and for a good cause as well. I'm glad everyone is doing their best today.
Yeah, of course. We get to see some great games. We also get to see some really fun games. Do you think either team changes anything up? I mean, when a game's that close, I assume you just say, we're going to run that back. We think we could have won that one.
Yeah, for sure. Especially the early game was extremely favorable for the losing team, right? I think that's right. Yeah, I think because of that, when you win the early game in Unite and you kind of lose the late game, you're confident you can win the next one, usually, barring something really unusual. So I think you win first dread and you lose the game, you feel let's run it back. That's how I feel, at least usually.
I know your team, from what I've seen, I don't feel like I ever see you guys change up your team composition. It feels like GG often knows what they want to play. You guys have your strategy set. This is what you're going to do. Are there situations, especially with more Pokemon being released, where you think you might start some counterplay, like possibly what we saw in the March finals yesterday? Or for your team, would you probably still run the comp that you think is the strongest the whole way through?
I think like when you have like really outlier imbalance stuff, like you have incredibly OP deep pulse, then you have like Blissey, and like a team runs like Blissey plus something to stop your deep pulse. Like maybe that's when you have to start thinking about it. But like I feel like playing a stable comp that you're used to like adjusting and then maybe like changing like one or two things is better than going for the full switch up. We played Gardevoir jungle yesterday. Actually, we lost. So.
Oh really? I didn't know
yeah,
that.
we
I didn't
kind
know
of
you guys brought that out.
We kind of stepped outside our, just played the same comp over and over again, and the strategy that we normally do, and we lost. Not sure. Depends on how many Pokemon there are. If there was draft or bans, obviously you'd see more switch ups.
Sure, of course. Which I don't think we're going to be seeing anything like that in this first year of Pokemon Unite. There just aren't enough Pokemon, but I do wonder, as this game continues to grow and with the roster getting so big, at some point they absolutely could implement a pick and ban phase, which would be really cool to see in some of these competitive games, because things like a crazy overpowered Pokemon like Duraludon would get itself sorted out just in that system right there.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think like one ban would not be bad now, especially because teams are kind of switching off the Eldegoss. Yeah, I think at this point it could work with Hoopa being what it is. Also, yeah, Hoopa is a bit polarizing for the meta. It's a little too strong.
I wonder, are teams switching off Eldegoss because of Hoopa? Are the nerfs a big part of it? Is the shield just a little too weak right now? Because I do see some teams continue to run it, but you're right. I saw very few Eldegoss in the tournament yesterday. I saw more people running, that like a Slowbro, Ninetales, Blissey, or something like that in that bottom.
I think it's a combination of things. I actually think the correct bottom lane was the Hoopa Eld lane, but there was an unexpected kind of development that made it not the best, and it's the Blissey. Like, if you play the Hoopa as your second damage dealer, or your third damage dealer, so your cores are Lucario and Duraludon, the Dragon Pulse Duraludon, and if you choose to play a non-damaging attacker bottom, it's usually fine because Duraludon does 1,000,000 damage, right? But what happened is Blissey's kind of turning off one of your cores when Blissey has Safeguard, and so now you only have the Lucario, and Lucario's not great into Ninetales either. So what ends up happening is you do no damage into Blissey with the Hoopa Eld lane. But like with the Wiggly, it was different. So I think the bottom lane, and it's kind of why my team's meta was not the best going into the tournament. This idea that Blissey does shut down Duraludon. And we had plans to play the Flash Cannon. We had a lot of success with it in scrims, and we just didn't. So we'll see what happens with Flash Cannon. We'll see what happens with Cinder comes back into the meta. Cinder you can't really shut down this time. I think you might see Hoopa Eld Blissey. Hoopa Eld Cinder be a relevant comp as well. So we'll see.
Here we go, heading into this second game here. And like we said, I think we're going to see these teams run it back. It's unlikely we see a Psychic Mr. Mime, but boy, one can hope that we see a Psychic Mr. Mime here for this second game. Everyone looking to play a lot of the same stuff. Maybe Jungle Book actually locking in that Charizard right now.
Charizard's a strong pick, for sure.
Charizard is amazing. I just feel like whenever I'm playing Charizard, every single match, my Unite move gets canceled. I get my Unite move canceled 50 times a match. You have to be a lot more careful and better than I am, obviously. But I just feel like I keep running into 8 million unstoppable Pokemon.
Safeguard Blissey definitely causes like some unexpected unstoppables too, and so does Hoopa transforming. So, I think like a couple years down the line, Charizard will have to be adjusted. Like if this game gets extremely competitive, like everyone will just dodge with full heal,
right?
On the Unite move. But you're also seeing more full heals right now, probably Stragos, because of the Dragon Pulse stacks. So you have like someone removing their D-Pulse stacks, and then you like go to Charizard ult, and it's like, oh, they're unstoppable.
Yeah, you are seeing a ton of that as well. We've actually got Gatlu switching up. They're going to play Greedent here. Geese on the Talonflame for this match.
All right, I'm cheering for Art because I feel like this Greedent switch for Gatlu in this circumstance is a bit of a like an attempt at flexing on Art, So I'm cheering for Art Greedent this game.
Wow, at this point, this is a grudge match, and there's a lot of disrespect here. So I can't wait to see what happens with it. Actually, going a little bit of a 2-1-2 here. We've got that Talon Lucario top. So this could be set up for a very score-heavy composition from Organized Chaos.
Oh, is this score comp? Yeah, this looks like it's score comp. Or something resembling score comp.
Yeah, love this green move, just trying to take all of this in the bottom path. Now, I wonder, against score comp, how useful is this Decidueye going to be? Are those Spirit Shackles going to be helpful? Are they going to break a lot of those score shields and stop them from getting those points in? Or is it really set up for a very different team comp?
Typically, the Decidueye is bad when there's a bunch of annoying stuff running around on top of it. So I think Decidueye not the best pick in the score comp generally, but we'll see. With a lead, there's a lot of things that flip in Pokemon Unite when one Pokemon is ahead versus other Pokemon. Like, for example, Venusaur into a really big, a small Venusaur into a really large Decidueye is very bad. But a small Decidueye into a very large Venusaur is very bad. You understand what I'm saying? Like, because the big Venusaur is just going to run on top of the Decidueye. But the small Venusaur is going to get shot from a range and lose 70% of its HP, and it's unsafe for it to walk up now. So
kind of a fun fight happening in that top path right there. But you're right, yeah, the level differences, it makes a huge difference. And this comp is going to be really interesting because it does feel like, you know, we were saying earlier that Decidueye might be better for some of those bigger team fights. But yeah, with everyone running around just being generally annoying, I wonder if it's going to have a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I do imagine it will. This is a lot of goals going in as well too. Generally against score comp, you need to shut it down early. You have superior lanes, generally speaking, when you're playing the non-score comp, but it doesn't feel like enough. But one thing Orange Team has going for it is that they do have a Greedent, you know, to kind of play their game. Like the Greedent will just stay on their, if Orange Team develops a lead, the Greedent can just play on the blue team side of the map the whole game, or the purple team, whatever it's called.
I do think it's purple and orange, but coming from every other MOBA, it's red and blue.
Their health bars are also objectively blue, right? Like if you grab the color of that health bar, that's blue.
I think that's a blue. I do think that's a blue health bar. Look, it's tough to say. These buffs, I think they're orange and purple, but it's hard not to call them a red and a blue buff.
Sure. But the health bar specifically is where I take my stand. That's a blue health bar.
I think we're going to need a color expert. And I'm going out on a limb here. I think you're incredible at Pokemon Unite, an amazing analyst, but I don't think you're a color expert. I did go to college for it, but I did not get my degree. So I also don't think I can fully say, but I do agree with you. Just eyeballing it, and from the few years I've been in the field, I would say that is blue.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's blue.
Getting ready for this fight here at Dread.
Yeah, this is a chaotic. There's a Charizard. Typically, you're supposed to win, but there's a Dragonite, and I think the Charizard tries to slam the Dragonite. Oh. Okay, who won it? Dragonite.
Dragonite, yeah. Dragonite, of course. Which is interesting. I didn't think we'd see any Dragonite yesterday, Goof, but we did see a little bit of it alongside Duraludon, actually.
It was popular in the South American metas. I don't know which ones. I know it was we scrimmed some of the BR teams, and they really liked it until they scrimmed us, and they were like, okay, no more Dragonite. But yeah, I think Dragonite definitely, you can't underestimate the Hyper Beam Secure, and it was relevant there, of course. Also good with score comp, because it only uses 50% of its Unite move to Buddy Barrier Cap. I want to talk about the action in the game, man, but it's like, it's absolute chaos. Like, you know, this is just score comp. They're running around, they're on the other team side.
Yeah, it is. It's very chaotic when you're watching a team with a score comps. You're like, Talon diving, gets KO'd, but it did score 3 points, which I think is what it wanted to do. You know, you have a lot of moments like that where you're not seeing the same team fights. You're not seeing the same fights for the same objectives. They're literally diving for the smallest amount of points. I can't believe this Wiggly is going to get this in. This is just insane between Wiggly and Dragonite right there. What? What an insane moment.
Oh, they stopped the last one, though. Let's go. I'm anti-score comp, Spriggles. I'm known as being an unbiased caster, but I'm here as a guest, and I do not like the score comp. I want the other guys to win.
Oh, I'm a very biased caster. I want Psychic Mr. Mime more than anything, so I totally understand where you're coming from.
If I was playing in this tournament and I lucked in the Psychic Mr. Mime and I loaded in and the other team was playing score comp, I would unfollow you on Twitter or something as a result. Like, I'd be so upset.
I'd welcome it. I'd understand where people are coming from. If I made someone play Shadow Claw Aegislash and they had to go up against the score comp, I'd be very upset.
Can you imagine? Like, you're just like, oh, you know, having a good time, Ukraine, you said raising some money for a good cause. You load in a Psychic Mr. Mime, and then, like, there's 8 people Unite moving on your point to score 4 points each. Like, I would be done.
It would be very fun. Wow.
You see the way that Decidueye went down? That was so funny.
That was a big belch there, taking Decidueye down. I didn't even notice, by the way, of course, because it is a score comp, we have Talon on Fly, not the Brave Bird that we were seeing earlier.
Yeah, good for escaping over walls and like more quickly, especially if you're on Switch. This is like a kind of boring line of discussion, but on Switch, it's kind of hard to aim your Brave Birds away. So it makes
Yes, because it immediately wants to trigger it to the thing right next to you. Or if you're me playing on Switch, it's like, I think you're trying to target that core fish that's over there, and you think, no, why is this happening? Oof. Big Unite move, grabbing that Dragonite.
Unite move. Definitely worth for a Rotom against score comp. Do they get it, though? They do. Why is the line blue if the orange team got it? It's interesting.
Yeah, I was just confused there.
Probably a caster thing. Probably like the.
Yeah, it's got to be, right? We're probably watching Switch sides on these teams here, but they've, flip-flopped them orange.
And visually it's orange. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like on the actual screen.
We found a bug, ladies and gentlemen. Or, I mean, we found like when a Pokemon's overpowered, we found a bug that they fixed.
What is the plan here? Neither team has a big lead. This is the part where you have to stop spending your money, basically. Oh, spending your money. My goodness. You like expending your AOS energy to score at this part of the game. You want to have a big stock of it against score comp and as score comp. Everybody needs 50.
Yeah, so obviously score comp could try to, make some sneaky plays here right around Zapdos. They don't really care if they get it. Look, they want it, but they're probably just going to run in there, flip it, and run the other way, or maybe even not show up and score all their points.
Yeah, this is why everyone needs to have 50 points for double time. If I was Junglebook, I'd even be, picking that AOS energy up off the floor.
That's really interesting. I mean, I have not run into a ton of score comp because I mainly play this game, solo, duo, stuff like that. But it's not something that I've considered, obviously, you having to play against score comp as a competitive player, knowing that, okay, at this 2-minute mark, well...
Like this is doomed, by the way. This is not what you want to do.
Interesting. So they did score a lot of those points, and Goof does not like it. We're going to have to see what happens here at this Zapdos.
You can see, typically that's a good play in competitive Unite, but just now you see they have like less scoring potential, right? They have less money, so...
Let's see what happens here. It's interestingly enough, Organized Chaos doesn't have, a ton of points either on all of their Pokemon. 2-minute mark right here. 309, 315, one Pokemon down. Lucario is down right now. There's a big fight at the Zapdos pit, and like I said earlier, it looks like they're trying to sort of flip it.
I mean, there's a Dragonite here. This is not good. Oh, but they get it. Let's go. Casual players unite.
They got it, and it looked like that Dragonite threw its Hyper Beam very early. I think it thought more damage was going to get thrown down on that Zapdos right there, because after that Hyper Beam went down, I thought, ooh, now this is anyone's game.
At this point, it should be doomed for blue team, but we'll see what happens. There's going to be like around 200 more points scored, I think, for blue team, putting them at... Oh, so for orange team, putting them at like 700 or something, so...
Yeah, I would say that's definitely orange. I agree with you on the blue thing, but as a almost degreed color expert, that looks pretty orange to me. Decidueye able to get the points in. 399 to 673, a minute left. But boy, Organized Chaos is going to need to pick up a lot of AOS energy and make a big play if they want to get back in this game.
What do you think of color degree is called? What was the official, major that you were in?
It was, I mean, for a little while it was a colorist, but obviously they were talking about, changing that up. I never fully got accredited. I'll have to check the University of Phoenix website just to see what they have.
I don't approve of the major colorist, by the way. I don't think that's a good one.
That's what I'm saying. They knew they had to change it, Goof. Yeah. They knew they knew it needed to be changed.
All right, the last siege now, they'll have to score a lot here. The best thing you can do is kind of fight them outside your base, because it makes them use their Unite moves outside, and that means they can't use them inside, and then they can't score as effective. Oh my gosh, they might do it. No, they lost 100.
No, they did not get 200 points in right there. Almost, but not able to make that final score happen. It being defended, and it looks like Casual Players Unite is going to take this one. And that moves them into the grand finals, correct?
That was winners finals. Yeah, I believe you're correct.
Thank you, Jeff. I don't know if everyone on the stream can hear Jeff, but Jeff said I am correct. He is in my ear. There we go. Taking a look here, MVP for the Decidueye. So we were wondering, Goof, if that Decidueye was going to be able to play well into this composition. And it looks like it did pretty dang well.
It's plenty, yeah. It's plenty of damage for a game like this. If you look the Dragonite and stuff, they actually did negative damage.
Do you consider negative damage when your damage is under your damage taken? Is that what you're referring to?
No, it's like when it's really low.
Okay, that's what you
when you
consider
get doubled and then you're still when you get doubled and you still need like some extra help from your equivalent on the other team, that's negative damage.
Sure. Okay, that makes sense. That is a good way to look at the damage differential there. I wasn't sure if this was, you know, something that all the pros knew about, where they went, hey, look, if your damage is under your damage taken, that's negative damage time. But of course, when you see a score comp, you don't see a lot of damage there. They're kind of doing everything they can to avoid doing damage to the enemy team at points.
I adjusted myself. Like, I'm a professional now. Also, I went to school for damage mathematics, so that's where I learned this.
Yeah, I understand. Did you end up getting your degree though?
No, never.
Yeah, I know. I'm 1 credit away. I'm 1 credit away. We are going to be heading to a short break right here. I just want to let everyone know you can still donate. We are matching these donations up to 10K. There are still some bounty Pokemon for some of these teams to hopefully pick, like Psychic Mr. Mime, Zeraora in some of these games. When we come back, I believe we're going to be looking at some of the losers semi-finals matches. Don't go anywhere. That includes the bathroom. Just hold it.
Don't forget to donate, guys.
Welcome back. I am Spraggles. I am joined here by Jeff Hoagland, and what I mean by that is we have an incredibly incompetent person running production. No idea who's doing that. They should probably be fired. Welcome back to our Unite for Ukraine charity tournament.
Production. I'm so confused right now.
Don't tell the people at home. They don't need to know.
Okay, I see. Yes, I'm so happy to be back with you here, Jeff. Heading into, this is the loser semifinals, correct?
Yes, we are down to our final 4 teams here. This is a double elimination tournament. So we're going to be watching these competitors play a best of 3 match for their tournament life. We have the Drama Llamas versus Canada +1 coming up here on screen. I'm interested to see if Drama Llama has any more donation incentive competitions left that they need to play out, or if they're through all of those. We watched them win the first match today with a center path Eldegoss, Spriggles.
That was really awesome to see. I'm seeing from the chat, someone said protect the president. I don't know if they've reached that goal, but they might be playing their protect the president strategy, which, as we all know, the president should be mime using psychic.
Yeah, I wonder who they've deemed. I assume that's like, it's got to be like a force supports comp, right? So I could see a psychic mime being in there, right? Because you guard swap to protect your teammate.
If that psychic mime is in there, Jeff, you have no idea how excited I am about to be. We still do have a couple bounties Pokemon I would love to see in this tournament. Huge shout outs to anyone who are playing these. It's for the cause, ladies and gentlemen. I still want to see Aegislash with Shadow Claw. Look, if you just run Aegislash, I'll take it at this point. Mime has to run Psychic or I will riot. And of course, I need to see Zeraora. If we see any of these Pokemon, that's $50 to the cause, except for Mr. Mime, which has become $69 to the cause, thanks to Goof.
I'd like the record to reflect one of the teams we're about to watch. They played that Dive Cram earlier that you put up on his bounty, and that was the game that they won in their match, Spriggles.
Well, I mean, look, people think these are troll picks. In fact, I had a player message me earlier and said, hey, you're putting the bounties up for these troll picks, right? And I say, these are not troll picks. They're just not as good as some of the others, but I think teams will win.
They're tactical suggestions so players can learn to expand their range.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Jeff. That's a great way to put it.
All right, we're heading on in here to our loading screen for... Ooh, we see Celestial hovering on that center path Eldegoss again. Are we going to break it out? They did dominate with it earlier in the tournament.
We have 4 supports over here from the Drama Llamas. I am guessing this is that protect the president strategy, and the president is President Venusaur. We have a Mr. Mime being hovered, but they jump off it. How sad. I'm crestfallen.
There's no fun here, Spriggles. I hope the president dominates this match.
Oh, of course. I mean, I want to see this strategy go so well. When you put Trick and Safeguard on top of a Venusaur, not to mention the fact that you're going to have that Eldegoss shield, this Pokemon can get pretty insane.
Yeah, Venusaur really shines in those sustained fights, and it has some sustain built into its kit itself. And when it has all of these friends coming along with it, it's going to be quite reasonable. In fact, we saw a solo top Wigglytuff yesterday inside of the NA finals, I believe it was. Perhaps we're going to see Lutano solo top with that Wiggly now.
That was one of my favorite things to see from that tournament. I mean, unfortunately, it didn't work out. I would love to have seen the matches before because it was a really cool pick that I've never seen, I don't think, but did not work out in those finals. We see a more typical composition here from our purple team, Canada +1, and then, of course, Drama Llamas, Lutano with that solo Wigglytuff. Let's go.
Yeah, we're going to follow Lutano here to start. The bottom will be the normal chaos that it is. I want to see how he chooses to engage against this Lucario here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Securing that last hit, huge.
Big move here, and he can just bounce right off this wall here, smack him again. Yep, and there that is right there. Of course, I mean, this is a Lucario, so they usually fare pretty well in a lot of these one-on-one fights, but no, Lutano able to score here. If he's stacking special attack specs, I am going to be so freaking happy, Jeff.
I like this from Lutano, just kind of acknowledging that, hey, I'm not going to escape from these two unless I get rollout, and then we are out of here, Spriggles.
Yes. I mean, you got to give it up to the Drama Llamas here. They are bringing the exact kind of energy I was hoping was going to be a part of this event, Jeff. I mean, these are great players. They're playing their hearts out, and they're also, bringing a lot of fun and excitement into these matches with these builds. You could actually chase him down there with that rollout. That was very close to that Lucario going down.
Yeah, actually just kind of dominating the top path interaction here with that Venusaur plus the Wigglytuff. Let's check it on bottom and see how they're doing here, where it looks like the Drama Llamas are a little bit ahead as well here, comparing the levels on the two sides.
You know, the interesting thing about this bottom path is these are a lot of the Pokemon you normally see in this path, just with one extra support.
I think this bottom path is actually legitimately good. Like, Hoopa is one of those, like, supports, in quotes, because it literally turns into an attacker when you use its Unite move, and it frequently plays Muscle Band to get in these range pokes, especially alongside the Trick configuration.
And you can see there, just looking at the AO synergy, you know that, I mean, that incredible secure from Blissy's Pound, it has secured a ton of these wild Pokemon here. It just does so much damage.
Yeah, and I think that one of the most important things when you look at these bottom path configurations is I think having two ranged characters with Muscle Band is one of the most important things, and this triple support path still has that to check that box off.
We're about 30 seconds away from Dreadnought here. I'm interested to see, you know, how this rotation is going to look. We already have the President ready to go. And what I mean by that is that Venusaur is level 7. Basically, once that Venusaur gets its Petal Dance, it has become the President. It was running the whole time. The votes were being tallied. Look, I'll say it. I think there was some shenanigans with the election, but it doesn't matter at this point. They're the President now.
We see the Hoopa coming up to escort the President down with that little bit of extra trick mobility. And then a big push in here on this point. We'll see if they choose to break it or not, if they're just looking to put it to 14. Yep, looking like going with the typical strategy of leaving that bottom point open so they can continue to clear these wild Pokemon and gain a further advantage.
And obviously they feel great about this Dreadnought right here. You know, the enemy team really isn't there to contest it at all, and they didn't see that their, you know, Cinderace was level 9 yet, so they know a big Unite move is not going to be flying in over their heads to take it. Really nice stuff from the Drama Llamas right here, playing a very not typical team comp. Just heading through their center area here, picking up some of their farm. And of course, the same fight breaking out here in this bottom path. And now that these levels are higher, this is going to be tough for Canada +1 here. I mean, they're going up against a stronger team that already did very well before. Cinderace actually coming down here for a little bit of a fight.
Yeah, and this is going to be a big push here. We see Venusaur and Wigglytuff gaining some advantage top, but they're probably going to lose this bottom point here before the second Dreadnought, meaning they're going to lose that positional advantage that it is able to provide.
Wow, and they are fighting very hard to keep this point here, lasting a lot longer than I expect, especially, you know, that Blissey Unite really helps them stave them off, but it looks like they're they are going to retreat, so this point will still exist. Was that all the AO synergy? Maybe they couldn't break it if they wanted to.
Yeah, it looks like they had just been successful enough early with their pushes to be able to prevent them from having enough energy to dunk in there. And it looks like we've got that positional advantage Dreadnought heading in up top. Wigglytuff kind of pressuring in, playing that Lucario role quite well with Wiggly rolling around.
It's such an amazing thing to see. I wonder if this is going to start to become more common. I mean, we saw one of the top teams in North America running this strategy. Wigglytuff amazing throughout the game and does pretty well all by itself. It actually puts out a lot of damage and it's so incredibly tanky. I wonder if we're going to see more Wigglytuffs in that top path.
See Siege onto this point here, trying to push off that positional advantage the blue team has before this Dreadnought can pop up, but unable to do so. And now we see every Unite move in the game popping essentially here at this key 440 mark, so players can have those back up for Zapdos at the end.
Venusaur still around. That President has been protected. It's level 12 right now. It's almost to the point where it's just such an insane Pokemon. Ooh, unfortunately, missing that Giga Drain there. Are they able to? No. It is secured by Canada +1.
See, and that's one of probably the biggest downsides to this composition we see from the right side team in the Drama Llamas is that they do not have a Pokemon that's really good at contesting that last hit. They need to take a team fight and win it decisively in order to get these objectives with certainty.
Yeah, I mean, one thing we're looking at is just, not a ton of damage output over here. They are doing a great job of protecting this president, and Venusaur is absolutely insane. The longer they can keep it alive, the better. But one amazing thing about Venusaur is without all this support, it still kind of stays alive forever anyway, just because it has that Giga Drain Pedal Dance combo that just feels like is still pretty overpowered in this game.
Yeah, we see that Venusaur pushing down on in, gaining the positional advantage for this Rotom. This is that 3-ish minute Rotom we've talked about a good deal in the broadcast, where it can, if they don't contest it, it gives you a window to get a big dunk in, and if they do contest it, it gives you plenty of time to do something elsewhere on the map, as the purple team chooses to do something elsewhere on the map while this is secured, increasing their lead 294 to 167 now.
So you can see here, they're using that Rotom to buy them time to hopefully get this big dunk in. They've got, the best over dunk they could have before, we're under the 2-minute mark here, if this Venusaur can score right here. But it looks like they are going to be able to push them back, just using one member of Canada +1 right now to get rid of that Rotom in the top path. Here we go. They're continuing to push after this goal has been broken here. Venusaur from Canada +1 not here yet, but it looks like they are going to retreat. The president has been protected. They have scored right now. Drama Llama's down by almost 100 points, which means that this is really anyone's game. Might be able to secure this Dread really without a lot of pressure from the enemy at all. We do get a nice sleep there, but it's a little too early. This should be an easy secure. No, it is not. Wiggly, the lone Wiggly, able to take that Dreadnought. Very cool.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, we talked about no secure. Wiggly's the best secure that the Protect the President team, the Drama Llamas, have, and I'm really surprised to see them work towards this objective flipping the way the rest of these Dreadnoughts have gone.
It's very interesting. Here we go. The Zapdos. No, it does go down to the Cinderace, able to take that Zap right there. Drama Llamas need to figure something out here. A lot of points are going to head in on the side of Revolution, is it? Have I been saying the wrong team name?
Yeah, apparently it's Revolution. That was a flub on my part.
Who produces this show? Yes,
hey,
sorry about that. Revolution, I apologize.
We couldn't get the teams to put their names into Battlefy, so we're kind of like guessing and choosing and referencing 3 different things because players are all over the place.
Well, if anything, I blame Goof. So let's see. Revolution 610 right here. Drama Llamas 284. I love seeing this comp, but right now they have a lot of points to make up.
Yeah, looking at this, I think this game's kind of doomed at this point. When you're ever at that point where 2 scores and an outside goal don't get you the win, it's so difficult to win a battle on their point if you don't have a bunch of them knocked out. And even here, Orange Team is just all over the map for us.
And now that we're here at the end of this game, we had this Venusaur pretty overpowered for a long time, but now it's the same level as the Venusaur on the other team here. You could say there are 2 presidents right now, one on both sides.
Yeah, and we see them trying to do a little bit of a split push here, but this is, again, the importance of noting that, a single score doesn't get them through here. They need more than this, because even if the distraction push kind of worked, it wasn't enough to actually win the game here.
Yeah, it's just tough. They're too far behind at this point. The Venusaur there from Revolution cleaning that up a little bit. Not my president, but unfortunately, Drama Llamas losing this match. You love to see the comp. It's such an amazing thing to see, especially, on this stream, on this day. I love seeing teams play with stuff like this. I really wonder, is it really time to pull out the Psychic Mime? Who knows?
And one of the things that stands out to me, I felt like the overall team composition from Drama Llamas wasn't even that unreasonable there. The big thing that surprised me was the fact that they just decided to show up to the Zapdos and just kind of rip into the objective. Not only from a game theory perspective is their team a little bit weaker at last hitting, but they had that on display at multiple points over the course of that game.
You actually see, some pretty good damage numbers from a lot of the supports there on Drama Llamas. You'd expect, Hoopa obviously outputs a decent amount of damage there. But yeah, they weren't able to fight as well as Revolution was. I did see a very nice donation here in the chat from Shrug. It's very cool. And you can still continue to donate. up to $10,000 will be matched for this event. So thank you to everyone who is donating. And of course, a bigger thank you to everyone who is playing some of my bounty Pokemon picks like Trevenant and Dive Cramorant.
All right, we're getting our players back on in to their lobby for our second match here. The first game they are going to, Revolution is the team, not Canada +1. Had a little bit of a mix-up there. They will be playing against the Drama Llamas in a second game in this best-of-3 match. This is our lower semifinals, so we're going to have this match, the winner, or the losers finals, and then our grand finals, where there will be a reset if necessary.
Yeah, I'm wondering, are we going to be seeing something different here? Are they still going to be protecting the president? Have they reached their next threshold? Will we see a surf comp? I'm excited to see what the Drama Llamas bring to the table here. And obviously, Revolution playing a very solid game one. I wonder if they plan on changing anything up. I can't imagine they do, especially if they are looking to claw their way back to those grand finals.
Yeah, players definitely interested in winning this tournament, in addition to playing for donations to charities of their choice, benefiting people in Ukraine. They are also playing for a small prize pool for themselves as well. So shout out to all of our competitors putting in some time on their Sunday and the weeks before leading into this, as David has organized the draft and everything else to make this event possible.
I think I just saw an insane donation, Jeff, of a little over $1,300, bringing our total to $7,000 right there.
That is absolutely incredible. Thank you for that generosity. Working our way up towards the maximum of that $10,000 match from David. Thank you to everyone that's contributed today, but especially for that last one. That is incredibly generous.
Wow. I mean, I cannot believe that. That's just so incredible. And thank you to everyone, of course, who donates. Whatever you're able to contribute is amazing. But huge thank you to such a nice donation here as we get ready for our next game.
Great. We have our players in the lobby waiting for them to go ahead and get started here. We'll be underway in just a minute.
Oh, I'm getting from the chat, they're asking me, does Spraggles have a list for the pocket pick Pokemon? I do. It is on my Twitter. I'll give it to you right now. We've already seen Trevenant using Pain Split and Cramorant using Dive. I still want to see Zeraora. Any build's fine, but Wild Charge would be exciting. Mime using Psychic and Aegislash using Shadow Claw. Thank you for asking.
For people asking for the structure of the tournament from here on out, all the remaining matches are going to be best of 3. We did a couple of best of 1 engagements for the lower part of the losers bracket just so we could keep things moving along for the sake of time. But we're going to be covering every match remaining in the tournament on stream from here on out. They are all going to be best of 3s. We got this one more, and then possibly 2 in the grand finals afterwards.
So right now, if Revolution wins this one, they are going to be making their way to the losers finals with the opportunity to head into those grand finals a little bit later here. Of course, we need to see something from our very exciting team, Drama Llamas. We need to see them pull out a win here. I don't know if they're still protecting the president. I don't know if they're now going to be playing a more basic comp. And I'm getting a question from the chat. Can we use Psychic even though it's bugged? I'm going to be honest. I had no idea Psychic was bugged.
You know, that's how those unplayable moves, the less played moves work on occasion. When there's issues, you don't always know. Someone saying it was banned from a tournament for that.
Oh, I did not realize that. It's what I've wanted to see all day, but I was unaware that Mime Psychic was banned. You tell you what, even though it's apparently banned for some reason, you never see it, and I don't think it's very good, but I guess there must be a problem with it. I'm going to have to figure this out. I mean, what do we do? What do we switch out for Psychic Mime? What's another Pokemon that we never see with a build we never see? Jeff, what would you love to see?
You know, I don't know. Chat, maybe chat can help us out. What's a different chat challenge, the Pokemon that you don't see? We don't see Giga Beam on Venusaur now. I think that's pretty playable.
I think it's pretty playable.
You gotta scrape the bottom. Oh, how about Ground Attack's Garchomp?
Ground Attack Garchomp, I will allow. I need to hear more about why Mime is banned. I don't know. David is, maybe David could tell us if Mime is banned from this tournament. I truly don't know about this interaction here. But if that is the case, I will take full ground Garchomp, please. Give me a dig and give me an Earthquake.
That's, those attacks have been buffed a couple of times, Spriggles. They wouldn't just buff them and leave them unplayable still, right?
That's exactly right, Jeff. So right now, I'm giving teams a huge advantage if they could bring Ground Garchomp in here. Normally banned from all tournaments because it's simply too powerful, but you can play it today, and I will give up that $50 bounty. That's sweet, sweet bounty.
All right. Players, if you are chilling in chat for this match, hanging out, you are welcome to start at any point. Waiting for them to come on in here. There's a lot of gears turning and cogs that need to line up to make sure our players can get started here.
I see from the chat, it says Mime isn't banned. We'll have players be on the honor system. I truly have no idea what this interaction with Psychic is. I can tell you no one in solo queue has figured it out if they're running Mime. But if someone wants to play it and be cool about it, as the tournament director says, there is a bounty for that. And I'm opening it up now. Garchomp's on the table as well.
Ground Garchomp. Spray.
Ground Garchomp. If you play a single dragon move, I will take money away from this charity. That's right. I have the power to do that. Here we go into character selection.
All right, we see our players queuing up here. The sides have switched. We'll get our score total updated up top. One match going over to, I believe I'm witnessing a surf comp, Spriggles.
Ooh, this is a beautiful surf comp right here. To play it correctly, they actually have to use Gengar, unfortunately, but it is very cool to see for surf Pokemon. That Hoopa does need to be switched out for this to be the official Spraggles surf comp, but I will allow them to call this their version of a surf comp with an asterisk being that it is not official.
Oh, is that? Oh, Spraggles. How about they're going for the double dip. They're going for the.
If they put a Mime in there, I'm gonna freak out. I'm gonna freak out if this Mime makes
I think this is the double dip. They got the donation goal for the surf comp, and now here's a Mr. Mime.
They locked in a Mime, man. We have a Zeraora. I'm freaking out over here, Jeff. I'm freaking out.
Dear players, please take all of this man's money away from him, as we have Zeraora from Overlord, and we have Mr. Mime from the other. Let's do it. I actually think this composition from the surf comp is actually pretty reasonable, right? You have Blastoise to solo top. You've got Slowbro and Cramorant as decent CC and early lane bullies at the bottom. We're going to see a 2-1-2 split, maybe? Ooh, looks like 2-1-2, actually. I think this is fine as well.
I haven't heard a word you've said. My ears are ringing. I see Zeraora. I see Mr. Mime. All this surf comp happening here. This is incredible. This is exactly what I was hoping for when I saw this tournament. Teams playing stuff like this, having a great time, supporting a great cause. Thank you so much to everyone who's here and everyone playing. This is just awesome.
All right, we see these two characters up top would probably give a Lucario a hard time, much less a Zeraora. We see that focus band pop keeping them alive in this otherwise tough engagement.
Wow. Can you imagine when Mime gets Psychic? What's going to happen? I think the chat's going to freak. I think everyone's going to freak once this Mime gets Psychic right here. We're seeing a 2-1-2. I can't wait to see how this Surf Comp does. Obviously, we need one more Water Pokemon. I don't know if we'll ever get it, but one more Water Pokemon with Surf to fully make this a Surf.
Oh, we have Azumarill unofficially confirmed, right? That's got to have a Surf attack.
Yeah, that was actually what I was referring to, but I actually don't know if it has Surf now that I think about it. I think I saw its moveset and maybe it doesn't. I would love to be corrected.
Every water Pokemon we have in so far surfs in some way, shape, or form, right?
Yes. The thing I love about that is that if you play the mainline games, every water Pokemon you put surf on them as well. So it actually is very true to Pokemon that everything has surf.
I actually really like one of the kind of design things that they did in this game where they all surf in slightly different ways. And I feel like if Pokemon were real, that would be true, right? Not every character executes its attack in the exact same manner.
Yeah, I love that as well. It's a very cool way to see, you know, when they have the same move on Pokemon, if they just did it with the exact same animation, all that, I think that would be incredibly disappointing. But they do. They show how each Pokemon sort of uses that surf, and there's one right there. Big KO, and here comes another from Greninja. No? Oh, gosh, it's so close. And there it goes.
Would you
Wait
say
a
that
minute, there's Mr. Mime with Psychic!
It is, in fact, the Psychic Mime. The question will be, what is the second attack? Will we still see barriers, or will we see a little bit of guard swap to protect its surfing teammates?
That is a good question here. I mean, guard swap did get a buff, so it's much better right now. Yes, there it is. There's that guard swap onto that Greninja right there.
Yep. Guard swap able to reduce the defense of opponents or buff the defense of teammates, if I recall correctly.
Well, if I understand it correctly, and let's be fair, it's possible I don't, it literally swaps your special defense and defense with the Pokemon you put it on. There are many Pokemon on the enemy team that it actually kind of buffs in a weird way, but of course, throwing it over to one of your squishier allies like Greninja is very beneficial.
Okay, so it allows you to kind of absorb things from your teammates that would normally be getting knocked out.
Well, you're changing their stats directly.
Okay.
You're literally swapping your stats. So yeah, you're right. You are absorbing damage more because the stats are higher.
Okay. And Mr. Mime, even though it's labeled as a support character, it's one of those tankier builds. We often see it when it's in competitive play in that kind of defender role slot because of this.
And taking a look here, it looks like this Cinderace, of course, has been cleaning up in this match. I love seeing this Surf comp, but Cinderace is just still such an incredibly dominant Pokemon. Today, Duraludon being banned means Cinderace really gets to come out and play again.
See that Psychic popping off there for a little bit of damage on a delay. Guard swap on that squishier teammate of Cramorant, making it a bit more durable here.
And you can see this Mime, a lot of its job, especially when it's guard swap, of course, is helping its allies and also running into the enemy's faces and trying to do as much damage as possible with that Psychic. When two of those Psychic hits, it actually does a decent amount of damage. Decent enough to be part of the meta? No, absolutely not.
We see an engagement happening here top over this first Rotom. Again, not an incredible amount of value in this first Rotom objective, but still better than not getting it if you can. This knockout on the Cinderace would be huge if they could get it here. Huge.
Big knockout right there. And actually seeing Lutano on Blastoise here, this is a character Lutano plays a lot. He's very good with Blastoise, and I've seen their team from time to time over the months of playing this game. I have seen them run it, I think, a few times competitively where Lutano has been that top path Blastoise.
Yeah, Blastoise always feels like one of those characters that I don't even think its kit is necessarily not good enough, but it just gets overshadowed by other things in the specific role that it wants to play. And in this case, Lucario in that top path is just so much better than basically all the alternatives. Yeah,
Lucario is just unbelievably amazing. And we'll see if this Surf comp is really able to start taking over this match here. At the 5-minute mark, we're going to see one of these teams most likely start to pull ahead in a lot of these engagements here. Big Unite move there. It looks like it was grabbing the Wigglytuff. Here we have the Unite from Blastoise actually secures that Dreadnought. Still hits like a truck even though it's been nerfed.
Yeah, and that's honestly one of the most powerful things about Blastoise's kit. Its Unite move not only deals a good chunk of damage still even after it was nerfed, but it also stuns everything in the radius that it hits. So even if your hit doesn't secure that last hit, it means your team is incredibly likely to be the ones who do.
And look at that Cowboy Zeraora Yeehaw. 2 big KOs right there. And something so nice about Wild Charge is while you are in it, you are essentially invincible. Nothing is hitting you for a moment. So when you know the enemy team is throwing out a lot of damage and you nail your Wild Charge, you're avoiding all of it. The only problem with it is once it's gone, you kind of got to get out of there pretty fast because you're not going to be able to do too much for too long.
If we look at the scoreboard, we see quite a big point cap lead for Team Revolution. That being said, looking at the levels between these teams, we actually see a slight advantage in favor of the Drama Llamas having 2 level 13s already.
Yeah, look at that there. I mean, we got the Blastoise and we have the Greninja. This is going to be interesting to see how they are going to continue with this match team fight wise, because we're heading into some of those big fights. The level advantage is there, but I mean, is this comp too much of a hindrance? We're going to find out very soon. And the interesting thing about guard swapping a Blastoise there is they both have an incredible amount of defense, special defense. So no one's really benefiting or getting hurt too much from it. You just get the extra movement speed, which is really nice. And once guard swap actually upgrades, it becomes really cool. It starts healing your ally at level 13, and it actually feels like kind of a considerable heal. If they have the opportunity, they're really going to want that Mime to be level 13.
really decisive, clear, and engagement there as Cramorant gets 48 points in the bottom while their team loses the Rotom top. That being said, I don't know if this Rotom's going to have that much value here. Looks like he's going to get pushed off pretty cleanly before the Zapdos spawns in 2 minutes.
However, ooh, careful, Lutano. However, we do see that they are going to be able to secure Dreadnought really uncontested down there in that bottom path. So it was a nice distraction for them, but you're right, no points scored. And this Mime is so close to 13 here, and it's going to be a really nice buff, especially if you put it on someone like Lutano, someone who already has, you know, a ton of HP, a ton of defense. They're going to have those defenses swapped, but they're going to have this constant heal on them, which will be really cool to see in this end fight.
This is a big level game overall. We see 2 level 14s for both teams, other level 13s. Like, these characters have their moves and they are ready to brawl.
And look at this here. We're going for a flip in the center. It looks like just a ton of damage coming down right now on this Zapdos. Hoopa throwing down the damage, but it was secured, I think, by a basic attack from Zeraora. Actually secures that Zapdos there. Unfortunately, our Surf team not able to take advantage of that fight, and it looks like our Orange team here is in a position to win this match.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be seeing Revolution move on to our losers finals there. Unfortunate Zap Flip, Lutano's Unite move being a touch too late, and all 5 members of Revolution getting across the board to dunk in their 100 points at the end.
Oh, I mean, I will say the Drama Llamas have been incredible sports throughout this tournament, just doing everything they can to help raise some extra money to keep it exciting. I really do appreciate everything they've done. I feel like that is, for me, the spirit of this event. And I also, of course, have to shout out Overlord on Revolution for running that Zeraora. That was also very cool to see.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, if you're Drama Llamas, you got to be happy finishing in the top half of the teams in this tournament, knowing that you played the most unique compositions, meeting not only their requirements, but also picking some of your, what were they called? Troll picks, I believe, Spraggles, throughout the course of the event.
Some people consider them troll picks, but I consider them the bounty Pokemon that will help you secure the wins. Unfortunately, we were not able to see that here in this match, and oh, actually, we did. We saw Zeraora win. So there you go.
Your bounty Pokemon are almost 100% on Wednesday. No, wait, the Trevenant lost earlier, right? Okay, so
the Trevenant lost earlier, but that one won in spirit, so I almost consider that also a win.
All right.
Cram won earlier. Zeraora's winning right now. The only reason Psychic Mime is losing is because Zeraora's there.
That's true. The Zeraora balanced out the Psychic Mime. Normally would have been incredibly cracked as a troll pick, but balanced out with another on the other team.
So we almost have all of my bounty Pokemon picked up here. The only one we are waiting for now is Aegis Slash. Oh, actually, I'm wrong, because Full Ground Garchomp has been added to the list. I forgot about that.
Right, pretty reasonable damage stats across the board from the Surf comp, and the Zeraora actually putting up the highest damage metric for Team Revolution there.
You are welcome. Actually beat out by the Venusaur by a little bit, but we don't even count that. No, there's no, you're right, Jeff. I count the Zeraora there. I mean, that was such a fun match from both teams, and actually, if it wasn't for sort of the little flip there at the end, we could have seen, you know, a win for that Surf comp.
Yeah, I don't think the end game fight there didn't really occur, right? Like, the teams just walked in and the objective kind of happened. Almost surprised not to see a Duraludon there, the way that the end game team fight played out. I think if things had broken just a little bit different there, we could have very easily seen a game 3 between those two teams.
So in a moment here, Jeff, we're going to be heading into our losers finals coming up. And I don't know if we know all the team names, but Revolution heading into that against a team that we were watching earlier, just recently got knocked out. Do you remember the name? I apologize. I don't. Now I'm putting you on the spot here. I don't remember any of the names. I remember Canada +1, which is not a team we were watching.
This is going to be Zen's team, I'm going to say. And wait, I have a third spreadsheet to reference this in. Zen teams is Organized Chaos. We'll have Organized Chaos versus Revolution here.
I have no spreadsheet. I do have a notepad right here where I wrote down Trevenant, Zeraora, Cramorant, Mime. So I also have a system here, and it's just me writing down names of things I wanted to see on my way in today.
Full transparency, I'm more of a scribbles kind of guy too. Thankfully, we have my wonderful wife, Christy, running everything on the back end and organizing the players, and her spreadsheets keep us sane and on track.
Yeah, I could not do what you are doing, and I could not do what she is doing right now. Obviously, that was a huge leak there in the chat. I don't show a lot of people that some of the Pokemon names I write down, so that's kind of an exclusive here. But this is for charity. You know, I know a lot of people always say, Jake, pull back the curtain. Like, what are you writing on the pad? So you saw it today.
Thank you for the raid, Celestial. Good games for you and your squad today. Some fantastically fun matches of Pokemon Unite to be casting here. The Surf Comp plus Mime was a fantastic 2-for-1, I must say.
Oh, yeah. It was incredible watching those games. I love to see it. And I do wonder, something I did mention earlier, I don't know if there's any way that we could contact this person, but I did say if Lutano committed to actually giving that Lucario a shot, that I would donate another $50. Maybe at some point we could get Lutano, on the line here. I just need to hear him in real time say, I commit to playing Lucario, and there's more money for the cause. But I don't want anyone to say, oh, Lutano didn't do it, he's taking money away from the cause. I don't want anyone to say that to Lutano.
All right.
That's what
At any rate, I think we're going to go ahead and rotate Jake out to give him a little bit of a break. I'm going to be having the wonderful Goof GG rotate back in here to cover the losers finals with me, and then Jake will be back for the grand finals in the match to follow. Thank you everybody for hanging out today. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with the next match in our Unite for Ukraine charity tournament. Remember, you can donate still in chat. We're up to $7,070 out of that $10,000 match goal. Be back in just a few, folks. Welcome back. We are heading on in to the losers finals here today. We have just 3 teams remaining in our Unite for Ukraine charity tournament. We had another $20 donation there during our short break. Thank you everyone who's contributed to that today. We've got Team Revolution versus Organized Chaos here as our match. Our players will be battling with a best of 3. Lutano, thank you for the raid. And thank you for the fantastic show and matches that we cast today. The Surf Comp was a treat, especially with the Mr. Mime stipulation kicker.
Thanks for the raid, Lutano. No, it was hard to get up today.
Yeah, Lutano's not much of a morning person, if I recall from his stream.
Yeah. Not the biggest morning person, and I know from my own personal feelings getting up today that my man was definitely struggling. So it's nice of him to be here, nice of him to host the stream.
We have our players in the lobby waiting for them to just go ahead and kick off the go-ahead so we can dive on in. We'll be interested to see what composition these teams bring to the table. I know I saw Gatlu in chat a little bit ago asking what stipulations were still on the table from Spriggles, which I believe are Shadow Claw, Aegislash, as well as Ground Move Garchomp.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't even know which moves are the ground. Does he go on? Is it the one where he goes underground?
Oh yeah, there's Dig and there's is it Earthquake? I believe it's called the big angry Stompy.
I have no. Beats me. Oh, we're going in. We're going in. Let's go.
You're supposed to be the competitive expert, Goof. I need you to be able to break down Ground Move Garchomp if it comes out. And there is an Aegislash lock from our guys on Gatlu's team.
You for sure need someone not titled competitive expert to tell you about the ground move Garchomp. You need the casual expert for that one.
Oh gosh, are we gonna see the Garchomp and the Aegislash in the same game?
These guys are good sports.
The doubly down? I'm gonna be honest, I expected them to spread it out a little bit, Goof, to give us the 2-for-1 here.
Okay, 9 switched off the Duraludon. I was worried he didn't load and had it set as favorite, but it's looking okay now.
Yeah, probably trying to think through what center path character they wanted to play, knowing that Gatlu is likely to play this Talonflame they've been sporting.
Yeah, I mean, thing is tough to deal with. Slowbro's pretty good against it.
This is gonna be a pretty. I wonder if they're gonna 2-1-2 on the side of Organized Chaos here, because I feel like Garchomp, Decidueye, Blissey is not the strongest of bottom paths.
Maybe you stick to Decidueye with the Garchomp and you just click on them, yeah, and then you score as well with the Decidueye because you have the 2v1, maybe.
Sure, yeah, Blissey gives you a little bit of sustain, you build those stacks up and get to crunch through them.
It's always possible Garchomp just like goes bot right or something right at the start as well. Bot left. We'll have to see. Left side team has fully try-harded though. This is like pretty much the best comp you could make, I think.
Alright, it looks like we have Aegislash and Garchomp going top, 2-1-2ing as I suggested, and I think this is probably a reasonable thing to do. I'm going to be interested to see what do the Decidueye and the Blissey do here in terms of contesting. It looks like the Decidueye is just going right over to their Dinos here, which seems very smart.
He might actually be capping as well. It might be cap, Dino cap, or yeah, it's going to be all Dino cap is the play. He's just going to suicide, I think. Intentionally, we'll see.
See, Aegislash securing that last hit over the Lucario here. Quite good at that with that Shadow Sneak. And another one going down, leveraging that 2-1 advantage they have here in the top path as Rowlet gets to run away post failed dunk, it looks like. But it does have enough Aeos energy to imply that it did get one of those Dinos.
Yep. Aegislash being a human sword, good at last hitting, just the way it works. What the? He's a ribbon as well.
We see the engagement coming for the first bees, those 850 bees being the first time teams will clash in this game. Looks like the Rowlet is sneaking around up top, perhaps?
Yeah, he denied the crab, I think. Maybe he didn't get it, but...
Just entirely punting the bottom path here, and I like this. Just get your top path ahead, get all of your dunks in. You know, Blissey is the support bottom, kind of just getting behind, doing what it can, but if your support is your one that's behind, you're okay with that.
Yeah, Blissey's also just hanging out down there, doing something. Look at this. What is happening?
Oh, look at that CC from the Aegislash Shadow Claw as they secure these buffs in the center path. That invade as they head back top. Oh, are they going to be able to get out? We might see a double knockout here in return.
Yeah, this is... You know, when you have a Wiggly, this stuff is a lot harder to do for the other team because Sing is like a movement speed ability as well as a crowd control ability, and the Wiggly will just like get into the jungle so fast and sleep you when you're making these big invades.
So Goof, this game is incredibly close so far. Let's say you're on Team Revolution. What's going through your mind where you're having this close game against the composition that Organized Chaos has brought?
I mean, I'm upset already. Like, this is right stacking as well in this game is... I think he's got 1 or 2 stacks already, maybe 3 actually. Who knows?
Yeah, there's Talonflame dunking more points, and I like how Organized Chaos has kind of repositioned consistently where they're putting all of their pressure. Basically, always choosing to be weak in one spot to be extra strong in another with a numbers advantage.
And that's how you stack as well. You have these mismatches where you're up a person, and it allows you to just get the attack rate stacks on the Sejoy. Either by overloading 1 point with too many people, or the strike going opposite and taking advantage of the overreaction to your push, you know? So,
okay, that Dreadnought is coming up here now.
we have both the Snipe and the Talonflame for the orange team. I think they're heavily favored on the Dreadnought here.
Worth noting too that Aegislash's boosted attacks also deal percent HP damage, giving it a reasonable chance to last hit.
Nice. You're at Aegislash Stan.
I am an Aegislash stand. You know we know all the tricks.
Here comes
Let's try here. Is Lucario gonna get it? Ah! What a disaster!
That's Overlord with his anti-fun level 9 Lucario.
Why does Overlord hate fun chat? What did it ever do to them?
We have push here. There's multiple Unite moves for blue team, so it's gonna be a little spooky.
See Gatlu flying in and then flying up via that seismic toss there. Even Slowbro Unite popping off at this point this early in the game.
So they've intentionally left the point at 1, it seems here, which is it's normally a good play, but sometimes when you have this Decidueye in the bottom lane, just sniping every Audino, it can be bad to leave the bottom point up.
Yeah, gotta kind of consider who you're contesting last hits again if you're leaving this farm up here.
Yeah, especially considering the fact that if it does manage to stay up somehow before the next Dread, the Destroy having that point, the goal to play off of with the speed and berries, it's a huge advantage for it.
Because it'll be able to play further back with that Spirit Shackle, meaning if it has that safe point to retreat to should you walk up, you're pretty likely to survive. Whew! Another giant hit there.
Seals that Audino as well. There's a fight in the top lane, but it's just a bunch of trades. Charizard and Talonflame both short charging Unite moves, both the central area Pokemon for their team, so you'll see a lot of kind of off-timing fights in this game that you wouldn't see normally. Let's see going for the break here. Typically you want to time this break around when Dreadnought spawning, as they've done. Maybe like a few more seconds would have been better, but just because what you'll do is make it so they can't farm the Audinos, they can't get the experience from the wild Audinos in time and get down the Dread, but instead they're just stacking the Rotom on the Dreadnought, which is fine.
All right, we see both teams having this point leading into the Dreadnought fight. That being said, Hoopa on the left side team, giving them this pretty big positional advantage, getting their team down here sooner rather than later.
Hoopa actually able to dodge the Talonflame ultimate with the Talonflame Unite move with the Laser Beam. Something definitely worth noting.
Big chunk on that Charizard from that arrow. We see Decidueye looking to basically zone out the opposing team by pushing out with damage. Looks like it's going to be a pretty safe Dreadnought here for Organized Chaos.
This is secured, and not only did the Decidueye get its level 9 by stealing Audinos with the long-range snipes, but also the bottom point ended up staying alive. So I think blue team would have been better served to break the point at the time when they pushed.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a miscalculation and not being familiar with the composition they're playing against. You know, Decidueye is not even really a stipulation Pokemon here, but it's still one that's not super common in the metagame as of yet, so one that has play patterns are a little atypical.
Yeah, there's definitely some kind of the more poke your opponent has, and the less sustain you have, the more important it is to take out that bottom point.
You see that Unite from Garchomp there at the pretty opportune time, that 3:30 mark, basically the last time most of these typical characters can use their Unite move and still expect to have them back for the end fight.
Jeff, I don't know if you saw that, but
Blissey.
Desu just did 2 360 no-scopes in a row. He's spinning his character for fun before shooting his arrows. Did you notice?
It's almost like a flex.
I mean, it's definitely a flat. What else would it be? This is most definitely just did it on the crab.
You're practicing. You're just staying loose, you know.
Yeah, staying loose. Oh,
Every
he's
time
watching or something.
You gotta dance. And I think just almost every arrow. I think like if you're it's a character trait required to play Spirit Shackle Decidueye. Ooh, arrow narrowly misses the Venusaur there. Little bit of a late Unite move from Gatlu, but probably going to have enough farm to get it back at the 250 mark. We'll be close. I expect them to prioritize things like these bees here now. No. Oh.
His team stealing his bees straight to jail. Nope,
they just soften them up for him. They know he needs them. Remember, every wild Pokemon you knock out, you secure percentage towards your Unite move coming back. So when you rip a Unite move potentially a little bit late there, you can make up for it by having more of those secures. Overlord reminding us why Lucario is the only character played top competitively.
Oh my god, extracting the fun from the game in a concentrated form. It's taking it all to himself.
It's one of those characters that every time there's a balance patch, you just have that they can't keep getting away with it moment. Like, what is happening? Is the Rotom walks, are we just seeing objective rip here?
Yeah. Looks like it. This is
I believe in the Gatlu. Talonflame's coming. Yeah! Look at that, Goof.
Incredible.
Believe in the flame. Wow, they're cleaning them up, too?
Did they have a Slowbro Unite move? They could have just been in the...
G-E-Z, I believe is what they say.
Hopefully not. Hopefully they're a bit more respectful to their teammates. But yeah, I think Slowbro should have been in the choke there, waiting to use his... I don't know what his Unite move is called. Take Talonflame's brain when he tried to walk down the middle. And he should have taken his brain.
You know, Twitch chat had the audacity to refer to Spraggle's competitive suggestions as troll picks, but looking the way these matches are playing out, Spraggle's picks have won far more matches than they have lost, and in fact, they've basically only lost matches where there was one of Spraggle's picks on the other team as well.
I think there's, there's the karmic advantage to picking the fun stuff, and also, like, their guys are staying loose and having a fun time, so...
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, you know we call that flipping an objective like that? You're like plus 12 on your luck flip if you are playing one of the characters Spraggles has suggested.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, that is not the end of our losers finals, though. These are best of 3 matches. Curious to see what the composition is going to look like out of Gatlu and crew on Organized Chaos for the second game coming up.
I mean, we're going to see more birds. The bird's too fun to play. Both of the birds.
Oh, yeah. I fully expect Decidueye and Talonflame to come back. I imagine we'll see the folks that played Ground, Garchomp, and Aegislash flex into other more comfortable picks for them, but they'll do so with giant smiles on their face after that first game.
Why will no one give me the Gengar, Jeff? Like, I've been asking all day. It just seems kind of rude at this point. Do we need to make a Gengar incentive for the Grand Finals?
Grand Finals Gengar incentive. I mean, if there's a Gengar incentive for the Grand Finals and you're the team that has a reset if you lose, you'd be foolish not to take it.
For sure. I think Gengar is just as viable as some of the stuff we're seeing, for sure. So maybe he'll make it.
Yeah, the way they've pushed the moves around and then finally that extra little bit of stat push, the burst on a Gengar that's even at parity once it hits level 7 with a lot of things is really powerful, it feels like.
For sure, and like it's like the equivalent of having 2 stacks, the buff, like two stacks on your glasses. So
yep, that's a great way to put it. For those that aren't familiar, the most recent balance patch you've been following competitive Pokemon, it just gave Gengar a flat plus 30 special attack boost at every single level. As we see plenty of goof, I'm gonna say that's a Gengar with a tongue there in chat, right?
It's like a Blalala, the emote of the cat doing the tongue. It's a Gengar Blalala like that.
Okay. I'm into it.
What was I gonna say? Oh, let's say what we're here for. We're here for we're raising money for a good cause. This is Unite for Ukraine, of course, and we're here today to raise money for the humanitarian efforts to help people recover from the war in Ukraine. You want to take it take it from there, Jeff. The rest of the
Yeah, and to give metrics on that for people that haven't been following, the UN estimates that over 3 million people have been displaced, seeking refuge outside of the country, and up to as many as 10 million have been displaced within the country itself with everything that's been occurring over there. All donations up to the first $10,000 are being matched by IX's David, who is the organizer of this tournament today. Shout out to him for getting the entire Pokemon Unite community together for this. Details on how to donate as well as where those donations will be going to with information on the match found at ix.team/donate there. I'm getting us queued up into the lobby for our game 2 of this loser final now. Players are keeping me on my toes. It looks like they're swapping sides again here, so we'll flip that around. Organized Chaos +1 match and +2 karma, taking 2 of Sprague's challenge. Let's call them challenge Pokemon, not troll Pokemon. Challenge Pokemon in the first match that they won there.
I like to see the fun stuff for sure. The fun stuff is definitely has its place here, and it's a good time to watch an Aegis/Outlast out of Lucario in top lane.
Listen, as someone who's played probably more Aegis/top lane against solo Lucarios than most of the people in chat, it's actually quite good at it, Goof.
I believe you. I guess. I don't really know what his abilities do, so I have no choice, but I believe you.
The key to note for any aspiring Aegis/fans at home is, in addition to Shadow Sneak doing a good burst, it gives you that boosted attack right after, so you basically get 2 shots at it in quick succession, which gives you a leg up. Wiggles fan, thanks for the donation. Thanks for the donations that we've missed too. There's a lot going on during matches of Pokemon Unite. We're trying to stay on top of the action, so we don't always get a chance to call them up. We really appreciate everybody that's gotten us up to 7,130 out of our $10,000 goal. We started at 3,600-ish today, so we've already practically doubled what we began the day with after they raised money during the draft portion last week as well.
Yeah, the draft was a fun time. We had a lot of banter and things like that going on during the draft. Maybe a little bit outside the bounds of a charity effort, but definitely it was a fun time. It got a little bit exciting, competitively. People were talking about their fantasy football history and stuff like that. And,
yeah, honestly, I think there might be, while this is obviously for charity, the energy around this and the mixing and matching of teams, it could be kind of sweet to see some type of league thing with players that are drafted from some of these better teams in a way that would create interesting matchups like this with some consistency.
Yeah, in the off season, something like that would be a good time, I think. What do we got for the picks here?
All right, looks like that Talonflame sticking on Gatlu. I imagine we're going to see Gatlu playing Talonflame until they're not allowed to play in this tournament anymore. Looks like Lucario locking in for likely that solo top, and then a more pretty typical / expected Venusaur Blissey Hoopa bottom.
It's the Overlord Machamp that I mentioned earlier. I saw it coming.
They saw Organized Chaos earn some good karma with the no Lucario last match, so perhaps they're hoping to earn some of that for themselves here. What do you think of the matchup of Charizard into Talonflame as far as center path picks go?
I think if you win first dread, it's doomed for the Talon, but I think Talon should win first dread, so it's like a risk versus reward situation, I suppose. I don't know how bees go top because I'm not a top lane player, so that's what determines the matchup. Probably, unfortunately, it's not as exciting as you'd like to hear, but it's probably about which team is favored on like first and second bees. Because,
okay,
like the 9s are important.
And I have to imagine the Lucario being top path generally means they're favored to be a touch ahead there for that first engage.
Yeah, level 5 Lucario on E-Speed is gonna be a thing for sure. There might be a thing though where Charizard goes third rotation jungle, and because Talonflame doesn't have high DPS, it can't burn the dread quickly, and so Charizard is more likely to get 9 by a third rotation jungle play, like third time picking the buffs. But.
Really interesting engagement here from Organized Chaos, choosing to send their Venusaur to try and clear their Audinos from the start, and actually missing both of them, losing one to the Slowbro and one of their teammates getting the other, so the other team can't last hit them.
Oh my goodness. Chansey down.
See, our
One
players.
advantage of going for the early rotation top for the junglers, you can often leave this bot crab up for your bottom lane, and the worst, like the bot jungle crab, and the worst thing that could happen is that, like, you know, you're less likely to not to have unevolved Pokemon at first piece. Is what I mean to say.
All right, we see here that level 5 on the Lucario, meaning extreme speed is available here, and we see it just cut across the opposing team while Gatlu cleans up some of the bees, but actually it looks like Machamp getting at least one of them getting its evolution here.
Oh my gosh.
Huge knockout for Talonflame. Looks like they might get KO'd in return.
Machamp autos.
Can Lucario finish?
The Lucario pushed the Machamp out of his ability with his I don't even know what that one's called. Like, forget Meteor Mash.
Meteor Mash, yep.
He Meteor Mashed him out of his jump.
Well, Organized Chaos had a good push top. Their position bottom is looking in a little bit worse here as 2 of them get knocked out, and then some points go in here for Slowbro. If we compare the levels, we have an Ivysaur for Revolution already, while we're still sitting on Bulbasaur for Organized Chaos.
Yeah, this Dread situation is not good when you have a Bulbasaur. Like, this is one of the dangers of playing Bulbasaur. Like we discussed with Sylveon earlier, it's pretty dangerous to have a Pokemon that needs to evolve. You're so weak with this Seed Bomb. It's probably one of the worst abilities in the game.
Yep. Razor Leaf quite good at securing things in between those ticks, but Seed Bomb not nearly as good. Thankfully, they'll now have Giga Drain unlocked with their evolution for 5. We see Charmander here, Charmeleon for these second Bs. Gatlu is above as well. Gonna be interested to see if they can Brave Bird in and knock some things out. Oh, they're both going into Revolution Central area here. Interesting. Gatlu perhaps looking to try and deny that level 9 on the Charizard.
Yeah, this is Galaxy Brain stuff. Like, we're talking about the Charizard going for the 3rd rotation, and the Talonflame anticipating getting this pick here. Gatlu's just playing really well today.
Yep. Gonna get
to make
knocked.
Oh, it gets knocked out, yeah. But
Yeah, gets knocked out in return, but even with that exchange, I think you're happy with that if you're on the Gatlu side, because your goal there isn't even necessarily to get yourself ahead, so much as it is to keep the Charizard off of doing what they want to do, as Lucario comes down and does what Lucario does and cuts across people and secures the objective.
this is extremely good for blue team here, for left side team. The danger was Charizard getting like a lead and everyone getting a little too big to get one shot by Talon, but it doesn't happen. One bad thing though is that their Venusaur did get the shutdown onto the Talonflame, so Kyrios almost level 8 on the Venusaur here, the same level as Adesu.
Trying to push up here. Wonder if we'll see Charizard Unite used to siege this point or not here. Looks like they're just pushing him off without it.
I think that if they can't cap without it, they definitely will use it. But.
Yep. Yeah, looks like they have to push off without it, so don't want to expend the resource. Perhaps want to save this for a different engagement where they can knock out some higher level Pokemon with it. Notably, all of these characters that they are fighting here are under leveled on the Charizard, so won't get nearly as much experience for getting KOs there.
Looking like it's gonna be. I don't understand the purpose of not Charizard Unite moving. Looking like it's not gonna be used until the second Dread is what I was gonna say.
Yep. Yeah, and that's the danger, right? Like, you want to save these Unite moves for good engages where they give you an advantage, but they're also that danger where if you're not using it, now you feel like you need to save it for an important position, so you end up just getting fewer uses out of it, meaning you get less value over the course of the game.
And the value here may have just been getting back to the jungle faster, but here they give us an engage, and the Charizard Unite move is popped.
Yep, using that to try and take down the squishy Talonflame. The Blissey Unite saving Gatlu. Gatlu continuing to play excellent with the huge knockout on the Venusaur there, trying to dunk and break this point.
Let's see back cap as well. The Slowbro's going to pick up this money and try to break.
Just another phenomenal knockout. Gatlu now almost a full level over this Charizard. This knockout would be big. The Unstoppable letting them escape from this otherwise bad situation, and right back in they go.
Now we have Kyrios on point trying to defend. I believe both Venusaurs have their Unite moves.
Notable that Hoopa, almost level 9. Can it get there before it gets knocked out? It cannot. This is a big swing. This was the Dreadnought fight. Team Revolution basically has a free extra set of experience now. He says before Lucario shows up.
It's not looking good for the Slowbro.
Slowbro's like, no, count the Lucario out, Goof. He's done. He's gone. Get him out of here.
This is like a bad map, I'd say. When you lose this Dread, and I'm referring to like the state of the game in general. When you lose the second Dread, you have the opponent's top point broken, and they're just able to, they have the Dread XP and they have that top right Audinos. It can be a bit hard to stay in the game experience-wise.
There is catch-up / those bottom Audinos for Team Organized Chaos, but their levels are starting to fall behind yours. We see 3 level 12s for Revolution after they were a little bit behind to start.
I think Orange Team probably should have just cleared Rotom on point instead of contesting like this while they're Slowbro back up, and now they're going to pay the price for pushing out on the
this
map.
is going to be a almost full team wipe, and the point is getting broken here, extending their lead to almost 100 points here, despite the back cap from the Slowbro a moment ago.
Yeah, XP looks good now for them again. Definitely, they were supposed to, the Orange Team was just supposed to clear the Rotom on point, but with the Slowbro doing the macro play. But unfortunately, they went for the 45, and immediately it's going to cost them there.
Like
but this bot play may be a bit of an overextension. If they lose their Talonflame, it's going to be a big, big XP swing in their favor. Again, their Venusaur picks up a kill as well.
Yep. Charizard uniting there to ensure that it gets a little bit of that catch-up experience. And again, this is the 3-minute mark in that game, but this Charizard has a pretty quick Unite move recharge, so happy to clear some of these wild Pokemon and get that right back up in time for the Zapdos fight at the end.
This is the most complicated position in Pokemon Unite, or at least for like the early phases of Unite, when Dreadnought was even stronger, and the shield you got from Dreadnought was strong. This last Dread, spawning basically on top of Zapdos, like a 10-15 second window. You have to go there, and if you die, if you get knocked out, you won't be alive for Zapdos, right, on a core. And so you have to, there's a delicate balance of popping enough of your Unite moves to match your opponents, and staying alive as well at the same time. So
yep, we see Team Revolution just giving up this Dreadnought here, perhaps. Although Slowbro getting caught out a little bit, trying to this is they're gonna be down a character for Zapdos, like you just talked about.
A bit of a danger here for sure. Charizard and Machamp, 2 of the most oppressive Unite moves in the game. Will it matter?
Yep. Okay, there's a portal from Hoopa, and they walk on through. No knockouts yet for Revolution.
Slowbro alive, and I believe it was timed properly for him to come through the portal. We'll see in a moment. He's just going to jump pad, though.
Yep.
He jumped pads mid.
They are clearing this objective. Yep, with looking to secure the Talonflame. Huge Unite move from the Machamp. Really seeing the end game power of that, but here comes up something else to knock him out.
Oh, this is tense. The Venusaur is he's so fast. He's athletic, The Venusaur, he's quick on his feet. Definitely going to score. The Siege, it's going to be difficult. They need to destroy both points.
Down by little over 200 points. Not too much that you can't just overcap the first. They get a knockout here, it would be huge, but here comes Gatlu cleaning up a little bit of a bait from the Hoopa that Gatlu then knocks out successfully. Looks like we've got 4 people grouping up top looking to siege this point.
That's 30 seconds off the map for the Machamp, unfortunately. He's going to struggle to even get across the map in time.
Okay, there's a small cap, so we can get 100 in here, but they need everyone to live on Revolution side to have a shot here.
You have to wonder what's the timing on this Charizard Unite move. Is it soon? He's moved away because he doesn't have it yet, and he wanted to play with it.
Yep. You see Charizard going to the bottom. I mean, even if the Unite move pops off at this point, you can't score while you're United. So I think the writing is on the wall. We're going to see Organized Chaos working their way into our grand finals here today.
That was a good set. I think everyone's playing pretty well, and there's a nice mix of kind of fun stuff to watch.
Yeah, I think you honestly called it out earlier, Goof. I think Gatlu has just been incredible throughout this entire set today. Their Talonflame has just been off the charts, consistently putting up 100k plus damage in the games that they're playing.
Yeah, looking at the games too, every time it looks like the other team should be able to siege. They have a Slowbro ult, and they have decent levels, and there's someone down, and then Gatlu just comes with his Unite move back up by the time the siege arrives, and he just cleans up every time.
Gatlu, again, just, there's that 100k damage I was talking about. They are just all over the map. They are constantly on top of the opposing team. And honestly, it's not just Gatlu. It's easy to forget about the Blissey and the Hoopa that fight alongside it, but they were a big part of what allows Gatlu to be so powerful inside of these games. So many times where Gatlu is just on the razor's edge and Blissey unites, or there's the unstoppable to get out of a spot it otherwise wouldn't be escaping from.
Yeah, I think these guys, they have a history together as well. They're members of a competitive team, and they happen to be together in this tournament, and it's a big advantage for them, obviously. But that's what the draft was part of the game, man. That was part of the strategy that went into the tournament. So
for those of you just joining us today, this is Unite for Ukraine. It is a charity tournament with the goal of raising money for all of the refugee crisis that is happening over there right now. David from XI is matching the first $10,000 in donations from the link here. We had 48 players and 8 captains in this tournament, so each team had a 6th alternate that's been rotated in throughout the course of the tournament as well. For these teams, they were drafted from this player pool, so while some of these players have played together before, these are not just established teams like you see in things like the Championship Series finals from yesterday.
teams are playing well together and definitely putting on a show nonetheless. And you do have some guys paired together, like we were just talking about, and that makes it exciting in a way too. You know, you have like three guys from one team on one team, 3 guys from one team on one team. It's correct, but it's complicated. And then 2 guys from one team on the other team, and they're like facing off against each other. And you know, I know when I would play against my teammates in Twitch rivals and stuff, it was fun. So I hope the guys are having fun for a good cause.
All right, we have Casual Players Unite playing against Organized Chaos in our grand finals. We're going to go ahead and throw to a short break here, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Thanks for hanging out, folks.
Bye, guys.
Welcome back, everyone. We are heading on into the grand finals of our Unite for Ukraine charity tournament today. And in the truest spirit of the event, we have a special treat for our grand finals here today. Both of the teams in the grand finals have agreed that they will be picking the other team's Pokemon that they are required to play in their composition for our finals match here today.
This is the greatest things that has happened in Pokemon Unite. I cannot believe it. I didn't even think, Jeff, that this would be a possibility. This is going to be so unbelievably fun. I have to say, I love all of these teams and players that are competing today. This is just such an amazing event, and the fact that they have agreed to do this is absolutely incredible. I love it.
It's one of those things where you're like, wait, is this an advantage to one? But no, because the other team gets to do it too. It's really like a fun, level playing field. Teams get to be flexible and have things be interesting in one of the most excellent ways possible.
I can't believe I didn't even mention it earlier. I never thought that this would be, like a possibility. But I did actually have a $50 bounty. I didn't even think to mention it, Jeff. If the teams actually let the other team pick their Pokemon, if I saw that, it would be another $50. So I have another $50 to add to this. Unbelievable. A surprise bounty that I didn't even expect would happen.
And that will bring our total today up to $72.80 out of our $10,000 goal. Really just crushed all the way, 2/3 towards that potential max match. Shout out to XI David for putting this together for a great cause. And if you're interested in donating to that, you can check it out here on ix.team/donate. Yes,
yeah, I believe it is IX David, by the way. IX David.
Oh, I'm missing XI, haven't I?
You have, but I never felt it right to correct you until we got onto the live broadcast. I actually meant to bring it up during the break.
Wow. He torched me
Jeff.
live. No, torch me. I deserve to be burned. Listen, there's a lot of things going on here today, chat.
Yes, there's a lot going on.
David
Jeff
has
is
now announced
struggling
in
many
chat
balls.
that he is changing his name, and I appreciate him for that. So, Spraggles, you are now the one who is torched.
I felt like I was about to be torched for that, and it is fair.
Let's go, casual players unite. I'm wondering if Goof is gonna get his Gengar pick here inside of the picking what teams get to. I wonder if we'll see. Do you make them play with 5 defenders? Do you give them all the speedsters or supports? Do you mix and match the Pokemon you think are all the bottom of the barrel? What would your strategy be trying to pick your opponent's team, Spraggles?
I think if it was multiple games where I was picking my opponent's team, I would just do weird things to them. So I'd start out by giving them 4 speedsters and then probably an attacker that I didn't like or something.
Why not 5 speedsters, Spraggles?
There are only 4 currently in Pokemon Unite. It is a role that they are hesitant to add to the game, it appears. So I think I might try to do something like that at first. Or, if I was someone playing at home, maybe I'd go, hey, we're going to give them the full Spraggles team comp from the bounty list just for fun. I don't know what they're going to do. What would you do, Jeff?
I think I would like to try and soak as much damage as possible out of their composition. Just make them nice and thick, so whatever they give you, you can get in and secure objectives, just run past them while they hit you with wet noodles.
Have you ever seen speedsters? They really don't do too well later in this game. I think this speedster strategy could be pretty cool, but without question, this is just gonna be so fun. I can't wait to see what they do, because honestly, there are so many different options. I mean, do they give them all really squishy special attackers or something like that? Everyone runs an assault vest? What do they do here?
Oh,
This
yeah,
could
that's
so
true
fun.
too. You could technically metagame your items against the composition you give them. I would like to change my answer. I'm giving them 5 special attackers, and we're all playing assault vest.
That would be very
that's my
fun.
first pick. This is the
all
Galaxy
special
Brain
attackers-
pick.
Yes, that's the Galaxy Brain. All special attackers, you all run an assault vest. You all also run a focus spin. I mean, you're just soaking up all that special attack that you can. It would be a very good time. I don't know what they're going to do. I really don't know what this is going to be, but there are so many cool options. I assume they're going back and forth because they have to tell each other what to play. I wonder if they get to tell the individual player, no, you.
Oh, yeah, I
Jeff,
don't know. I
are
imagine
playing
they're
this.
just giving them the composition and letting them assign based on comfort, One of the players, notably, we have Atreyu playing in this, and they're a Greedent one trick from all the content I've seen them play. So get to watch a player like that typically only plays one thing, get to play something else, sounds fantastic.
Well, what I've noticed, Jeff, is a lot of these really good players are actually pretty good at this game in general. Like when you look at our co-caster for this event, Goof, he is an attacker player for GG, but at the same time, you watch him solo play and he plays Greedent and Gengar and he crushes with it. So I think a lot of these players can play with most of this roster, I would guess.
Yeah, and my comment on watching someone who typically one tricks in competitive isn't even just about necessarily implying that their skill will be worse for their character, but it's just neat to see how they will approach that, right? Because you pick a character that you tend to one trick based on liking play patterns, and those players will often try and force those play patterns into other characters that they're going to try and enjoy.
That's true. I play every character like it's Garchomp. That's my strategy. I just keep tapping that A button. So it's better with some than others. Works pretty well with Cinderace, I gotta say. If you play Cinderace like a Garchomp, it's not too bad.
Duraludon, not really bad. You just walk forward, you press your buttons, you press your Dragon Pulse, and everybody gets deleted.
That's right. Yeah, you just got to figure out, whatever your strategy is. For me, it's the simple tap of that A button.
All right, we've got our players in. I believe they are sorting out who is playing what Pokemon here, and we're heading down on into the lobby. So let's take a peekaboo at who's playing what here.
I have no idea what this is going to be. I can't wait to see this. Okay. Organized Chaos. It looks like it's possibly both teams got crammed.
I'm flipped on the side, so let me flip my names real quick here. So casual players are on the left, and Organized Chaos is on the right.
Perfect. Let's see.
Our 0
We've got
to
a Trevenant.
0.
Looks like
I expect to see Trevenant for sure.
It's not too bad. We've got ourselves a Gengar. We've got an Aegislash. We've got a Mr. Mime, maybe. Let's see. We've got Cram possibly coming out here. No way they gave one of these teams a Greedent, right? No way.
Yeah, no way. That would be incredibly shocking to me if they gave Greedent. Atreyu registering up that Aegislash there.
Wait a minute. Did one team really get a comp like that? Did they really tell them to play Lucario, Greedent, and Wiggly?
I suppose there's a bunch of melee characters there. Yeah, I'm curious.
You know what this is, Jeff? This is possibly the greatest flex of all time. By giving the enemy team actually good Pokemon. If you still win, this is disgusting.
I'm getting communication from people here. So these were not the characters that were picked. We had a game crash for one of our players.
I see. Okay. That makes way more sense, because for a second there I thought, who on earth is giving the enemy I don't know, Lucario, not really used too often, right? Maybe Greedent, not a top pick, obviously. Okay, this makes a lot more sense, Jeff.
All right. I guess we can. Okay, I can pause as an admin and we can resume. I don't know. I forget. Did they fix it in a patch so players can concede, or are we on a 5-minute break now before we can get to the concession timer?
I actually don't know. I know it used to be a 5-minute break.
Players in chat, are these tournament matches? Can you concede before 5 minutes? Does anybody know? I actually don't know offhand.
That would be great, by the way, if you could. It would make sense for situations just like this, which do happen in this game. In fact, they happened in our stream yesterday for the tournament. We had an issue in the game, so it would be nice.
All players can turn their game off for 1 minute, and then it'll close the game out. Okay.
It sounds like an urban legend, but I do want to see if this is true.
Does that include us in the admin mode? Do I need to close my Pokemon unit here that I'm going on? We made too much toast on the toasters today, Spriggles, and they have overheated and need that reset.
I understand. It's how it goes.
Oh, wait,
sometimes.
We're backing out here. It's not going to be 5 minutes? All right, sweet. It looks like everybody closed out and we're good to go. It actually kicked me out of the lobby. So we'll get that remade here. Sorry for the technical difficulties. But we're going to have a fantastic match here. I believe
wasn't too bad.
I believe on the one side we saw the comp that they're going to be playing. It looked like Snorlax, Trevenant, Gengar, Aegislash.
Yeah, it was quite a comp. It really was. And it's interesting because, there's a lot of arguments around the time, maybe when you put out a tier list or something like that, Jeff. I know you know a little bit about this game as well, where people want to come in and go, actually, Mr. Mime.
Oh, I have the lists here. Actually, I've been DM'd what the teams will be. We have Aegislash, Mime, Snorlax, Trevenant, Gengar versus Blissey, Mime, Crustle, LD, Cramorant.
Oof. These are the,
So if we review these Pokemon and kind of backwards think it, both of these teams agree that Mr. Mime is unplayable, apparently.
Yes, both teams said no, Mr. Mime. Interesting that we didn't see more Trevenant in the mix. I thought we'd probably see 2 Trevenants. I think it's widely regarded as the worst defender in Unite right now, for good reason. It's not terrible, though. I mean, defenders are useful Pokemon to have, right?
Yeah, I think part of this, too, is honestly not even necessarily that maybe Mime is bad, but this Blissey, Mime, Crustle, LD, Cram, that's kind of like a wet noodle-ish comp, so to speak. Cramorant maybe a touch out of place there among the others.
Well, you're never scared of Cram. I mean, you're not scared of really anything on that team. They set up a team comp where you go, yeah, I'm not afraid of this. At least with the Gengar, or the Aegislash, if one of them really starts to go off, that's kind of scary. I've never been like, oh, the Snorlax is going off right now. It's a 5 KO from Snorlax. So I think that was maybe the thought process there. It's a whole team full of Pokemon that you're never worried about. Even though Crustle, I mean, it could cause a little chaos.
We could see.
Right?
I'm going to be interested to see when these players load in these characters. I want to pay attention to the items that they use on them. Can give us a little bit of a hint as to maybe where they are going. For example, with Gengar and Aegislash on the one team, they have 2 very reasonable center path Pokemon picks. Very reasonable center path Pokemon picks. And on the other side, are you sending your Cramorant center path in that composition?
Yeah. I think you'd probably send Cram. You could send Crustle. Mime is a possibility if they're playing Confusion Mime. I mean, you get pretty strong early. Those confusions do hurt still, but I'd probably see Cram in there, right?
Yeah. I think of the characters, I guess we could see a Jungle Mime. You have the glasses build with Confusion. Maybe get your stacks when you show up to Path. Character chunks for some damage.
Yeah, Mime is an option. I mean, I guess, Snorlax actually, early on, it clears things pretty well. You could put it in there and try to have your Snorlax carry as a Flail-lax. I mean, that's a possibility, too.
Yeah, that's true. I definitely had some real damage numbers in solo queue games with this. And let's be honest, looking at these compositions, there's a good chance this plays out like a solo queue game as far as the engages go. Although, I suppose in my average solo queue game, there aren't team fights because people don't show up.
In my average solo queue game, there are team fights. They're just the entire enemy team fighting me when I show up to Dread. That's what my solo queues are. I still consider those team fights, to be fair.
Spriggles, to actually share wisdom with the people at home for a minute, I think the big level up moment for me in my solo queue experience, to make a learning moment out of your joke comment, is learning when to not do the right thing because the rest of my team wasn't doing it. If your rest of your team isn't showing up to Dread, you actually end up being wrong to dive into 4 people there because you could have gotten value elsewhere on the map and you didn't do anything in that spot where you dove head first in.
You're absolutely right. It's a different game that you're playing in solo queue at times. And I see, plays like this from someone like Chris Heroes. I remember talking to Crashy about this at one point. There was a point when that Rotom got that big buff. And the question is, well, do you go to Dread? Do you go to Rotom? And I remember Crashy saying, I'm kind of liking Rotom right now. But the right play is where's everyone going? Because you don't really get to choose, right? I mean, if your team's going to Rotom, I guess you're pushing top path. So that's a great point here. Let's take a look at these teams as they lock in these Pokemon. I can't wait to see this match. I actually really prefer Casual Players Unite's team in this. I think they're maybe more set up to win.
Yeah, I think as far as team compositions go, they actually got a pretty reasonable composition, assuming their players are feeling it. And again, calling out some of these items, Jungle Book with the Scope Lens Muscle Band Buddy Barrier on that Snorlax. There are some choice specs on that Trevenant.
Moving things around here. Choice specs on Trevenant.
We have the typical center path configuration for Cramorant with that scope lens on there, looking for some crits perhaps.
Wait, hold on. I actually like the scope lens there on Cram because it's definitely going to be a dive Cram. That's what I've got to assume, with X attack there. But wait a minute. Does Choice Specs, can that help Trevenant? It's a regular attacker. Right? I understand Choice Specs will still trigger.
Is it a regular
wrong.
attacker? I thought it's a special attack.
No, it's physical, right? I could be wrong about this.
It is a very spooky ghost.
Well, there's no question. It's a scary tree, Jeff. No one's going to argue with you there. I just don't know if it's physical or if it's special right now. I think it's a physical attacker. Maybe they got to tell him what item to use.
All right, I imagine that Aegislash is going top here. We saw a scoring item on that with the Gengar going into the central area. I bet we're going to see a 2-1-2 split from Organized Chaos here. It's exactly what we see.
Yeah, and we see that Gengar there in the center. We got Aegislash soloing top. A lot of people thought early if whether Aegislash could do that or not.
We have the split center path strategy here for Organized Chaos, living up to their name to start for sure.
I'm being told that it's often used for the Will-O-Wisp secure in lane. It helps Trevenant with that. And of course, again, it's not a special attacker, so it doesn't have high special attack, but it is extra pops of damage early, which could be, the difference maker.
It's very interesting. Up top, we see the Aegislash already at level 4, but that center path, half center path Mr. Mime has shown up to put some pressure on.
Yeah, that's a fun split. I like that play there. I think it's very cool. We see that a little bit, and here comes this Gengar with a big, that's a double KO, baby.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Spraggles was kind of talking about when we looked at these team compositions here. Both Aegislash and Gengar are very capable of putting out large amounts of burst damage. I think composition to composition, I definitely like what Casual Players Unite gets to play here more so than Organized Chaos.
Yeah. Without question, some of these Pokemon really fall off as the game continues. But, there's a moment where Gengar can get 5 KOs. And I think that's something to keep in mind.
We see this engage here in the bottom, them getting ahead 2-3 here, taking a knockout, and then another knockout. Trevenant walking up here, maybe going to get a return. Blissey, just too many supports, providing too much extra sustain here.
This is just so nice seeing the choice specs on there and kind of a pro player giving me an idea, something I'd never even considered, until you hear from a pro like, oh no, actually, it's going to help them secure this and that early. It's going to be the right call. There we go with that Gengar. I mean, I don't know. For me, this was one of the ones I was scared of, Jeff, and it's being even spookier than a tree.
You know what? Part of me wonders, did they give them Gengar simply to appease the goof?
And I feel like a lot of players right now are trying to figure out how to appease the goof. That's a very common thing that's being thrown on. You're right, Goof really wanted to see Gengar, so I could definitely see that being why.
We see in our top path, the Mr. Mime for Organized Chaos, really deep here, running the Aegislash and Gengar all the way around, buying lots of time as these bees get ready to spawn here.
Oh, wow. For a second there, I thought, is there a way this Pokemon gets away? If a confusion landed there, it actually might have gotten out.
Yeah, and remember there, the important thing they did was buy time for their teammates, right? Like, the Mime running away there meant that neither Gengar nor Aegislash were present for either of these bees spawning at 720.
I gotta tell you, Jeff, watching these team compositions and these players try to play with these Pokemon that might not be some of the top picks, I feel like we're watching what was intended when they made this game. I think they thought, yeah, everyone's just gonna pick what they like, a lot of Trevenant, Gengar teams. I really love seeing it.
Yeah, it's really, I was trying to think of different stipulation things, and picking the opposing team's Pokemon are probably going to be some of the best sets of matches in terms of competition that we see all day easily.
And especially after this first one, I mean, what do we change up? What's the new strategy, right? It's going to be really cool to see here. And now we're seeing this team from Organized Chaos. You have to remember that, they are very bulky. They just have so much bulk over there. And if they can keep that Cram alive long enough to do some real damage, it could be a problem for such a squishy team over here from Casual Players. I mean, they do have Mime, they do have Trev, they do have Snorlax, but also that Aegislash and Gengar in the right situations can be very, very squishy.
Well, so let's say you lose this first match, Spriggles. Do you then make the opposing team play the comp that they made you play?
Whoa. Jeff, you're a lot smarter than I am, because I was like, okay, what new Pokemon do we use? That's actually a pretty great strategy, truth be told. I think that's very good. I think you would probably just notice what seemed to be useful at all. I think given how well Gengar has done in this match, you're probably not going to see another Gengar. It did recently get a buff, and again, like, look at what we're seeing right here. This is a triple KO for Gengar. Not a lot of other Pokemon can do what that just did. This actually could be a 4 KO right here.
Yeah, it's important to know for people that are familiar with Gengar's kit, when it gets a knockout with that Dream Eater attack, it gets to go ahead and reset the cooldown on that, meaning it gets to do it again and again and again if you time those correctly on the opposing Pokemon. Whoo!
I mean, look at this. Look at this Gengar just kind of go crazy here. It was interesting to see that Eldegoss had both buffs. I didn't recall if that was from a KO or if they happened to actually head towards the center there as a jungle Eldy.
Great, there's that bottom point breaking here right before this second Dreadnought. We see all these Unite moves being ripped. Having the positional advantage here has a lot of value, as this objective is going to instill some important experience levels actually quite close between these teams right now.
That's actually what we just saw there from Cramorant's Unite move is about the most value I think you can get out of it right now. It's actually kind of a chaotically bad Unite move for what it does. However, I've noticed, as someone who really loves Cram, if you're able to use it in a position where you kind of already have the advantage, you do get some value out of it, and that's what they did to push them off there.
All right, looks like Organized Chaos is getting pushed out of this team fight. However, they were able to successfully secure that Dreadnought, meaning that they're not really behind when it comes in terms of experience. Lots of level 12s, very even spread of experience here.
Eldegoss with a triple KO. You know, just thinking about it, is Eldegoss the only good Pokemon on these teams right now? I guess Snorlax a little bit. Oh, Blissey we see some play with as well. But Eldegoss feels like a strange one to bring in here, considering that it's kind of one of the top picks in the game.
I will accept you calling my one-trick Aegislash not a good Pokemon, if only because the Aegislash player in this game has taken the 2 incorrect moves.
I mean, I might call it that for other reasons, but I don't want to get into another screaming match with you, Jeff. Obviously, you know, before the broadcast, we said we weren't going to yell anymore about Aegislash, and I'm not going to do it here live.
At least not in front of our 500 children.
That's exactly right. Yeah, as soon as the broadcast ends, we could start yelling again about Aegislash and builds like we always do.
All right, big Rodon push here. You know, the jump pad is up for Casual Players Unite, but this is almost an... Whew, you know, I was not expecting them to have damage, and they have been crunching through people. I'm actually really excited, Spriggles, to see what the stats look like at the end of this first match. Who's been chunking who?
Oh, me too. I can't wait to see it. And, you know, we are seeing some of the Pokemon on Casual Players. They start to fall off quite hard later in the game. So this Gengar is able to really clean up early. But as everyone starts to get more HP and more defenses, Gengar can't as easily get those quick KOs, and because of that, it sort of becomes a useless Pokemon near the end of the match. It's one of the reasons Gengar has always been such a low-tier Pokemon, I think, is because near the end, it's like, yeah, you can kind of try to get a KO, but boy, it sure is hard when the team's together with their buddy barriers that last fight.
Man, Gatlu at level 14 on that Eldegoss might have to unite to get out of here. Yeah, cannot get knocked out at this point. We are 5 seconds away from the Zapdos KOing the Mime with the sustain from that.
Wow, and I wonder if Gatlu's going down here. I mean, it's distracting every member of this team, basically. It does go down. Eldegoss is going to be down for 30 seconds while this Zap is up right now. This is not good for Organized Chaos.
And it's very common to see Eldegoss with long respawn timers. Very typically your team's carry in matches of Pokemon Unite.
That's right. Yeah, you often see a lot of carry Eldegosses, so nothing unusual here. Heading into this final moment, no one is on Zap right now. Big team fight. We have that Cramorant Unite move, and it actually KOs someone, but you can see Snorlax with the block. It is able to push Cramorant mid-Unite, but it doesn't look like it matters. Everyone from Organized Chaos is up. 4 down for Casual Players Unite. I think they're going to take this Zap unless this Mime is able to get a very sneaky KO here.
An incredibly sweet engage. I honestly did not think that the composition... I thought the compositions were going to favor Casual Players Unite here in this game, and it definitely did not feel this way, the way Organized Chaos played.
You know, I gotta say, I think what we saw there is kind of the reason some of these Pokemon are considered a lower tier choice, and it's because as the match goes on, they lose so much value. And you saw Pokemon on Organized Chaos here, they just get tankier and tankier and tougher to deal with. And you're right, Jeff. I don't know what we're going to see from these teams switching it up.
Let's take a look here at the stats. You know, really close engages overall, but when push came to shove at the end there, basically every member of Casual Players Unite was knocked out, and Organized Chaos able to secure very, very safely here. Gatlu with that Eldegoss carry having 10 knockouts. I've been skipping the moveset page when we look at the summary here, but let's take a peek at it for all you viewers at home to see what these players were taking here with some of these less commonly used Pokemon.
That's exactly what I'd expect on Crustle there, of course, Shell Smash and Stealth Rock.
100,000 damage Eldegoss carry. Spraggles thought I was being facetious when I talked about the Eldegoss carry being knocked out for a long time. Little did he know.
Are we saying, does Gatlu have a thing where they can't do less than 100,000 damage no matter what Pokemon you put them on? What is going on with this player?
Just less than six figures, Gatlu has to retire. They want to keep playing lots of Pokemon Unite, so they got to put the metrics up regardless of what they load in.
I understand. You know, some people have orgs that they belong to, and those orgs, you know, tell them what ads and what to run. Gatlu, obviously, whatever they belong to tells them 100,000 damage or you are out.
All right, well, that is just match one of our grand finals here. We have a best of 3 with a possible reset here depending on how this plays out. And that was actually our team from the lower bracket coming up here in Organized Chaos to take that first victory. So if Organized Chaos wins again, we'll have a reset and an additional match here.
I mean, of course, the question on everyone's mind is, what Pokemon are we going to see next? We saw a lot of Pokemon. Again, these Pokemon I feel like personally fall off late, like Gengar. I think Aegislash doesn't do too well without a level advantage as well. I wonder if a great strategy is just give the entire enemy team a bunch of Pokemon that really only perform super well with a level advantage. You know, Gengar is a great example of that. If you're an under-leveled Gengar, things aren't going to go well. Aegislash also really benefits from having a level advantage. So I think what we saw right there is a great strategy to pick a ton of low-tier Pokemon, and it really worked out, as opposed to the enemy's strategy there, which was let's give them a ton of really chunky Pokemon that we feel like aren't going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, but interested to see what is deployed. We'll probably have a quick minute here before we get into the next match. So we need to get these players into the lobby, but we also need to make sure that that they strategize what picks they'll be making for the opposing team here.
And I do have, I might as well put my donation in here now, Jeff. We saw some incredible stuff here today. I have a lot to pay for currently. So I'm going to do this with everyone live. We've got Psychic Mr. Mime, of course. We saw the Zeraora bounty. We had the Garchomp bounty, the Aegislash bounty. I am donating because people are retweeting my tweet on Twitter up to $250. I'm just kind of donating that before it gets up to $250, but you get it. And then, of course, we had the Let the Other Team Pick bounty, which I didn't even think was possible, but it did happen. So thank you, everyone, for really helping have not just a competitive event, but also something so fun and joyful for the community. I really love the support from all the players when I called out some very dumb ideas for them to play with. So thank you all for that. I really appreciate it.
Okay, so I have been informed from our GMs that our players will be picking their own characters for this instead of picking the opposing teams. However, I have been promised that they will be troll comps. Spraggles with the incredibly generous $509 donated for all of those bounties that we have cleared through today on the stream from players in this tournament, being fantastic sports. So interested to see what this group of competitive Unite players considers troll picks. My money is on them including a significant number of the Pokemon Spraggles just donated for.
How dare you say that? As you mentioned earlier, Jeff, a lot of my Pokemon won. I think people just don't understand what's happening in this game right now. So you see, the real trick The real trick, and we saw it in the March finals, the real trick is playing a Pokemon nobody expects, because they don't know how to play against it. We all know how to play against Duraludon. We've been doing nothing but that since this Pokemon came out. But nobody knew how to play against Decidueye. Nobody knows how to play against Dive Cramorant. Unfortunately, it's not really hard to play against it. But my point being, these picks are going to mess with their opponents' minds.
You know, there is something to be said for playing a character that's a little bit outside someone's comfort zone. When Dive Cram jumps right in front of you with all of its squishy bodiness, you have to react by pressing your A button and knocking it out.
Yeah, that's one of the tougher things to do. One of the big counters to Dive Cram, and I guess we can get into Cramorant strategy here. Obviously, the developers know that a lot of people are trying to figure out how to counterplay this very popular Cram pick. They had to nerf it because of that. You know, we don't need to get into too much of that, but when you're near a Cramorant, basically when it's in your area of influence, you know, where you can attack from, if you're able to attack it by pressing that A button, Jeff, that's pretty huge, because Cramorant actually doesn't have big defenses. So one of the best ways to take it out is to deal damage to it with basic attacks.
This is why we bring Spraggles onto the broadcast. He is a Cramorant expert, largely been advocating for the character. He understands that every time they nerf Cramorant, it's been deserved because the character is a competitive monster.
You know, I actually have some pretty advanced talks. I'm sort of putting together a bit of a Unite TED talk. I don't know if you've heard, but I've kind of gotten into Power Up Punch. It's pretty advanced, but I'll give you the basics of it right now. This is a little Lucario strategy here. Basically, with Power Up Punch, Jeff, you end up powering up, of course, and then punching. But of course, it's not that simple. A lot of people are confused about this point. So the punch itself is not powered up until you power it up. Whoa, Jake. What do you mean by this? So basically, it punches, and we're all quite aware of this. By the way, I want to point out, Jeff didn't tell me to fill time. This is what I want to be talking about. Power Up Punch is a punch, and the punch powers. How do I explain this? Are you following, Jeff, or are you lost already?
So it's like a meteor mash?
Ugh, this is exactly where I thought we were going to get, and this is why I need. Is why I need the proper setting for this. I need my charts, I need my graphs, but the punch, okay. Are we aware of what a punch is? We'll start there.
It's my foot, right? You punch,
Yeah.
You punch up with the...
This is what I thought, and I thought this, and now I'm realizing it more and more. This is going to take a weekend. Like, to really dig into this, I think this is more of like a retreat, almost Tony Robbins style. I get everyone excited, but I'm trying to incept ideas into their mind, and that idea is how a power-up punch works. The chat's making a good point. I kind of have to write it down at this point. I really don't want to show people my notepad again because it has a lot of secrets, but I might end up maybe using some sort of visual aid to explain this here. Oh, boy.
You know, I'm going to be a little bit honest, Briggles. I was a little disappointed when you started in with TED and then ended in Talk and not Lasso after your recent short that you had posted.
It's true. I should have been. I'm doing a TED Lasso talk, not TEDx. It's going to be TED Lasso. I don't know if anyone in the chat can see this. I'm trying to make this as clear as possible. But do we see sort of how this line goes up in this graph? This is showing how the punch actually powers. And I'm not sure exactly.
This is helpful. I think I'm starting to understand now.
Okay, good. So we'll imagine that this line, and I don't know graphs, but we'll imagine this line is power. No, this line is power, I believe. Oh boy, and this is why I need my team here. Devin, where are you, buddy? I can't believe I gave him the day off. This is power, so this is going up, and then as we're going further this way, this is punch. Punch is a constant, Jeff. Okay. The punch is a constant. It's the power that is
One thing I'm going to punch is that paper out of your hand as we head down on into the match screen. Our players are loaded on in, and they are selecting their Pokemons. Let's see what our players are doing here now. They were even kind enough to stay on the same side of the screen for me. God bless them. Let's put the match number up there at the top. We have one win in favor of our folks from the lower bracket. Organized chaos here.
Oh, I like this comp here already from Casual Play. Oh, I saw Garchomp. Okay, we've got a Garchomp, we've got a Gardevoir, we've got a Mamoswine, Crustle, Absol. I like this. I would say this is pretty troll. And then Full Defender. Full Defender is definitely a bit of a troll as well.
Okay, who's your center path here in the Full Defender comp?
Probably Snore. I could see it being Snore, but you know, Crustle's got that. Wait a minute. I mean, I see Gotlu with a Float Stone on Trevenant. Is that going to be a center area
invade? Are we going to see
now?
it? Well, so I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but the most recent patch to Trevenant actually increased its base movement speed to be higher than Greedent was before it got nerfed recently.
If this Trevenant invades, I cannot wait. I cannot wait to see if this is what happens. Why are these the best matches of Pokemon Unite that have ever existed?
Yeah, I'll bet you the Floatstone means we're going to see an invasion. Let's follow the Panther here and see what it does here. As it walks past and does not attack. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. And it's going to get completely destroyed. Oh, I thought we were doing the split center path there for a minute. Maybe just a little bit of confusion. And it gets to invade a Routes. One of the worst last-hitting center path Pokemon you can play, Spraggles.
This is so incredibly dumb. I love this so much. I can't wait to see this in my solo queue games. In fact, I feel like I've seen this in 100 solo queue games now that I think about it. It seems like my Trevenant's always running to the enemy jungle. I didn't realize they had a plan.
See here, level 3 versus level 4. Who will win? Gatlu still has that fluffy tail available to themselves to give themselves more last-hitting power as they steal that buff successfully. Was that a double knockout in the bottom? Okay, we traded 2 for 1. Crustle getting the knockout on... Oh, can he escape?
Oh, yeah, this is
Absol is coming to help.
Yeah, but look at all...
No, it almost got him! Oh, it touched the point. We're so close.
They almost KO'd Gardevoir there. Oh, man, this is great.
All right, we have our Jungle Blastoise top here for our team as they try and clear these bees out.
Now, I mean, I'm wondering, I feel like defenders, you could definitely say, yes, this is a troll comp. You would never run this comp. But, you know, they're all very bulky, and a lot of them can actually put out some pretty decent damage.
We see that Mamoswine getting some huge stuns there. Can they get a return? Oh, and they're speaking of stuns. Wow, what a fantastic engagement for Organized Chaos there in the bottom path.
I mean, it felt like Absol was about to clean that up, and there was just a slight stun. It didn't have the time, and wow, Trevenant's back. Trevenant's back, and it means business.
There is that curse. Curses to you, Trevenant. Why must you steal these valuable center path Pokemon? He says as it takes yet another buff from the opposing team.
This is silly. Very, very silly. I love seeing this here. Score right now, 47-90, but this feels like a game that no one's ever played. I don't know enough about Star Trek, but this is, I believe, a Kobayashi Maru moment. It's unwinnable to cast this game. It's impossible.
You see, wow, that Mamoswine getting out on a sliver as Absol gets pushed off by these other thicker defenders. Can Trevenant get the KO here? Oh, excellent juke by Jungle Book. Unfortunately, the re-engage less successful.
Wow. I mean, this is just kind of wild to watch here. You know, moments like this, I don't think this is going to influence strategy too much, but you do see some things that really surprise you, and you think, well, I guess Trevenant can invade as long as he's not going against someone with a solid secure, right? I mean, it worked pretty well.
I wonder, and I have to. No, I'm not gonna get him. Okay, no, I am gonna say it. I was gonna say they were given a Gardevoir as a troll pick in the center path. I wonder how Game and Gladiators feel about that after submitting that yesterday.
Well, you know, I'm actually not at all shocked that we see a lot less of it. As soon as Duraludon came out, I thought, well, you know, Gardevoir, a Pokemon that was already, you know, very much just a tertiary choice. You know, like far, far out there for the center path was going to have a much harder time getting picked.
You see them crunching down this objective very quickly, Crustle. I want to be interested again to see what do the damage metrics look like in a game like this. Who is actually dealing all of the damage on these teams? They're crunching through the opposing team.
I love seeing all these defenders. This is really cool to see here. And the team from Casual Players Unite, don't get me wrong, this also has, you know, phenomenal levels of just woof. What a squad. I wonder if they thought, what is the Pokemon I least want to see my solo queue partner pick? Yeah, Garchomp, pretty high up there. Gardevoir, pretty high up there. Absol, sure, no one's gonna know how to play that. So it's an interesting team comp, but the full defender is the meme team to watch right now.
Right, we see them pushing in with this Rotom, getting to go ahead and crash in there. Snorlax gets to put in 22. Blastoise is going to get a, well, not a large overcap. The trolling has translated to how we score our points as well, it would seem.
Look, the plan is score. That's the plan. I don't think you realize this, Jeff, and it's just now occurring to me, but this is a score comp. This is a full defender score comp. Clearly, they're putting in any points they can at any time.
I mean, you're not wrong. All these characters are pretty good at driving points all the way home.
Rapid Spin Blastoise, cool to see. Definitely. It's not Rapid Spin Hydro Pump, was it? No, it's Rapid Spin.
No, it's
okay.
Water Spouts.
It's Water Spout. Because then for a second I went, oh my gosh, are they picking the worst movesets too?
Great, can this Gardevoir get their score in here? Trevenant coming across a little bit too late. I think this thick Pokemon is not enough to deal with 4 creatures who all have lots of attack there.
Yeah, and they might be able to get some more points into this top path. No, Blastoise is there to defend it right now. We've got Dreadnought coming up here in 15 seconds, and this should be a pretty interesting team fight because we're near that 4-minute mark. A lot of Unite moves could come out right here, and I'm wondering how the defenders are going to fare once some of these, you know, stronger Pokemon attack-wise are able to actually put out some damage here.
See, big engagement here. This is where all the pretty lights flash out. Every Unite move that is available is going to get pressed here momentarily, including that huge Gardevoir Unite. But it looks like Red Team was able to secure the objective. They did.
That was a beautiful Gardevoir Unite. I mean, it really got everything there. But between Rapid Spin, Stealth Rock, between all of that, wow, they were able to get it. And it looks like this Blastoise is actually cleaning this up right now.
Yeah, I mean, it is their central area Pokemon, Sprinkles. You put your damage carry in your center path.
That's true. That's true. And that's something that I need to recognize. Let's take a look here. Snorlax looking for a sneaky score. Not going to happen right now.
Probably man, we're even using, they leaned into the Garchomp. We even see an Earthquake there, using those ground attacks.
It is a full ground Garchomp. Truly, not the Garchomp you see. I think the big reason for it, because I know a lot of people do really like the Earthquake dig build, but the reason you don't see so much of it, just so everyone knows why it's kind of the more off-meta choices, with Dragon Claw and Dragon Rush, you just get so much more control over the map. You get to move people around, and that's very valuable.
How do you feel from a flavor perspective, Spriggles, that Crustle has a move called Stealth Rocks that aren't actually stealth now that we have Duraludon in the game?
Well, you know, when I've played Pokemon in the past, it feels like the rocks aren't very stealth in the mainline games. They say that the rocks are out and they're kind of floating around, right? That doesn't sound very stealth to me, but I've never seen what the stealth rocks are supposed to look like. Now, maybe in the anime, and I would love to be corrected here, maybe they're quite stealth. And at this point, I think if Duraludon's rocks are that stealth, Crustle's maybe should be. But as we talked about earlier in the broadcast, this could be a surf situation.
Yep. Crustle, just not a particularly sneaky Pokemon. However, Duraludon, we all know it's going to sneak your HP pool right down to 0 very quickly.
Let's see here. We got a big score coming in from Crustle in that top path right now. Organized Chaos up here by over 100 points, which is a really nice position to be in. It makes you feel pretty comfortable for the Zapdos. It means the enemy is going to need to do something. And right now we see there our trio scoring 80 in that bottom path.
Yeah, we see a big fight going off here with one of Organized Chaos members missing, and Trevenant and Snorlax go down very quickly here, while Casual Players Unite has not lost anyone. They are looking to secure this objective 5-1 now.
Wow, and I mean, Crustle, it has its Unite move, it has Stealth Rock, actually might take
Holy what?
Down right now.
What just
are you kidding me?
What just I don't understand. It just there were 5 of them, Spriggles.
I've never.
What?
Never seen that happen.
What? I don't. I was ready to say, okay, we're going to a game 3, and they just like, oh man, Crustle showed up. It was like delete.
Crustle does this amazing thing that with its Unite move, once it takes damage, it is outputting more damage around it. It's revenge damage. So that's awesome. And then people were in the stealth rocks. You know, every time Crustle's near them, there are ticks of damage. That was just so wonderful to see. And of course, you see those basic attacks, you know, or its boosted attacks just hit.
All right,
so hard.
Is it enough though? Organized Chaos chose to ignore the Zapdos. Will these defenders keep this Garchomp from scoring? They cannot.
Wow.
It is an incredibly close game all of a sudden.
Oh, Absol could not make it in time. It is able to score. Wow. They don't realize it. This game is so close. What does Crustle have on them? Are they able to get anything in? 30 points with a goal getter.
Oh my God, the Crustle won the game. What? Crustle Gaming. I'm pretty sure that's a winning score from that Crustle.
What a game. What a game.
Was that it?
That was that. I think that was it.
Whoa! All right, we gotta look at the chart on that one, Spriggles. That. Oh man.
This is, as I said earlier, these are some of the best matches that Pokemon Unite could possibly have. This is so incredibly fun.
All right, what are the damage metrics like here? The Crustle has to have insane ones after that last engage, right?
You'd think, yeah. Let's see, 60k over there for Organized Chaos. That's a lot on a Crustle.
Yeah, it's not bad. All right, so we're going to a game 3 here.
Yeah,
that Crustle
so now
1v5 was something.
I wonder what we're going to see. I think the teams are still obviously picking what they think are troll picks. I don't know if we're actually going to see something switch up for this final game right here. I'm sure we'll hear momentarily, but these matches have just been so incredibly fun to watch. That 4 KO from Crustle there, unbelievable. And you have to assume, you know, the strategy there just to run and score, I think it looked very good. And if it wasn't for a last second goal getter Crustle, that actually would have won them the game.
Yeah, really razor thin margins. And I'm actually, okay, so I'm looking at my notes. It looks like the teams went back and forth there, and those weren't actually just troll picks. They picked each other's compositions again for that second match as well.
I see. Okay, so they said you're all going to be defenders, and then they picked their comp there. And I mean, we're going back and forth here. So both teams doing a good job of picking each other's comps right here. And it looks like at first we had, you know, that very, very tanky setup that won. But, you know, the second match, that very, very tanky setup was not able to pull out the victory. We had the Absol Gardevoir team actually able to secure the victory there. It's interesting because that Gardevoir Unite move is so hit and miss, literally, but it was pretty powerful throughout that match.
Yeah, we saw it hit multiple Pokemon at a couple of points there. The engagement at that second Dreadnought specifically, I think, was a huge one. The right side team getting pretty fortunate for their Blastos to be the one to secure that objective.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I don't think anyone could have expected that Crustle to do that much damage there. And what just a perfect combination. You had the Unite move, you had the Stealth Rocks, you had the extra damage just coming out from obviously if it shell smashes in that moment, it drops all its defenses, so it just has massive output for attack. And we saw it right there, KO 4 people on the enemy.
It was stealth rocks, right? So did it have shell smash?
Yeah, you have both. So
okay,
you run.
This might shock you, Spriggles, but I am unaware of which moves pair together with Crustle.
Well, I mean, some people run Rock Tomb, but those people are insane. So everyone else is playing Shell Smash, which is, you know, the move that gives you that incredible amount of speed. But not only that, it also gives you attack and special attack equal to some of your defense and special defense that you lose. And then Stealth Rock is just one of those amazing secure moves. I've seen people also run X Scissor, but Stealth Rock is just, it's so good. I love it. And of course, one of the big difference makers in that fight, the Unite move right there. Not only do you get a massive shield, it stuns enemies that are around you. I'm looking at this on Unite DB right here. But the big difference, I think, is the revenge damage it puts out. It actually puts out a lot more damage than people expect. And I think I'm hearing that there's some big news dropping right now in the Discord. Is this correct?
I am looking to communicate what's going on. What does that mean, David? Communicate to me. I don't know that I understand offhand what that means.
While Jeff tries to figure this out, I guess I'll head back to this just for a second. And basically what it's going to be is it's just a whole weekend, and it's like $200, and I'm just going to go up through power up punch the whole time. And we will start with punches. You'll know the difference between punches and kicks. Jeff, you can interrupt me as soon as you figure it out, but just go to my YouTube. I'll have links for how to sign up for it. So,
okay, we've got our players into the thing. I have been told that they are just going to play for all the marbles in this third game. We are not going to go to a bracket reset. I believe they're going to pick. I'm going to find out if they're picking each other's Pokemon again. And then after this match, we're going to do one more final exhibition match with some of our members from the event here today. I am being told. I had a picture here somewhere.
I'm glad that this was communicated, because when I read what happened in the chat, I thought a different thing happened. So, okay, this makes sense.
They are going to be making Spraggles play a match in the final exhibition match, though. So we will be bringing the Goof in with us for the last one.
I cannot wait.
All right, I'm going to switch this image over really quick, so pretend you don't see the Drama Llama challenge. This is our final exhibition. Look at that. I did it before the stinger was done. So we're going to be seeing Toon, OG, Spraggles, Rin, and Zugrug versus Oristai, Latano, Overlord, Indie Bear, and Nazu as the final exhibition match. And I see here there are a bunch of character builds here that you're going to see that they're going to be considering from building for their final exhibition match today for our Unite for Ukraine event.
Oh, wow. Cramorant, Dive, Blissey 1v1 top lane. I mean, put me in that top lane 1v1. I cannot wait. This is just so incredibly fun. This has just been a little slice of heaven, Jeff. So I can't wait to see it.
All right, we've got our players ready to go. And we'll see what we end up with here for our final match of our bracket. Playing for all of the marbles here for the first place, the glory, the brags.
I have to assume at this point, considering that both teams have agreed, hey, one match, let's do it. We could definitely see more standard team comps from them, right? There's like, hey, let's actually play one last game. We'll give it our all.
Yeah,
right?
Let's end strong here for everyone at home, and then we'll have one final fantastical match where the great Spraggles here will be jumping out of the booth and into the battlefield for your entertainment at home.
I can't wait. It's gonna be like solo queue, just for all my teammates. Okay, they're gonna be used to playing with top pros, but today they're playing with bottom ranked non-pro me. I can't wait.
Listen, Spraggles, I've seen your MMR. You're almost at 2,000 or 2,100 last I checked.
It's a little over 2,100. Who cares? Who cares how high over 2,100 you get playing the game by yourself and oftentimes using ridiculous Pokemon? It doesn't mean that I'm good. And one thing that it really doesn't mean actually is that I'm good in a competitive environment, because that is not where I shine. I shine when my Ninetales is AFK and I have to somehow secure Zapdos by myself.
That's under pressure is what Spraggles is saying. When the pot is ready to boil over, Spraggles is ready to jump in and secure things.
What I imagine, Jeff, is that all of the pro players, they're in a formation. They know how to work together as a team, right? They're a well-oiled machine. They're like a squad of knights going to battle a dragon. I'm that knight that they don't send to battle dragons. I just patrol around town looking for trolls under bridges and trying to succeed. That is what I do in solo queue.
Sounds like you're quite fantastic at it. Getting up over that 800 MMR barrier in solo queue is no mean feat. You got to start winning a lot more than you lose to keep climbing from that position.
That's true. That is very true. It's very true. Oh, Lutano in the chat, the MV Pizza himself, mentioning that I was a Twitch Rivals tournament winner. Yeah, I was also on a team with Lutano and Indy. So I don't know how much I influenced it. I'll tell you what I wasn't is MV Pizza. That's what I wasn't. I don't think I'm ever gonna be
What
MVP.
is your most valuable pizza, Spriggle? All right, Jake, I kind of like you, so I don't know if I'm ready to stress our relationship this way, but I have to know: are we pineapple or not on your most valuable pizza?
I have a feeling right now this might cause a rift between us. I actually have a full opinion on pineapple on pizza.
Okay, yeah, I need to know. I'm ready for the rift to be formed.
No one likes this opinion, okay? I am at this point what they call a pineapple pizza centrist. Everybody hates me. I think pineapple is good on pizza, but I don't think it's incredible. I think the hatred for pineapple on pizza has driven people to say they like it more than they do. It's a reaction to the negative opinion on pineapple on pizza. Good, but not a top tier. A solid B tier pizza topping. Everyone's allowed to hate me now.
Wow, I was prepared for half the room to hate him, but he actually did it. Everyone is angry right now. Not a single person is satisfied with this answer.
No, it's one of the worst answers you could possibly give, and that's what I gave. It's really how I feel about this pineapple on pizza. True.
All right, as we head on in here, I am told by these players that they are going to be playing somewhat real compositions in off-roll positions. So we'll see what that means here as they get loaded in and lock in their characters.
I am seeing here in the chat, I don't know if this is true, but I believe it is, that we have another game crash on our hands, unfortunately.
Oh no, the toasters!
Yeah, it looks like it. So this means, and I can't believe that this is going to happen right now, but now, Jeff, you have to announce your official position on pineapple on pizza.
I mean, my regulars will know I have no problem pissing people off, Jake. I am a big pineapple on pizza connoisseur. I like a little bit of sweet in with my salty pizza sauce and cheese. It is delicious.
I don't disagree with you that it's a good topping. All I think is that you have been pushed over the edge by the trolls, essentially, by what I have to deal with in my solo queues. You've been pushed towards liking pineapple more than you do.
Did you hear that, chat? Spraggles admits that his bad solo queue teammates dislike pineapple on their pizza, which means if you want to be good at Pokemon Unite, enjoying pineapple is the only way to be.
Wow. I mean, I guess that is true. Wow, I can't believe it. I wonder, Jeff, while we're waiting here, is there any way to pull up that screen again? I want to see what some of the people wanted to see in this final fun exhibition match. I just wanted to see some of the comps that they were interested in seeing. Oh, thank you. Perfect.
Yeah, so we're gonna have one more exhibition match after this with some viewers' choice picks that the players will be picking between. We're gonna have Toon OG, Spraggles, Rin, and Zugrug versus Oristai, Latano, Overlord, Indie Bear, and Nazu, and both groups of people will be choosing from either one of these compositions, such as All Ghost or All Grass, or things like Cramorant with Dive, and Blissey, and Bullet Seeds, and Psychic Mimes, and Trevenants, and Aegislashes of the like.
Wow, I mean, there's so many exciting things to see here. I love that all the potential sightings. No one put like maybe Lucario top. Like people get it. Nobody wants to see that. We see that all the time. Dive Cram, incredibly fun, incredibly bad. Trevenant, incredibly fun, incredibly bad. Aegislash, I think, is kind of in the middle in this game right now. It's actually not one of the worst Pokemon. It just really gets outshined by a lot of the other choices here. But there are some super fun choices. I don't know what my team is going to need me to do here. I don't know if you heard earlier, but Lutano basically said I was the reason we won Twitch Rivals. So maybe my team's going to say, hey, we're just here to support Spraggles, really. And that's
Spraggles, you're going to be playing against Lutano in this exhibition map. So it is kind of for proving against Indy as well. So were you the reason that your team won Rivals, or was it the two professional players you were playing with?
I'll tell you this. When I tried to explain Power Up Punch to Lutano, he had to disconnect our call because the guy couldn't understand what I was talking about. out. So do
He
with that what you will.
is more of an extreme speed connoisseur, from my understanding. And perhaps the reason why he does not power up punch is he does not understand the power, the up, or the punch. There are 3 parts to this equation, Spriggles.
That's absolutely. Well, there's a lot more than that, Jeff. But like I said, you can come to the retreat for free because I really think you need to learn this. And I said the same thing to Lutano, and he basically yelled at me. He said, you're out of the guac bowl essentially, and I said, you welcome to the guac bowl, and he hung up on me. So it was a whole thing. It was a whole thing. But I can't wait to play one of these very, very silly builds for everyone here, and I can't believe how close we are to raising $10,000. We are almost at $8,000 right now. That is so incredibly
Last
cool.
week during the draft, they raised over $3,600. Today, over the course of the last 5 hours of the stream, we've over doubled that, bringing in over $4,000. Just quite a fantastic thing to see the Pokemon Unite community come together and contribute to a good cause. Shout out to IX David. Despite he hasn't changed his name yet, so I'll call him that, I suppose. Putting all of this together for us here, our co-commentators, all of the players here today, my lovely wife for managing things in the background. Really fantastic to see everybody come together for a good cause.
Yeah, it is so awesome. I'm so grateful to be a part of it. Thank you to all the organizers and everyone for letting me be a part of it, because it's just so cool that we get to do this as a community, and I am honored to be here with you, Jeff.
Yeah, it's been a good time. It's been a fun Pokemon Unite weekend, Spriggles. The NA and EU and all of the qualifiers yesterday, but the broadcast where Spriggles and I were on yesterday on the official channel was a good time. And, hopefully there's a lot more of these style of tournaments to come, both Pokemon Unite for various good causes and as the esports scenes grow. It's a great game, and hopefully it has a great future as they continue to expand.
Oh yeah, I would love to see that. I think the excitement around the game is building, obviously, coming up to these world championships. One of the best things about these world championships are going to be seeing like kind of these metas collide. I know I've talked about this before, I'm sure a million times, but aren't you excited, Jeff, to finally get an answer to, which region is actually dominating on this game? It's going to be really cool to see.
Yeah, because important thing to note, while the servers are technically global and you can pair across on that ladder, there's always these farther regions playing on that negative ping with each other, and seeing them on this level playing field where they're all in the same spot really is super exciting. I honestly think the fact that the rate at which they brought Pokemon Unite into this championship series world setting means a lot for what they think of the future of the game. I was honestly kind of surprised that they introduced it this first time through. We're not even a year old at this point.
I agree. I'm surprised too. I mean, it makes a lot of sense from a MOBA. They are inherently very competitive games that, develop a really complex metagame often very early, and there are teams that can really dominate inside of it. So the skill ceiling on a game like this, especially for a 5-person team, is very, very high. So I could see why they did it, but also, they could just notice how much hollowware I'm buying, and they say, well, the only way to can get Jake to continue buying all this hollowware is to have some sort of world championship. So I think that's also a possibility.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and the fact that they've leaned into the cosmetics like they have really makes the game super enjoyable. I spent a little bit when the game first came out, and at this point I have enough free-to-play currency floating that I could buy the next 5 or 6 character releases into already.
Yeah, I like that too. I like a game. I mean, I've played a lot of MOBAs and a lot of free-to-play games, and I think there are some that do it very well. And when really the only thing that you can pay for at this point is a cosmetic, I think that is a very healthy place for a competitive game to be.
All right, we have our players reforming that lobby. Apologies for those just following along. We had a client crash, so we didn't want our players to play their third and final match of this tournament with one of their players missing for the first little bit. So we're recreating that here and getting them all filed in so we can bring you some wonderful coverage of the last match of the day.
I wonder if I am going to be able to put the team on my back after this, Jeff. I understand a lot of them are going to be saying, "Spraggles, carry me. We don't. What do we do?" It's going to be interesting to see. And I'll tell you this: if we lose, one thing I don't want anyone in the chat to do if my team loses is blame my teammates. I would hate that. Okay, I want to point that out right now. I think these players are great.
Honestly, Spraggles, I think if you win, you are definitely the reason you won, and if you lost, well, you can only lose as a team.
Exactly. That's a great point. That's a good way to look at it. I mean, we're not. Thank you, Jeff. Good point. How close are we? Are they loading into their match?
I've got 9 players on my screen here as we wait. I'm gonna pull back the curtain. I'm gonna let you see. The 10th has loaded in. We have our players shuffling their lobby positions as we go. We are ready to admin the crap out of this game with myself and our legion of admins. Excited to see what these players do for our final match of the afternoon.
This is
our second final match of the tournament. Almost
yes.
Final match of the afternoon.
Final match of the tournament, and this is going to decide, who wins this whole thing, and someone has left the lobby. Okay. They're gone. I mean, now that you pull back the curtain, I mean, it's chaos, Jeff.
There's just complete and utter chaos. Are we set?
Oh, you had the lobby code up. That's what happened.
Someone else got sniped. Someone on the stream got sniped. That's true. I only pulled it up because we had all 10 in.
Yeah.
Chat,
all right.
Be good members of Twitch communities. Do not join streamers' lobby codes unless they invite you to do so.
Oof. You should see it on YouTube, Jeff. It's chaos. There's nothing I can do.
All right. Players loading in here. I am told we're going to have a little bit more of a competitive setting after seeing our players pick the opposing team's Pokemon for the last 2 matches here.
We've got a Blissey locked in. I mean,
that's an Aegislash locked in there, Jake.
Okay. So what is this? What are we seeing right here?
I don't know. I'm gonna check my Discord notes. Maybe they're just deciding to have a good time all the way through. I wouldn't complain.
I would not complain either. We got an Eos cookie on Snorlax. That's exciting to see.
Spraggles, I'm gonna poke you now to save us time later. They're asking that you be ready to have your game loaded for after this match is done.
They wait for me. I'm a diva, Jeff. Yeah, I'll load it up.
Roll it right on through. All right. Ooh, I wonder if we're gonna do we see? Okay, so either Absol or Charizard are going to path here for casual players, huh?
I think Absol. I saw an attack weight on it. I think if I noticed that correctly, and it actually plays pretty well in lane. So I think that's what we're going to be seeing.
Okay.
Don't quote me on it. Boy, I hope I don't get quoted on that.
I imagine we're going to see the Aegislash run top here for our right side team with Venusaur, Eldegoss, Snorlax bottom.
Love seeing the Sylveon, by the way.
Yeah, let's see. I'm gonna follow Absol. I think I'm most interested to see what they do and how they execute here out of the Pokemon we have here. Sure, it's gonna incidentally show us off with the Aegislash here in the top. It looks like
Solo Topsel. There we go.
And
okay.
Jake had mentioned seeing an attack weight there, so I wonder if we'll see them go for a square as Aegislash waits in the bush here and jumps out and steals that last tick.
It is a ghost. It was very spooky.
Oh, big burst damage from the boosted attack. So let's take a look at how our bottom path is going. And Eevee has gone down for the casual players. This is a pretty legitimate bottom path here from the organized chaos. Something that we would have seen being just a meta 1-1-3 not long ago.
Yeah, absolutely. That Snorlax, it used to be a lot more popular, not getting as much play as it used to with more and more defenders coming into the game and Pokemon like Slowbro getting such a big buff here. But yeah, this is pretty typical, I'd say.
All right, we have Absol and Charizard versus Aegislash and Cinderace here in the top path. Absol, the one positioning from a sneaky bush pull this time through. That Aegislash bump in and get those incredibly big boosted hits. This looks like a double KO here.
Let's see. We got that hyper voice Sylveon. You love to see it. Just such a dominant presence in lane too. It's
huge
just so
heavy
difficult
slam
to
there.
deal
A
with.
lot of suppression from that Snorlax, letting them get a knockout there. Can't get its 2 points in through that voice. Awkward.
Yeah, that was very awkward. I mean, odd to see, but with just the basic attacks and the hyper voice, because you can actually score between the hyper voice, which is kind of crazy, but it does give you enough time when you have a small amount of points there. But the Blissey juggling that pretty well.
Casual players unite, getting a ton of valuable catch-up experience here. The Snorlax, when it was KO'd, was actually the highest level in that bottom path for Organized Chaos, providing a lot of catch-up experience there.
Scoring right here, Snorlax. We did see it had an Aos cookie, correct? So it is getting some extra health here, stacking up.
All right, we see all 5 characters bottom, 4 of the 5 characters bottom, 4 casual players. Right? Absol looking to rotate top. Cinderace coming down before this Bees engagement.
We have, ooh, Venusaur goes down to that water spout from Blastoise right there.
All right, the Bees are coming up in just 5 seconds, and Snorlax has to... That's an Egg Bomb Blissey!
There we go.
Love
looking for that damage output.
Not even just the damage output, but that little bit of toss-up too there, providing that suppression on the opposing team so you can move in and get even more damage on them.
How dare you not recognize Egg Bomb as a high damaging move?
Charizard going through its central area again, but still only level 8.5. This objective is likely going to be started before that happens. Guys, up top with this Aegislash looking to be almost level 9. There's that Unite.
Oh!
Stunned out of the Unite move. Speaking of, was that an Egg Bomb that stunned it out?
I don't know. We'll have to check the tapes. But I think it was.
I think it might have been. That
was an
Blissey
Egg Bomb.
carry.
Wow. Well,
Ooh,
I
speaking
hate
of,
immediately eating my words. But
I don't know if you caught that, but that was a full heal on the Venusaur, stopping that Charizard Unite there. Thankfully, it looks like they are far enough ahead for casual players. They are still going to get this Dreadnought.
The Charizard Unite, being stopped is one of the toughest things for me when I play Charizard. I feel like it happens so often. There are so many unstoppable characters in this game. It's just crazy.
Yeah, and honestly, with the advent of, obviously, Duraludon's banned in this tournament, with the advent of Duraludon, things like Full Heal have become more valuable than they previously were, so there's even more than we experienced previously.
Got some big scores heading into this bottom goal here, and it looks like points are going to be pretty close right now. 111, 152. Still anyone's game. Top goal down here for casual players unite, but bottom goal down for Organized Chaos.
See Charizard trying to back out in the open here and getting caught out a little bit. I wonder if we'll see Blissey Full Heal pulling them out here, walking into their Blissey and Blastoise for support, easily escaping now.
Still have that amazing safeguard. So even though it's Egg Bomb Blissey, the other move isn't as valuable. I think Helping Hand is great, don't get me wrong, but Safeguard is just so unbelievable right now.
See, Blastoise left here to defend against 3 opposing Pokemon. Is plenty tanky, though, and that Rapid Spin pushing them off while teammates can arrive for backup.
Let's see here. Being pushed out. Get away, Blastoise. We're keeping you away. But Rapid Spin, is it able to secure this KO?
Ooh.
It is. And Hyper Voice Sylveon coming in. Oh, almost cleaned up the whole team right there. Get it. Get this. No.
Just out of range. Snorlax plugging up its ears and ignoring the screams of that Hyper Voice. Rotom coming in 10 seconds, but Dreadnought coming in 30. It'll be interesting to see how these teams choose to prioritize these objectives, which they value more.
That was a little dance right there. That was a fun little dance.
Aegislash firing off that Unite move there. Closing the gap as it crunches in and taken out very quickly by Absol at a 3-1.
This match is incredibly close right here. Got a double KO there. Triple KO, actually. Wow. Is it going to be 4? 4 KOs for Absol. Num.
Okay, and not only are they winning a successful engage top, they are the only ones present at this Dreadnought currently. Can they close out before the other team gets there? They do.
Do we know? They didn't make them pick these? They just decided these were the teams they were going to play?
Yeah, I believe they just said we're going to go with a little bit more, obviously not full try hard, but something in the middle.
Man, I love to see it. I really do. Here we go. Big Unite moves coming in. Obviously, we're at the 4-minute mark, so It's kind of throw your Unite or you don't get to. Speak now or forever hold your Unite till zap, basically.
All right, we see this 3-on-3 engage breaking in favor of Organized Chaos here a little bit, it looks like.
Jeff, Cinderace, good. Cinderace very good.
Charizard's very good too as he burns down the opposing team, almost level 14 here for our Charizard.
Man, it's really cool seeing this Rapid Spin Blastoise. It's actually doing so well in all these matches, and I know we're seeing some off-meta choices, but Rapid Spin Blastoise did get a really nice buff recently. I wonder if we're going to see some more of it.
See, our team's this is kind of like the nothing to do part of this late mid game. Like, all of the wild Pokemon are cleared. There's no objective timers on the map, so you might as well brawl, Spriggles.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times teams don't. Normally, I look at this moment as kind of the calm before the storm, because we've got a lot of stuff about to happen. Everyone's going to be charging up their Unite move, trying to get as much experience as possible. You know, when you see a Venusaur over there, it obviously wants to be level 13 very badly for this upcoming fight. But they are fighting it out right now. Blissey with the KO.
On the Cinderace there, when your carry goes down to their support. Traded for the Charizard, though, and that Charizard's down for a long time here. Big push on this bottom point while Absol is clearing wild Pokemon top. Getting to 14 itself, though. This Absol might be a level 15 angle before this Zapdos.
Wow, and it's using that Pursuit build, which you don't see too often. It's kind of tough to use in some of these bigger fights, but obviously it got a 4 KO earlier, so it clearly knows what it's doing.
Speaking of objectives, and when they're up, we see 2 other objectives up on the map, but no one looking for that. And remember, there's no Hoopas in this game. This forward position that Organized Chaos has inside of the Zap Pit has a ton of value here.
Big Unite from Venusaur that unfortunately really didn't connect with anything. Aegislash with the Unite, Cinder with the Unite, a lot of damage being thrown down, but no one goes down yet. Absol looking for this big KO and not able to pick it up. Blastoise taking out Venusaur, and now casual players are pushing in as 3. 4 go down for Organized Chaos.
Yeah, casual players dominating this endgame team fight. Absol not able to successfully 1v1 that Cinderace, but buying important time and pulling that damage carry from Organized Chaos off of the rest of the team while it dove in. Really decisive team fight into some Zapdos scores here, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of points to put in right now, and we're just going to have to see how much of it they can get in and if Organized Chaos has any answer to this. It looks like Aegislash going down right here. I'm not sure they're going to be able to stop anything going in right now. Blastoise was already able to score here. Sylveon scores. Getting pushed out by the Snorlax
huge.
right here, though. It's huge block.
Wow, those are long knockout timers, Spriggles. There are 2 members of Casual Players Unite up, and yeah, I was a little surprised that Sylveon went into the top goal. It's a little bit of a tankier Pokemon than Charizard, and then Charizard walked up the middle and got a little bit punished there. We're going to see a bit of a siege here as another one goes down, and there is only Absol remaining. What is Absol doing?
Great score right here. I mean, this
what
is
is that?
incredible.
Oh, no.
I don't think they realized how
I don't
close
think they
this
realized
match
that,
must
yeah,
have
how
been.
close. Yeah, they were just 1 overcap away.
I mean, because the thought process is, of course, if you send Absol down there and it gets KO'd really quickly, they're just going to run into your goal. You're not going to be able to defend. But I don't think they realized they were already behind, Jeff.
Yeah, and wow, looking here, even if they had gotten another 100 in post Zapdos, it still would not have been enough as more points went in center there. What a fantastic endgame push there for Organized Chaos.
Yeah, I mean, just an incredible way to close this series out, which has already been some of the funnest Pokemon Unite matches I have seen. Let's take a look at our final scoreboard here.
484 here.
381. Oh, go ahead.
To 384, you're fine. Sega Peekaboo at lots of knockouts. Honestly, super high knockout game in general. Saw a lot of really high levels at the end there.
Wow. What a match. What a match. So Organized Chaos, they are your Unite for Ukraine tournament winners. And, you got to really give them playing such incredibly fun matches and really putting on a show for everyone at home, which is so cool.
Yeah, fantastic job overall. Speaking of putting on a show, we've got one more match of Pokemon Unite remaining. I am going to be tapping Spraggles out of the booth here. He's going to be filing into the player lobby, out of the broadcast, and into the battlefield. I'm going to be tagging, I believe, Goof GG back in. George, are you still there? Pop back on into the call if you are. We'll get these players loaded up, and we'll be back real soon. Welcome back, everyone, to the final exhibition match of our Unite for Ukraine charity stream today. I am joined by IX David for our final match to do some commentary over the top. Our tournament is finished and we've crowned a winner, but we've got one more match of a bunch of fantastic community members that are going to be playing a bunch of the fun stuff that you just saw listed on that challenge card that we had up right before this. Before we dive into that, though, I'd just like to say thank you to everybody that's contributed to this event today. From David putting it all together for us, to my fellow cast of commentators, to all of the players that we had participating in the draft, to all the community members that have donated. We haven't been able to call out each individual donation on stream, but we've raised an incredible amount of money today that's going to get doubled up dollar for dollar thanks to David.
Yeah, absolutely. Big shout out to Jeff, as well as the production staff. I know your wife, Christy, is working here hard in the background to make all of this a possibility. But also just a huge shout out for the well over 200 people that came together immediately, like within an hour or two of the idea being brought up, and just coming together and wanting to contribute in one way or another. Everyone from the players to the participants to the casters, thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and dive on into our lobby screen and see what these players are going to be picking from those variety of different things we showed off there. Doesn't look like we've had quite any characters locking in just yet. We see a Blissey locking in with Energy Amp and double glasses, and I have to imagine that might be the solo Blissey top that was talked about on the card.
I think that was one of the ideas brought up. It was the viewers wanted to see a 1v1 showdown on the top line between Toon and Overlord.
We see Zugrug locking in that Trevenant. Oh, we might actually see dueling Blissey's top. Excellent.
I think so. And look, on the right side, we have Toon with the Score Shield on. And on the left side, Overlord with the... Is that an Energy Amp I see?
It is, yeah. There were some Rocky helmets there on the items as well. A number of spicy configurations in addition to individual Pokemon. I wonder who we're going to see in our center paths here. Could perhaps see Garchomp on both sides here?
I think so. And the viewer's ask was for exactly what Spraggle said, which was the non-dragon build.
Great. Let's take a peekaboo here and see where these splits go. Will we see these folks both try to 1-1-3 in their compositions like we've seen, or will we see a 2-1-2 split?
It'll be interesting also to keep an eye out for Indie Bear, who I think might have gotten some Mr. Mime practice in earlier in solo queues on his stream. And if we also know, Rin over on the right side is going to be playing Cramorant, which I think it's well known in the community that Rin does not ever want to play Cramorant. I don't even think he had purchased him, so we'll see how that goes.
We see very atypical. Are there 0 traditional supports down here in the bottom path? Yeah, both the Blissies went top. I suppose Mime is one of those technically as supports, but the role it tends to fill in these compositions is really more defender-esque.
For sure, and we also see the Garchomp invading a little bit on the right side.
Garchomp coming up here, the old Crustal Blissey versus Blissey Garchomp path, and it looks like that center path Crustal is bringing the pain with the double knockout there for Oristai.
And it's really interesting to see people playing roles that they're not traditionally comfortable. You see Indie Bear over there on Mr. Mime. You've also got, I believe on the top, OG, a classic Lucario. I believe he's playing Garchomp. So a lot of interesting things going on here.
I just noticed, I remember we have Spraggles in the match battling here. He's playing the Aegislash. I have to imagine he chose that one for me.
I think so. With Aegislash, I think the call from the audience was for him to play... I forgot the name of the move, but it's... Do you remember what that move was?
Shadow Claw or Iron Head?
I think it was Shadow Claw.
Yeah, Claw. I actually really like Claw in this character, so I hope that's the one he grabs here. We see that Curse from the Trevenant giving a big burst of damage and getting these folks some score caps in.
Absolutely. We see the purple side here up in levels. They're relatively even on the score, and it looks like they are trying hard with what they have. There doesn't seem to be any drastic off-meta movements other than that one invade earlier.
And we saw Nazu actually grabbing some of that center path farm from from our red side team there, and then escaping as Greedent is known to do that. Bottom goal being left defenseless here for some free scores and experience to come up for Lutano and Indy here.
Yeah, keep an eye out on that Greedent, actually. I believe the viewers asked not for the classic Belch move, but Bullet Seed. So you're going to see him play a slightly different role once Greedent gets level 7.
Aegislash cutting through the competition there with the knockout, securing a number of Bs. The levels really evenly spread on the side of our orange team here, with Aegislash hitting its level 7 power spike, picking up that Iron Head now.
Absolutely. Another thing here is the orange team seems to be having early control of the Dreadnought area, other than that pesky squirrel coming in on the right side to create space. But now with Dreadnought up at 7 minutes, it's going to be a key first battle.
Big Blissey Unite, cracking in for sometimes upwards 2,000 damage, I am told, with those extra energy amp and special glasses stacked on it. And a forward position from the orange team has turned into an almost complete team wipe, giving up this Dreadnought objective now.
There goes the Fluffy Tail right now. That's going to increase the amount of damage taken from the person putting the Fluffy Tail on there. It looks like left team is going to get the shields as well as the additional XP for everybody on their team with that Dreadnought secure.
You see Trevenant taking that crab with it, wanting that little bit of experience here. The orange team all entirely at level 8, behind that Blissey carry in the top path for the left side team, along with Crustle from the center, but pretty close scoreboard overall when it comes to both points and levels currently.
Yeah, definitely a close game here still. It is anyone's to take. The Rotom's still probably at full HP over on the top, but even more surprising right now, Jeff, I think I saw a $1,000 donation just come in from an anonymous donor.
That is incredible. That pushes us ever closer to our final $10,000 match goal. Thank you to everyone who has contributed to that today, as Aegislash is taken down by a very hungry Lutano on Garchomp.
Yeah, it looks like this fight up here is going to create some type of a catch-up here if it goes well for the right side team. So it looks like blue side is already there, ready to take this.
All right, we have OG coming in with the Garchomp here, looking to not give this Rotom for free.
Oh yeah, and I think most of the points are still up for the left side team with the right side bottom point down. That means that the orange team has an opportunity to catch up a lot on the XP, as their Audinos are no longer going to be popping up in the middle for contest, but instead they're going to have free access on their side.
Fantastic Unite from OG, one of the harder skills to drive in this game with the sporadic wave burst. Getting 2 knockouts with it is nothing to scoff at.
We have the Garchomps both at level 11 here, fighting on their pad, while the Rotom, it seems to be secured by the left side team.
We see that map pressure getting created from the Rotom, but oddly enough, there is a Dreadnought that has spawned, and there is no one present as Trevenant for our orange team slowly makes their way down.
And we all know Trevenant doesn't do the most amount of damage, although it would be interesting to see Zugrug see if he can solo down that Dreadnought and be a hero for his team.
I joked at the start that these compositions looked a lot like my solo queue games, and nobody coming to the second Dreadnought at spawn definitely gives it that feel.
Especially with no Hoopa in play, it seems. We've seen a lot of Hoopas hanging out by the Dreadnought, just ready to pull their teams in on a moment's notice, but that's not happening here.
Big
Instead,
plays from
now.
Zugrug on this Trevenant here. Huge push and life gain. That Unite move letting them deal even more damage, buying them lots of time for the rest of their team to show up and put some damage up on the board here.
Look at that HP bar on Trevenant. It goes down and then it goes up twice as much.
Yeah, the Horn Leech has so much as we get... Oh, who was able to secure that? Looks like...
Wow.
Aegislash with 2 knockouts, and then Cramorant, Rin getting that secure. Fantastic play there.
The Rin on Cramorant with the secure on Dreadnought. Let's take a look at the levels here. It almost appears that they're even for both the purple and the yellow, orange team.
Yeah, orange team was down a little bit, but actually pulling ahead slightly with 3 level 13s to just 1 level 13 for the purple team here. There's going to be one more Rotom here spawning just after 3 minutes. The points are a little bit in favor of the orange team, but definitely close enough that the Zapdos is going to have a lot of value in this game as Aegislash ticks up to 14 here.
Absolutely. Without another Dreadnought on the bottom, this is going to be a very fine balance of who gets the Rotom, especially if one team decides to hold it off until that critical 220 point, when that's going to force the opposition team to hold off and defend against a Rotom.
Spraggle's narrowly escaping with their life here. Diving back in. Can they do it? Look at that incredible burst from Aegislash. And this is going to be a Rotom going
but
at
making
about
a push
that.
here. They have secure of the top zone.
Yeah, look at OG holding off on this Rotom until the very last minute, sending it in when it can apply the most pressure while the Zapdos is spawning.
Game with only 38 points separating the two teams.
All right, and I really like this from our left side team. They just let the Rotom walk in, knowing that the fight is ultimately about the Zapdos. We see all of these Unite moves popping off. Nobody down yet. Blissey, the first to fall. Zugrug popping their Unite move as chaos erupts in the Zap Pit as a flip is commencing. Who will be the one to get it? Slightly late on the Unite move from Spraggles. Oh, can we get some knockouts? This is huge. You see the blue team running to get their dunks, and that Blissey waiting to defend here. Notably, the orange team not having anybody back to push with Spraggles. Here comes Zugrug. Can they get knockouts before purple starts respawning? Mr. Mime is coming up, and things are looking a little dire. Exactly 200 points down here for our orange side.
With a minute left to go, there's still time for a final push. We've seen it already happen time and time again throughout today's tournament.
Yeah, especially look here. If this Greedent can get caught out here, it'll be a big deal because it means they'll be able to push 5-4 for this last fight. And Blissey recognizing that they needed that and getting knocked out as well. This big push at the bottom is what they could need. They are going to need to win a fight on this bottom point and then also siege into the center. The question is going to be, can they do it with only 40 seconds remaining?
We'll see the defense here. It looks like they are making a full siege effort here. 100 points.
See, Crustle coming in. They're trying to knock out. Then there's another knockout. Are these points going in? Can these 50s get in? The egg bomb is too late. Right now. 502 to 484.
It looks like Spraggles may actually pull off the victory here.
Spraggles told us that the reason why they were the Twitch Rivals champions was not because of their professional players, but because of them proving at the end there with that final dunk that they could be the decision maker.
Let's look at the bars come up here, Jeff. It looks like this is a victory for Team Spraggles. An amazing comeback. They pull it off by 18 points.
Flubbing the Zapdos a little bit with a mistimed finisher, making it up at the end with that big push. I have to think, looking back, that knockout on Nazu when they were trying to come back along with Blissey diving into support was definitely the decider here. It was the difference between having enough people to defend and not here. Incredible damage numbers for our right side team here. 86,000 from Spraggles, 122,000 from Rin, over 100,000 again from OG, just 86,000 from the tree?
Wait, am I seeing that correct? 86,000 from Zugrug on the Trevenant. Yeah. And look at that 101,000 taken by Zug and the 120,000 taken by Toon.
Yeah, what an incredibly high damage game. At any rate, as we come to a close here today, I'd just like to say thank you to everybody again that was a part of this. We raised almost $9,000, and there's still time for you to go ahead and donate even after we sign off here today before David makes the donations forward and gets that $10,000 match in for us. Appreciate everybody at home that's been a part of this, whether it was donating or players playing or casters or David organizing everything or my wife managing all of the players on the back end. This wouldn't have been possible without everybody in the Pokemon Unite community coming together. So thanks to everyone that did.
Yeah, thank you so much. To all the orgs, the teams that played, Gaming Gladiators sent a message over to us earlier and said, you know, they wanted to make sure that all their players came out in full support to show solidarity for this. To everyone here who supported, we're going to match that. I think we're going to be almost close to $18,000 with the matching. So thank you very much for everyone for your generosity. We will update you on our socials of where the donations go, as well as provide proof of donation, and hopefully we'll get that over there as soon as possible to help all the families.
All right, sounds fantastic. I'm going to go ahead and pay our viewers forward to Indie Bear, who is playing viewer choice games, it looks like. So if you want to play some Unite with Indie Bear, one of the people that helped organize all this as well, I'm going to send you over that way. Thanks, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday wherever you're at. Hopefully see you out on the Pokemon Unite battlefield soon myself.